Among countless bodies, soldiers, and comrades, he alone stands and can only watch. The giant he thought dead speaks, noting that it didn't calculate that there would be such a strong human. This giant is named Ahayut, and after he suddenly popped up in the Empire 20 years ago, along with other two giants, they destroyed everything in their path, for no apparent reason. Because of him, more than half of the Empire turned into a mass grave, yet he still dares live after all this? Ahayut tells him not to worry, as soon he will return to his side. He notes that it's good then, as his dear friends will wait for him on the other side. One was torched because of an extremely angry dragon, and the other was sealed for eternity by a mighty mage called Lorahan. Doesn't he get it? They lost. Ahayut tells him to not cover his words with sweetenings, as the children of the star share senses. He knows their opponents were also eliminated, and it means that strong people like himself no longer exist on this world. He notes that he's still alive and kicking, so what is he babbling about? Ahayut says that he shouldn't hope for much, as he feels his time is reaching an end. However, he's quite glad, as if he realized his skills and put body and soul into training, he would have become too large of an obstacle to deal with. He tries to retort this, but he knows that he had a life not worth living that much, so he should just die. With his final moments, Ahayut congratulates him for being a great human, and he should be proud. But soon, his world will be engulfed by the starlight and disappear entirely. He cuts off his head in one clean swing, leaving him alone. Things have already happened as they did. What can he possibly do now? With heavy breath, he walks around the battlefield and thinks of his comrades and the cherished memories he made with them all of this time. Among a pile of bodies, he spots one of his friends and wonders what kind of pride they had to let themselves fight to this extent. They should have noticed that they aren't on the same level and lived. He closes his eyes and wonders why only his sword worked on a giant that could deflect the Empire's strongest sword aura. If he did it some other way, if he only knew about this, they wouldn't have died a dog's death. But now, nothing can be done. Suddenly, he hears someone talking, and he walks towards it. He is quite surprised to see the great commander, Adeshan, still alive, although barely. He tells her that for someone of her status, she shouldn't be like this. She says otherwise, and tells Ronan that he's a corporal, so he isn't keeping appearances either. But what's more important right now? Is Ahayut dead? Ronan confirms it, and notes that his body isn't far away from here. Tears roll down Adeshan's face, and she thanks him for doing this. Ronan says that if she's that grateful, she should listen to his request at least. Usually, soldiers like this are either abandoned here or buried randomly, but he wants them cleaned up and treated well. Adeshan says that he looks more alive than her, so shouldn't he be the one to do that? He begins coughing up more and more blood. He is definitely not more alive than her, as he could die at any second. He was a fool and in turn fooled around, but it still feels quite unfair that he will die. Adeshan asks what he wants to do if he were to live, and he says that he would do lots and lots of things. But now, the only thing he can think about is the academy. That big and ugly bastard kept reminding him of it, as his sister's only wish was to see him at the academy, but soon he will be reunited with them. Adeshan tells him to not lose hope, as a search party will soon be here, but he doesn't believe he will be holding out much longer, as he's on death's door. The rain suddenly stops, surprising them both. The ground begins to shake uncontrollably, and when Ronan looks in the sky, he spots a being with 8 wings. Behind it, countless giants are ready to attack. Adeshan's whole world is in shambles, as in the end, she couldn't save the world this time either. Ronan snaps her out of it and tells her this isn't the time for thinking, as she should hurry and use telekinesis on him so that he can fight. She's very surprised he's still willing to fight in this situation, and he notes that even if he dies, he will not give those bastards the reward of killing him while he's still. She finds his valiance quite comforting and thinks that this man was the missing piece in all of this. She gets up and suddenly kisses him as to transfer something from her mouth. She whispers something to him, and Ronan asks what she means, especially in this type of situation. Adeshan notes that if he ever sees her again, he should tell her to not do anything dumb and become a tailor, as she always wanted to try. Those words are the last of humanity. As with them, the whole world is wiped out. The blue orb glistens, and Ronan wakes up screaming for her, but she's nowhere to be seen, as he has woken up in his hometown Nimbuton. This is his first day of regression. He sits under a tree's shade, and can't believe that Adeshan's last words were true. What she told him was that this orb that she gave him allows the person holding it to regress back in time. That's how she, a simple tailor woman, became the Grand Commander. The orb allows a person to regress a total of 4 times, and she already used 3 of those, so only 1 regression remains. She's handing it to him, as she believes he's the key for humanity's salvation. He needs to sharpen his abilities as much as possible, and the best place for this would be Filian Academy. Ronan slams his head in the tree and wonders just what he's supposed to do by himself, even if he has this much time. Suddenly, he remembers that this is in fact the past, so he rushes to see his older sister. While running towards his home, he spots that some punks are bullying a child by tying him upside down. That's when he notices that the child isn't held up by a rope, but rather by magic. Such a person would be invaluable in the battlefield. To think they were in a countryside town like this. Come to think of it, around this time, he's sure they were here as well. The person holding the child up thinks that he didn't want any of this, and something bad will certainly happen to that poor kid soon. He begs them to stop, as he doesn't have any money, as his mother's medicine is too expensive. The bully notes that is not for him to worry about. He slaps him constantly, and says that if he wanted to be a filial son like this, he should have earned more money. He tells the guy with magic to put the kid at the top of the three, as he hasn't come to his senses quite yet. He tries to refuse, but the bully says that he's acting like a girl, as it's not like they are hanging him or something. He should shut up and do as he says. Acel wonders why things became like this. Was it perhaps wrong to learn magic? He only wanted to show everyone that he's good at something, so he needs to tell this bully that he can't do it, but he's too scared to. He still finds the courage to try, but that's when someone hits him with a stick over the head. Ronan is the perpetrator and tells them to stop, as that child will die if things continue like this. The kid falls, and the bully is extremely mad at Acel for letting him go. He tries to defend himself, but Ronan gets in front, as he has to talk with him about something. With the bully being quite angry, he's getting ignored. Where did he learn telekinesis magic? Acel notes that he learned it from a grimoire she bought from a peddler. He's quite surprised Acel became this good with such a cheap book, so if he trains, he will certainly become extremely powerful. That's when the bully draws his sword, as he has had enough of people ignoring him. It seems that he's acting this way because he let him win that day, but now, he will teach him manners. Ronan wonders how this guy managed to get a real sword, and notices his posture is extremely bad, but he's strong, so things like this should work around these parts. Naturally, with him, they will not. Although his body is much younger, what was imprinted into him while he was a disciplinary soldier remains. Battle sense. The bully notes that it must be his lucky day, as he was going to make sure he wouldn't be able to lift a spoon for his whole life. Since it became like this, he should drop to his knees instantly and beg, as he will let him go with only an arm being cut off. Fair deal, right? And if he somehow dies, he will make sure his sister is treated well. By him, that is. Ronan asks if he just talked about his sister, and the bully laughs and confirms it. Every time he sees her, he thinks of how great her body is. With one angry swing, Ronan takes his ear clean off. The pain takes a while to register, but when it does, he cowers in fear and pain. Ronan comes closer to him and asks if he really wants to die today. The bully's friends wonder how he managed to cut off his ear with a mere stick, and Ronan demands they leave with this bastard in tow, lest they want to become like him. They will also leave behind the money they stole, as well some more for ruining his mood. They can only agree. When they leave, Ronan gives the bullied kid all of the money, as he only needs the sword. He also shouldn't worry about their bullying anymore, as they won't have the confidence to wander around like this anymore. He thanks him profusely once again, and Acel grabs their attention. He also apologizes, as he knew that what he did was wrong, and he shouldn't have, even though Hans threatened him. He apologizes again and again, but the bullied kid sighs, and notes that he was crying like this the first time he was dragged here. When he saw him, he only thought that they were in the same situation, so he shouldn't blame himself, as it's not his fault at all. With that, he leaves, and Ronan looks at her, as apparently, he's the only one that knows she's a girl somehow. He asks her if she remembers that they had some business to talk about, and she confirms it. He notes that they will be meeting in 4 days, as he's busy right now, so they will meet then. Oh, and if she thinks of not coming, she knows what will happen, right? Acel is quite puzzled by this whole interaction. He arrives at his sister's door with some flowers, as he remembered she liked flowers. But is this perhaps too much? He turns away as he thinks he's doing too much, and that's when she opens the door and is glad he's back. While he was a disciplinary soldier, he thought to himself 1,000 times, what does he say to her when they see each other again? Should he apologize for leaving without a word, or tell her how much he missed her? He thought about it very often, but those things could only be said by the soldier Ronan. All that he can say now is that he's back. Iris, his sister, prepares him a meal, and is extremely glad that her cold brother actually gave her flowers. She asks if he wants more to eat, but he notes she's already given him plenty. Ronan also asks how old she will be this year, and she notes she will be 22, but why does he ask? He excuses this question as simply forgetting, and notes that if she's around that age, there are 10 years until those giant bastards come. She feels his forehead as to check for a fever, and he notes that she's still the same as she remembers, bright, kind, and warm. She's making him wish that this moment could last forever, but he isn't allowed this luxury, as he's the only one who can protect her and the world. He removes her hand and notes that he has something important to tell her. He was actually thinking of joining the academy soon. She is extremely glad he has come too, and rushes to get something out of a hidden place. A pot full of gold, saved especially for a day like this. He finds her amazing, as this is no small amount of money, but although he appreciates it deeply, this much won't do. Iris wonders what he's talking about, and that's when he says he wants to join the Imperial School, Philian Academy. She screams in shock, which can be heard even outside. The Philian Academy is the Empire's best educational institution. It holds the continent's most outstanding teachers, and combined with the Imperial family's generous funding, this place is sure to give anyone who goes there the finest education. It's prestigious enough to be called a factory of heroes, as many have come from it. Adishan, the great commander, Swordmaster Shulafin, and the worst criminal, the Winter Witch. The guys from Philion were quite useful during the war, so he understands why Adishan mentioned it to him. However, being so famous is also an issue, as its fees and entrance standards are quite heavy. He also didn't expect that reaction from his sister, but he will show her the results. He goes to the meeting spot he established with Acel, who came only because he said that he won't let her go if she didn't come. Ronan notes that they will be busy tonight, as there's something he wants to test her on. It's nothing much though. All she needs to do is lift him as high as she can. She's surprised he requested this, as it's quite dangerous. Ronan tells her that it's not all that, so the only thing she needs to do is listen to him. He will not die from it, so she shouldn't be scared. She begins using her telekinesis, and rises Ronan high in the air, who thinks that this is much better than he initially expected. Although its stability and height is lacking, this feeling is quite familiar, as during the battle with a Hayut, what allowed him to fight equally with that giant freak was telekinesis. It's a rare ability, even among mages, so that means she's going to become the most important thing needed for his battle against him. This start is quite lucky to begin with. Acel notes that it's becoming difficult to hold him, and he urges her to hold a little while longer, as he has something to check. He will be coming down himself, and with those words, he cuts Acel's mana, and lands perfectly. She's shocked he just did that, and asks what he did exactly. Ronan shrugs it off as it being nothing, only some acrobatic movement he's been able to do for a while. That's not what she was asking about though, but Ronan urges her to keep her mouth shut, as he also doesn't know much about it. However, this might be the reason his sword worked on that guy in the first place. He can take things slowly, however, as there's something that needs to be done. He hands Acel a bag, and says that she needs to follow him, as before the moon disappears, there's something they need to do. This adventure might become the first page of Ronan's biography, the Empire's greatest history, and in general book. Ronan tells her where they are going, and she's quite unsure about their destination. He asks if she doesn't want to, but that isn't the issue. He has talent and a knack for martial arts, but she doesn't know anything. Plus, she's quite cowardly and timid. Ronan, in turn, asks if she really wants to live like that, wasting her innate talent on humoring punks. Is that truly the way she wants to live? And yes, she does have idiotic sides too. She's cowardly and timid, easily becomes a crybaby from just about anything, and also a plain loser. But all of this is fine, as she can change from now on. She shouldn't dally around too much, as the time that passes now cannot be taken back, and one day she will come to regret it, like he did in his past life. He hopes that changed her mind, but she finds this as him worrying about her, which she's quite glad for. Ronan notes that he won't force her into anything, and turns his back away, but she says that she will come with, as she wants to change as well. She will go to the academy with him, so he only needs to show her what's needed. Ronan smiles, and notes that this is the first time she's acting this way, so they should start her next objective. He smiles sinisterly, as everything is going just as he planned it to. They come up to something, and she's quite shocked at her first objective. Her opponent, who can bring out her true skills, is a lunar goblin, and the leader of a pack at that. Isn't it great? But they shouldn't waste any more time and get started already. The lunar goblin is a type of creature that appears around this area quite frequently, and they can be differentiated from other normal goblins by their yellow skin and disfigured bodies. But the thing about these types of goblins is that they go absolutely crazy over gold and other valuables. Due to this, they often ambush merchants to steal such treasures. And when they gather enough, they put all of their stolen goods in one area and hold a festival. On a night with a full moon particularly, just like today, Acel fears the worst, and Ronan confirms her suspicions. This night, they are going to steal of their valued treasure. She says that she's never heard a whisper about the goblins holding a festival revolving around treasure like this. So how did he know? He notes that he has his ways of knowing things, as he can't just tell her he saw them in his past life. He would sound crazy. But that doesn't matter now, as all she needs to do is use her telekinesis ability and move all of the treasure into their bag, as the goblins are dozing off right now. Simple, right? Acel says that it doesn't sound easy at all, and if something goes wrong and they wake up, what will they do then? Ronan doesn't lie, and notes that if that were to happen, things wouldn't be pretty at all. She urges him to rethink this plan if that is the case, but he thinks that she's too much of a coward. They aren't doing this because they can, as they need two things in order to get into Philion. First and foremost, they need money, so that they can afford that insane tuition fee. Secondly, real experience, as this is much more important than money. As she probably knew already, Philion is filled with aristocrats who have received the most elite training possible from birth. If she wants to win against people like them, there is only one real way: gain experience by risking their lives. Those goblins seem like the perfect opponents, as they gain cash, but also some experience. Two birds with one stone, as they say. Does she perhaps have a better and more grandiose idea? She confirms that she in fact does not, and Ronan notes that they should start right now. Little by little, the treasure and valuables are slowly being dragged into their bags. Acel is concentrating very hard, and Ronan instructs her calmly. Eventually, the last bag gets filled up, and he congratulates Acel for doing a good job while also gaining some experience. Wasn't it easy? Acel says that they indeed managed to do it, and he thinks that he wasn't that confident in her abilities, but she adapted quite quickly. She's much better at this than he originally thought. He has found a real nice minion to do his bidding. Ronan says that with these bags filled up, they should get going. As there isn't anything left for them here, they should head back before anything goes wrong. That's when two men who are chasing a bird start screaming through the forest for it, which wakes up the goblins, who become extremely mad goblins, as their precious treasure has disappeared. They all get up and search for the thieves, but it doesn't take long to find them, as Ronan and Acel didn't manage to get out of the area in time. All of them charge the thieves, and Acel is ready to pass away from how scared she is. She falls to her knees, and Ronan notes that he knew things were going too well for this situation. Acel suggests they throw the bags at them and run away, but Ronan is having none of it. How does she expect to pay that tuition without this? Earn it? She tries to say that this is not the important thing right now, but she doesn't get to finish, as the goblins are extremely close. Ronan analyzes the sword and notices that it's made quite cheaply, so it should withstand about 15 attacks at least. However, there are 30 of them. One jumps to him, and he's still thinking. 15 attacks? That's plenty. He cuts off the heads of 3 with one single strike. Now he only has 14 attacks left. Birds scream throughout the forest, while Ronan takes care of the last goblin. Acel can only stare in shock, as she can't hope to explain what she just saw. He decapitated 3 with a single strike, and for the horde rushing afterwards, he disappeared, and appeared again in half a second. He is extremely powerful, but to think he would create such a spectacle. He asks her to stop spacing around so much, and she apologizes. Ronan notes that she has nothing to feel sorry about, as they need to get their stuff and leave. They are going home. While doing that, they find the bags quite uncomfortable, as they are pretty heavy, given the loot inside of them. Ronan notices that his muscles are sore from that scuffle with the goblins. Is it perhaps because he's still growing? When they go back, he needs to do some rigorous physical training. Acel wonders if he might know what that loud shout was that tipped them off to the goblins. He notes that it's uncertain, but it was definitely someone crazy, as you would have to be as such to scream in this forest. Someone draws his bow behind them and shoots an arrow directly at Acel. Ronan catches it, and she realizes what happened, but where could it have come from? Ronan wonders if this god-forsaken forest is cursed, or are they just plain unlucky? He asks the people who shot the arrow who they are, and they notice that these are kids, not goblins. They apologize, but it's clear that their intentions aren't as pure as they would like to present, as their eyes are on the treasure in their bags. Ronan notices their suspicious attitude and their predatory eyes, so they should stop talking nonsense and answer him properly. Who are they? They are both surprised by his reaction, and the short-haired one apologizes for not introducing themselves while coming closer to him. He pulls out a knife and claims that they are Caliboro. Ronan keeps calm and grabs his hand swiftly. He manages to knock his attacker out in one strike, and he seems to know that name from somewhere. The other charges in, and Acel musters up the courage to use her powers to stop him and tell Ronan that there's another behind him. He congratulates her for doing this and kicks the knife out of the attacker's hand. He catches it, and in not even a second, he slashes him everywhere. The attacker and his body took a while to process what happened, but there's no saving for him, as he dies in an explosion of blood. Acel cowers away, and asks if that guy really is dead. He confirms it, as he won't let anyone who tried to kill him live. It's only fair, right? And didn't she hear? These guys are Caliboro. She asks what they are, and he's happy to explain. They partake in poaching, kidnappings, and human trafficking. This group does every crime under the sun, and thus, they have gained the reputation of the Empire's most evil poaching group. So, if he wasn't here, her organs would have been harvested and buried somewhere. Knowing who these people are and letting them live is a crime in and of itself. She needs to understand that. The bag that they had with them suddenly starts moving around, and Ronan wonders what can be inside of it. Acel thinks that it's most likely a poached animal, but to confirm they open the bag up. Blue eyes beam out of the bag, and a blue bird comes out. They are both quite surprised, and Ronan wonders what this chicken is. It watches them from above, and Acel finds it quite pretty, as it's her first time seeing a blue bird like this one. He notes that he also hasn't seen one before, and spots that it's shackled with Caliboro's trap. This special shackle disturbs the prisoner's mana, and restricts their movements quite a bit. He thought that these guys use these things as a last resort, or when catching mighty creatures. Is this tiny bluebird one? A rune pops up behind it, and it strangely starts speaking, spooking Acel. Ronan calms her down, as this is only communication magic. However, it was able to talk with them as soon as it came out of the bag. So, is the bag able to block mana, perhaps? Ronan speaks, and says that he's most likely the owner of this bird, right? The person says that he's right, and his name is Varen, and is currently researching fantastical beasts at the institution. He is that bird who goes by the name of Maprez, Guardian. He tried countless times to communicate, but it didn't seem to work. So he was thinking of actually making a report, but he's quite relieved he didn't have to. He also apologizes for being rude and asks for their identities. Ronan says that they are just passerby with a good heart, as they got into the poachers who captured the bird, but he can't really explain what happened, as too much blood was spilled to do it properly. He just says that they saved the bird without the additional information, and the person behind the rune is extremely surprised. It crossed his mind that poachers were the cause of this, but anyways, they are indebted to him right now. Ronan notes that such things aren't needed, but how do they return the bird to him, as it seems quite exhausted from being chained up? If he were to take the chain off, could it fly back to him? The owner confirms this, as the bird has a great homing instinct, so he should be able to free it. Ronan cuts the chain, which breaks instantly, and urges the bird to go back to its father, as he's making him worry. The bird is extremely grateful and starts cheeping around. Ronan notes that the bird is currently shoving its ass into his face and dancing around. So what does this mean? The owner notes that it just wants him to pluck out a feather before it flies away, as it wants to meet with them again, someday. After plucking out a dream bird's feather, it will direct to the main body constantly, like a compass of sorts. With that, he says that if he comes by the institution someday, they should come and visit them, as he will definitely repay them. The bird flies away, and Acel asks Ronan what he's holding. When he looks at his hand, he's also quite surprised. A few days later, a merchant assesses the valuables they have obtained, and notes that he will give them 20 gold coins for this certain piece. This man is the owner of the Carabel merchantry, Duan Carabel. He notes that all of the items he brought today are quite valuable, so it must be his lucky day. Ronan says that he's quite glad he has finally found someone who understands, as all of the merchants he tried up until now tried to scam him, which pissed him off quite a bit. But to think such a confident and worthy merchant was around here, walking around really paid off. Duan notes that he's honored by his words, and asks if there are any more things he would like to sell. Ronan pulls out an egg from his pocket, and says that he's curious as to what this thing is, but won't sell it. That night, the blue dream bird left this very egg behind. Initially, he thought it took a crap in his hands, but it didn't. However, this didn't stop him from throwing the item into a boulder before looking. Surprisingly, the boulder broke first, so it seems that this is quite the valuable item. He doesn't know if it's that bird's egg specifically, but it's certainly a product made by a fantastical creature, so it might be worth quite a lot. The merchant analyzes it diligently, and notes that this color and texture can be only one thing. Ronan is now anticipating some very good news, but his dreams are shattered, as Duan says that it resembles horse crap. He doesn't know what it is, as it's quite the unusual object, so why doesn't he get it appraised in a place made for that? Ronan sighs and says that he will, but he can't sell it now, as he's quite curious about it. He also asks if he has any books about Philion, as they are planning to do the entrance exam together, but they don't know much about it. Duan notes that this is perfect timing, as his daughter is also doing the Philion exam, so he's sure she will be of some help to them. She eventually comes around and asks who these people are. Duan presents her to them, his only child Maria. Ronan looks at her and seems to recognize her from somewhere. Duan urges her to say hello, as these are some customers he made a big deal with. Maria asks what these babies sold him, and Duan demands she be more polite. He also apologizes to them for her rough language, as she grew up in the merchantry. Acel notes that it's fine, and Ronan walks up to Maria, asking if it's really her, the same one that uses Sen as her middle name. She confirms this, but how does he know? Ronan notices that she indeed looks like that person, but something is quite strange. He urges her to come closer, as he has a question for her. Does she perhaps have that under there? A Johnson, that is. Maria wonders what garbage she just listened to. A Johnson? Ronan says that no matter how he looks at it, her having one seems out of the question. Does that merchant have a lost son or something? She slaps the snot out of him and demands he shut his mouth already. This slap causes Ronan to have a revelation. This good slap. This familiar sensation. She really is that person. Count Maria Sen. When he was a disciplinary soldier in a place that went by the name of Armarlen, Maria was in charge of the supplies. She held a great work ethic and also had an easygoing personality, which allowed her to get along with anyone. She was quite the impressive person. When talks about Johnsons occurred among the guys, Maria got unusually angry and had a habit of slapping people around. He always wanted to ask when they met again, but he never got the chance to as she died before he did. To think he would find the answer to his burning question here? She was a girl. All this time? She sees him laughing and thinks that he didn't have enough, so she charges in for another attack. Ronan hits her in the head and says that she's acting up after slapping him. He only let her because he was in the wrong. This causes her to get mad, so she headbutts him in the chin. They continue to fight like animals, with Acel and Duan watching in horror. Eventually, they have to intervene. A while later, Acel is surprised at this turn of events, as these two just fought like they wanted to kill each other. But now, they are seemingly getting along. They assess the things they just bought, 3 swords and a magic wand. Maria asks why he bought so many swords, as she imagines it would be quite troublesome to carry this many. Ronan notes that they are just reserves, as he uses a sword quite roughly. She asks what he thinks about the quality, and he says that they aren't bad at all, but the best one is this one, which is made with black iron. Maria agrees, as black iron is quite sturdy, so it's an item even renowned knights often seek out. She doesn't know how roughly he treats his sword, but this most likely won't break. Ronan thinks that this was one of his favorite weapons in the past. Maria explains that this wand has a good magic stone inside of it, so is it perhaps for this cute little mage? Acel confirms it and notes that she uses telekinesis magic. Maria finds this amazing and notes that she will surely get a scholarship with that type of magic. This only leaves them 2, so what technique will he show during the practical exam? Ronan asks what she's talking about, and she explains that in order to enter Philion, everyone must take a practical where one will need to impress the professors and show them techniques. They also have a theory exam, which is quite difficult, but not as difficult as the practical, to the point that it's said, if you pass that, you won't need the theory exam at all. Basically, he just needs to prove his worth, or forget about the academy. Ronan notes that a swordsman like himself just needs to show good swordsmanship. But what do people usually demonstrate? Maria says that nobles usually show their family's secret techniques, but most martial artists and applicants alike demonstrate their personal techniques. Ronan stops her for a second and asks if kids who use swords can use mana at this age, even though they aren't mages. Maria finds his question quite weird, as being able to do that as a prospective Philion student is a given. One would constantly sense their mana anyways, so why not use it in combat? Ronan doesn't get it all, but Maria does. He doesn't know how to sense mana, right? Ronan asks if it's not similar to using aura, and Maria is shocked she's talking to this guy about entering Philion. How can he say mana and aura are similar? He notes that it's probably something he knew about already. So why is she making such a fuss? She demands he come outside now, and that she needs to borrow the swords for something. He asks if she will pay for them if something were to happen, and she explains that it won't take that long. But if that happens, she will pay the price 3-fold. So, how about it? Now they should stop the chit-chat and get to some special training. Mana is the source of the power of nature, and like air, it's natural and exists everywhere in the world. However, that doesn't mean that everyone can use it, as in order to, one needs to see and feel his own mana and be able to use their mana sense. To enter this stage, one can use training, innate talent, or other things, with various personal reason also coming into play. But it usually takes 1 year of training to even start sensing mana. Philion's prospective students surpass that stage early, and after learning their own mana techniques, they apply to Philion. Does he get it now? He doesn't have sense, and can't even tell the difference between mana and aura. So, for him to go to Philion is just plain crazy. But it is true that aura is also a type of mana, but difference between them is extremely large. Ronan asks if it's really that big, and Maria explains that even those who have showed talent and trained for a minimum of 10 years find it hard to obtain their enlightened innate power, that is aura. Ronan says that he understands a bit, and thinks that he met a few people on the battlefield from time to time, who bragged constantly about being aura users, and used quite an unusual power. They were definitely annoying to deal with, but he's not surprised to find out they had an amazing ability, although one still dies if they get sliced enough. Maria says that they should stop with the explanations and get started already. He will probably learn faster by using his body, rather than his head anyways. Ronan thinks that she's a young girl, so she can't hope to do much, but she closes the gap instantly, which takes him by surprise. Their swords clash, and Ronan spots that she's ready for battle. They continue to fight, and Ronan is surprised she's exerting this much power at such a young age, and also dual-wielding. He can't see it, so he's not really sure, but is her fighting style perhaps related to mana? Maria is also surprised, as she planned to finish him in one go, and make him give up on the test, because it thought this would be better than facing complete humiliation in the testing area. However, she's the one getting pushed back. Is this really the skill of someone who can't use mana? Ronan asks what she's thinking about. This takes her by surprise, allowing him to deflect her blades and charge a mighty attack. He warns her she should dodge this one. She barely manages to do so, and notes that if she hesitated even for a second, she would have been gone. He's not normal, isn't he? Ronan says that the same could be said of her, as she's quite talented with a sword. She's only a little rusty with maintaining her center of gravity, but if she fixed that, she would improve quite a bit. He starts leaving, and she demands that he stop, as the fight isn't over yet. He urges her to keep her word about paying threefold, and that's when one of her swords shatters into pieces, right before her eyes. Ronan tells her get the money ready, and Estelle taps her on the shoulder, as she wanted to congratulate her. With that, they leave, leaving Maria to wonder just who these people are. The next day, they go to the market to get their money, but Maria has also gifted them some books, which contain information about the Philion Theory exam. She's sure they need them, as the exam is taking place next month. Ronan notes that they indeed need them, but why would she go this far? Is she perhaps trying to mess with them? Maria calms him down and says that it's nothing of the sort. She's just taken a liking to them is all. It's a simple service because Shu wants all of them to pass for free, no additional fees needed. She would have liked to teach him personally, but because of their deals, they need to head out, so they should study hard. As if they fail even after this, she will be mad. With that, she leaves, and Ronan thinks that he needs to train his body and also study, which he has no knack for. But this is certainly not a bad feeling. Ronan's life after returning back home was similar to how it usually was, but has started to change slightly. He ate together with Iris like usual, but he did so to the point where his stomach would burst. Filled with that many calories, he hunted beasts on the outskirts of the village and started to increase his stamina and adaptability like that. He did it to the point where there were no more beasts left around the village. Besides that, he also studied, which was unimaginable for a disciplinary soldier like himself. But despite that, he tried his best, and after a month, their main story is about to begin, in Valon, the capital city. At its center stood the best education institution in the whole empire, the White Tower's own small city. Estelle admires Philion and how masterfully crafted it is, but Ronan urges her to not stand in the middle of the street like the bumpkin she is, and move, as they will be late for the exam. She replies in a strange way, as she still finds it quite surprising that he grew so much in just 1 month. Ronan urges her to stop thinking about useless things and get going. He thinks that since they are here, they might meet him. The sword saint Schlieffen, a descendant of Grancia, a prestigious swordsman family. He is a genius who is considered the strongest in the entire empire. He should be around their age, so he might be taking the exam now, but it doesn't really matter. Estelle asks if he has that thing, the feather the dream bird gave them, that was supposed to lead them to its owner. He notes that he did indeed pack it before they left, and he was also planning to visit after the test. That's when they notice that the feather is pointing to the highest floor of Philion. Inside, the bird's owner notes that he isn't really used to being a professor, but the bird is cheering him on, which he appreciates, but he should keep going, to repay the kind hero who saved him. This is Philion's zoology professor, Varen Fanashir, a Wer-Lion. He thinks that he should open the window for some ventilation, as they need to present himself nicely to their hero, right? When he opens the window, however, he sees Ronan, who looks like he's here for other things. He spots the bird from before, but him and his owner both scream, as this has taken them by surprise quite a bit. Varen backs himself from them and asks who they are and how they even managed to get up so high, as this is one of the top floors. Ronan notes that he screams way too loud, and Asel says that this is why they should have taken the stairs. Varen asks if they are after his precious comrade Marpez, but that's when he notices what Ronan is holding, the feather. He finally realizes that they are the heroes who saved Marpez. They sit down, and Varen apologizes for his unsightly behavior, especially in front of their heroes. Ronan says that it's nothing, so he doesn't need to repeat himself so much. But if they would go into specifics, Asel would be more at fault, since used telekinesis to climb to the window. She denies this, as he was the one who told her to do that. However, her opinion seems to be invalid, as Ronan just shuts her up. More importantly, he certainly didn't imagine for a Wurlion to be the owner of the bird, and also a professor at Philion. Varen notes that he was also quite surprised, and would have written a letter of recommendation for them if he knew they were entrance applicants. Ronan notes that it's fine, and since they are here, he has something important to ask. Specifically what this is, as that bluebird just left it behind like it was too heavy or something. Varen looks a bit closer, and confirms that indeed, this is a dream bird egg. He's quite shocked that Marpez really laid an egg, but Ronan doesn't understand him, as birds lay eggs quite often. Varen explains that it's not just a simple bird, but a dream bird, and that he has absolutely no idea about what's going to hatch from this egg. Ronan again is puzzled, and says that if it's a bird egg, a bird will hatch, right? Varen notes that a dream bird is quite different, as depending on the environment surround it, a dream bird will absorb unique mana and lay an egg. In an area of lava, a mighty phoenix might hatch, or in a monster's nest, the hatched dream egg will take the appearance of a monster, and so on. There are many circumstances where it won't take the form of a normal bird at all. If he analyzes the mana that's coming from the egg, it's possible to predict what appearance the dream bird might have. However, this certain egg holds a myriad of mana, and it's going rampant. As of right now, it's hard to say for certain what this egg contains. Ronan notes that he really likes to put meaning into mere things like eggs. But where has this bird been wandering to lay an egg such as this? Marpez chirps, and Ronan finds his attitude quite shameless. Varen asks if they will take care of the egg, and Ronan notes that they will, but isn't it a precious item? Varen confirms that indeed it is, as a dream bird lays a single egg in its lifetime. But it laid it in front of its heroes, so Marpez must have felt something special with them. He just wants to respect his friend's choices, that's all. Ronan says that he's fine with it, as he's quite curious as to what will come out of the egg as well. However, it's almost time for the exam, so they should be going now. Varen stops them for a second, as he wanted to give something to them that will certainly help with the hatching of the egg. A while later, at the practical testing hall, Galayan Castle's main building, every participant sits in the waiting room. Some check their weapons, while others pray. A man announces that applicant 111 exam has ended, so applicant 112 should come forth. He does so, and Ronan thinks that if this guy is number 112, he's up next, but they really like to make they wait a long time. Doesn't she think so as well? Marya says that every exam is like this, and Ronan asks why she's wearing that, as it seems very uncomfortable. She notes that Philion is a private academy which nobles attend, who might become expensive customers in the future, so she should look the part, right? Ronan thinks that she's just doing too much at this point, and she notes that it would have been nice if Asel was here too. Ronan explains that nothing can be done about that, since the magic testing hall is somewhere else entirely. However, he will be quite glad if he doesn't see her crying by herself when she gets back. Applicant 112 gets out of the exam chamber with quite the tired face, and so, it seems to be Ronan's turn. Marya urges him to not be nervous and try his best, as if he fails, she will chase him down to the ends of the earth. Ronan thanks her for the ever-so-touching words and support, and notes that he will be back. He enters the chamber, and comes in front of the Philion professors, who look extraordinarily powerful. Among them, that old man in the middle stands out, as he's the headmaster, Archmage Krava Kratir. The woman next to him also has an overwhelming aura, and he's rarely felt this type of vigor from someone, even in his past life. This is the swordsmanship instructor, the Grand Sword Saint Nabaros. He presents himself, and Krava does the same. He explains that he will be up against a magically engineered dummy, and he needs to demonstrate a technique. So what has he decided to show them today? Ronan looks at it and thinks that a fast cut might do the trick on this dummy. The man next to Krava notes that there's always someone who underestimates the dummy just because of how it looks, and says foolish things. The man next to him concurs, but if this applicant is from the country, of course, he wouldn't know. Even if it does look the way it does, it has fast regeneration, and it's a product of magical engineering. He whispers that even the genius Schlieffen barely managed to leave a scratch on his own sword, so he really wonders what he will be doing differently. The other jokes that he might actually split it in half, and they laugh quite loudly. Krava wonders if that child will prove them wrong, and when he looks at him, he's surprised that he holds such vigor, especially at such a young age. Ronin breaks the ground with his movement, and in a single slash, impresses Nabarose a lot. He sheathes his sword and says that this is all he had to present. The two gossiping professors note that they expected this much, but when they look at Krava, his jaw is dropped to the floor. Nabarose puts her foot on the table and launches herself towards Ronin, with killing intent and sword ready. The sword almost reaches his neck until it stops, and she demands to know where he learned that swordsmanship from. He asks what she might mean with this, and she changes the question. Did he perhaps see her movements? Ronin says that he did, as in that instant she jumped at him. She unsheathed the sword and swung 3 times. Nabarose says that he's correct, and it's just like what he showed them with that arrogant cut. Did he really think she wouldn't notice? That foolish swordsmanship of his? He slowed down his last cut intentionally, just in case they didn't see it, like he was being considerate of them or something. He's quite arrogant for his age, but has he really forgotten where he is? Krava looks at this, and the theory professors, who now feel a bit guilty, wonder what to do. Ronin thinks that this is just a simple misunderstanding, as he only adjusted the strength because he thought the sword wouldn't be able to withstand the last cut. But judging by the current mood, it seems like she wouldn't believe him now. Nabarose sheathes her sword and says that she will remember him, and will definitely be the one to teach him. Krava looks at her and thinks that she basically called dibs on this to be her disciple already. It seems that he needs to pay more attention to the trainees from now on. He congratulates Ronin for a job well done, and notes that now they will end the test with a common question. It doesn't have a real answer, so he can answer with what he feels like. What does he want to learn from coming to Philion? Ronin ponders the question a bit, and he answers with, to not have any regrets. That is what he wants to learn first and foremost. Krava says that he can leave, and he does so. To not have any regrets, huh? He wonders how he will be able to teach him something like that, and one of the theory professors asks what's going on, as he and Nabarose are acting quite strange. What did that boy really do? Perhaps a trick. Krava notes that it might be a good way to put it, or rather, pure talent is a better way to explain. The head of the magic dummy falls off, and the cut is extremely clean. Ronin thinks about the lady who threatened his life just now, and wonders if he would have been able to win, even in his past life. He thought he went through way too many hardships for anything to surprise him anymore, but this is something very different. He thinks that he did good coming to Philion, as he feels he will be able to learn quite a bit. Now, only the written test is left, but it will be quite easy, as he memorized lots of things. However, after finishing, he's very down, and says that he's done for. Maria asks why he couldn't answer half of the test. Did he perhaps not look at the books in his bag? Asel explains that he took the things he needed to study and moved his bag, but after hyper-focusing, he forgot about the bag completely. Maria thinks that he's a real fool, and asks if the announcement will come soon. She picks him up, and notes that it's fine, as the practical matters more, and with his skills, he must have passed. The tower suddenly starts glowing from the bottom, and the list of people who passed pops up. They go to check quickly, and surely enough, both Asel and Maria are on there, with Asel being tied first in the theory test. They are extremely happy that they managed to pass, and Maria congratulates her for being basically the first, which is quite an amazing achievement. She turns around to Ronin, but he's basically dead inside, as he did not pop up anywhere on the list. Maria urges him to look closer with those tiny eyes of his, but he says that his name isn't anywhere on the list, as he messed up royally. Suddenly, a large ball of fire drops down next to them, and Maria explains that this is the entrance exam's last cannon fire for each department's salutatorian, a glory phoenix. It sends a few fireballs, and one heads straight for Ronin. It causes a pretty large explosion, but after the smoke clears, Ronin sees that he's been invited to the martial arts department's salutatorian, as he got first place in the practical, and we won't talk about his theory placement. The girls hug him tightly, and Maria notes that for someone who flunked the theory exam, he must have done something amazing to enter the martial arts salutatorian. Ronin thinks that if he got first place, that guy lost to him, and with his personality, there's no way he's just going to stay quiet. Sure enough, he comes from behind, and notes that he must be the one who came first in the practical test. This is the Sword Saint, Schlieffen. Other people are surprised that the Empire's shining star would be here, with Maria and Asel also being quite shocked because of his presence. Ronin thinks that if he's the same as he was in his past life, things will become troublesome. as that guy just can't stand anyone who is better at the sword than him. He has an outrageous fighting spirit. He must avoid this situation at all costs. So he tries to play dumb, but Schlieffen sees through him instantly and starts unsheathing his sword. He tries to strike Ronan, who manages to block him. Schlieffen notes that if he wasn't the first, he would have not been able to block that attack. People gather to watch the fight, and he notes that he wants to see the skills that bested him. Ronan has had enough, and notes that if this is really what he wants, he will be glad to show him. He strikes 3 times, and Schlieffen defects all of them. Ronan asks if this is enough for him, and sure enough, his hand starts to tremble from the force. Now, it makes sense he got a good score, as he has shown great technique, but this is nowhere near enough to beat him. Ronan urges him to relax already, but Schlieffen is too in his head to even comprehend words, as he still can't accept that this guy got first place. Ronan thinks that this bastard is plain crazy, and this is exactly why he didn't want to meet him. At this point, he will start manipulating aura, which will be very bad. As he can't handle his aura called the Tempest Sword, he's sure that he can't. However, he has a plan, so he starts running, and Schlieffen asks how he dares turn his back to an opponent like this. Ronan grabs a cell and puts her in front of him. Schlieffen is extremely angry that he's using a lady as a meat shield. Can he really call himself a knight? Cell notes that he's a guy. At this point, I think that the author is also quite confused about his gender, so we will leave it like that. Ronan uses this opportunity to hit Schlieffen square in the face and bolts it out of there with his party. One of the teachers comes to see what's going on and spots that Schlieffen is injured. He says that he will call the guards and go after those rascals, but Schlieffen urges him to speak informally, as he's not the son of an important family right now, but just an applicant with a commoner status. And he also doesn't need to worry about this, as it was a simple, fair fight. That's when he notices that his sword cracked, a sword made with the highest grade mithril. He thought that Ronan's skill wasn't that great, but to think he would do this much with such a common sword, he will certainly remember his name. The next day, at the outskirts of the capital, in a forest called Shimo, Ronan and Acel walk around, with Ronan following a map. Acel asks if they can really afford to do this right now, as yesterday, he broke the nose of the heir of the Grancia ducal family. What will he do if he decided to retaliate, huh? Ronan notes that he shouldn't worry, as he's a good guy, just crazy about the way of the sword. He's someone who upholds principle and trust above all else, everyone's role model, one who protects the weak, basically the epitome of the perfect noble. He probably said that what happened was a simple spar, as if he hadn't, they would have been behind bars already. Acel notes that he's right, and they arrive at the mana vein Varen told them about, the Fernardo Spring. Mana that hovers around the world for an unknown reason and gathers in a single spot is called a mana vein. With its existence, mana would be absorbed by its surrounding matter. A regular plain rock would turn into the highest grade mana stone, and a random weed from the ground would transform into a rare medicinal herb. It is quite famous, and it possesses great attributes. Its value is very large, and people would monopolize it in an instant if they saw it. So the Varen is quite generous to give something like this to them, only to hatch an egg. He asks Acel if it feels any different around here, and he notes that it's his first time sensing so much mana in one place. If it's around here, he can use magic that is stronger than usual. That egg in his pocket is also doing something, as it's absorbing mana at incredible speeds. Ronan notes that they will see, but it would have been nice to also have Maria here. But she couldn't come because she was busy with the merchantry. Acel notices that something is strange, as Varen said that since there's a lot of mana here, a few fantastical species nest and relax in this place. Even for regular animals, this place is a gold mine, but they haven't hurt a single animal since they came here. Ronan takes a whiff of the air and thinks that he was too complacent. He laments that things are getting out of hand again, and he urges Acel to get ready, as he has caught the scent of blood. The hunters who wear fox skulls start assaulting them with arrows, but Ronan destroys all of them with a single strike. However, he seems to remember the arrowheads these arrows use. In the past, at a campsite, one of the people from his group explained that this arrowhead could even blow up an orc head, and that they were used by an elite member of a certain organization, Caliboro. Ronan is surprised that he ran into them once again, and thinks that only the Bloodhounds have access to arrowheads like this, so it must be a team full of them. He tells Acel to go hide, if he doesn't want to become a porcupine, that is. As for himself, he will have to do a bit of hunting. The leader of the Bloodhound group is surprised that this brat managed to cut arrows that had mana infused in them. Just who is this guy? He tells everyone to split, and Ronan thinks that he's taking decisions quite fast, which isn't good for him. He tells them to stop attacking, as he's an ally. The The leader asks what nonsense he's talking about, and Ronan explains that he's the youngest bloodhound from the Damas branch, a Hayut. They all gather around him and immediately start interrogating him, as he's too young to be a bloodhound. Ronan tells him to ask the wolf from this branch, and also says that he shouldn't assume that people can't do what he does. This enrages him, and starts threatening violence. One of the subordinate calms him down, as even if he's still a Hid, he knows about the Caliboro ranking system, which is kept very hidden, and only members know. They should wait for the captain to confirm his identity. That's when the captain arrives, a man by the name of Vium, and the leader of the small group explains the situation. Ronan smiles, as he's quite glad they are all gathered in one place. Vium starts interrogating him and asks what he's doing here, as this mountain range belongs to Demir. Ronan says that he wasn't sure, as he's not really a Hayut. In that second he slashes most of the men in two, and before Vium can react, he cleanly cuts his head off. The only survivor is the team leader, and Ronan says that he told him already. His ending will be bad. The leader's fingers fall off, and he falls to his knees because of the pain. Ronan says that if he doesn't want to die like the rest, he will write down the locations of all the branches he knows of. Of course, if he's so loyal and doesn't want to, he will have to dispose of him. The leader asks how he can do that with one hand. But Ronan already gave him a pen, and his right hand looks just fine. Afterwards, Ronan congratulates him for drawing a detailed map, and the leader asks if he will let him go now. Ronan slashes him clean in half, as of course he couldn't have let him go. Acel starts throwing up at what he just saw, and Ronan urges him to stop overreacting and get a hold of himself. Acel apologizes, but this is a bit too much, as there are countless dead animals in here. Ronan told him before, letting people like these alive is a crime, so he should stop worrying about it. However, if Varen sees this, he will be quite saddened, as his bird is also among the victims. The egg suddenly starts shaking in its pouch, and Acel points at something while trembling. Ronan's eyes widen when he looks, as the blood from the animals starts to form into a ball. Ronan prepares to fight once again, and the egg escapes from its pouch. It starts glowing, and all of the blood starts circulating around it. It's absorbing the blood, and Acel asks what's going on. Ronan notes that he doesn't know, but one thing is for sure, whatever is inside of this egg is quite special. Eventually the egg finishes the blood, and shortly after, it starts cracking. Ronan patiently waits to see what's inside, but is greeted by a hit to the face by the dream bird, who doesn't seem to be a bird at all. Acel says that it resembles a dragon, as he saw similar things in books. Ronan wonders what that bird did to make an egg like this, but he admits that it is quite cute. However, the greeting was a little much, as a sucker punch to the face isn't the best feeling. The dream bird begins casting some magic, and it heals Ronan's injuries fully. Acel notes that it's capable of healing magic, and also seems to like him quite a bit. Acel says that they should name it, as they can't keep calling it a dream bird. Suddenly, it notices something, and bolts towards it. A Demire branch errand boy by the name of Balrus starts running away from the forest, as he saw the bodies Ronan left behind, and also what happened with the egg. That's when he notices that the dream bird is towards him, and in that moment of carelessness, he trips, causing him to fall. The dream bird starts draining his blood through his knee, which looks very painful, but Ronan comes and tells it to stop, as it will kill him if this continues. He also gives it the name of Sita, which it seems to like. Balrus wonders if this guy is the owner of this beast, and Ronan asks if he's alright, calling him by his name. Balrus notes that he is, and thanks him for saving his life. But how does he know his name? Ronan pulls his sword out, and notes that he doesn't need to know that. He didn't think they would meet like this, but it's nice that they finally do. This was a dear comrade to him in the past, who is now just a mere errand boy, which amuses Ronan quite a bit. But getting to the point, he needs him to do something, and for his information, he can't say no. Later that day, Ronan plays around with some cash he made through selling some of the water from the mana vein to Maria's father, who gave them quite a large amount of money for it. Ronan notes that they are indebted to Varen now, and they did want to thank him, but he went on a business trip suddenly, which is quite unfortunate. However, in addition to the job he assigned Balrus, the map he received from that bloodhound is quite useful. He also instilled so much fear in Balrus that he wouldn't think of betraying him. Acel asks if he wants to buy something with the money, and Ronan thinks that the entrance ceremony will be taking place soon, so it seems that he does have something. A few days later, Iris arrives in the city, which she likes quite a bit. Ronan greets her, noting that she must be quite tired from the trip, and also asks if something happened while he was gone. Iris notes that she should be the one to ask that, as she was quite surprised when a high-class carriage popped up in front of their house suddenly. And also, why has he lost so much weight? Is he perhaps not eating properly? Ronan notes that he's eating well enough, and Iris spots Sita, who salutes her. Ronan notes that they are just traveling together because of a few circumstances, but more importantly, they need to hurry, as he's going to be busy with the academy once he enters, but would like to do something beforehand. At a clothes shop, Iris says that she understands that he's got money, and is carefree because he also got a scholarship. But isn't it a bit too much? He talks with the store manager, and Iris continues, as these are way too many gifts. Ronan says that it's not that much, and it's about time she would benefit from all the hard work she did to raise him. This statement touches Iris's heart, and she screams that she has the kindest brother in the world. They finish shopping, and Ronan says that they will go to a few workshops, as he needs to repair his sword thanks to a certain someone. That certain someone pops up suddenly, which shocks Ronan and Sita a lot. Ronan asks what he's doing here, and Schlieffen says that he came to order a new sword, and that's when he spotted him. So he decided to wait until he came out, so he should stop misunderstanding things so easily. Ronan pulls out his sword, and notes that because of him his sword is in a poor state. Does he really want to for another round? Schlieffen notes that it's not a bad idea at all, but Iris gets in front of them, and demands that Ronan stops using such foul language. He tries to talk back, but she doesn't let him, and she turns to Schlieffen to apologize. In that moment, the most influential young man, and the Empire's shining star, fell into the trap of simping, as he fell in love at first sight. She continues to apologize, but while blushing, he says that it's because of his lack of tackiness, so a lady such as herself shouldn't take the responsibility. She grabs his hands, and notes that she's quite glad Ronan has a friend like him. Ronan just stares, as he's quite stupefied because of the situation. Schlieffen notes that he will compensate for the broken sword, and while he doesn't have any gold, they can have this, his family's proof of identification. Ronan is quite shocked that he would just give out something like this, and Schlieffen explains that if they are going to get a sword, they should go to the blacksmith on the western end, as that place has hundreds of years of history, and they will surely be able to enter if they give them that. With that, he leaves, and Ronan is still shocked. With that proof of identification, one could buy most villages. Is this simp really the sword saint he once knew? The next day, at the entrance ceremony, Krava welcomes the freshmen of class 787 to the school. He talks about their limitless potential and the education they will receive here. But most of all, he congratulates them for their abilities. Ronan thinks that this is quite boring, but things like this aren't bad from time to time, as his sister seems to be liking it. Krava snaps his fingers, and a strange glow envelops the students. The students are all shocked, as the sky is seemingly shattering out of nowhere. With a large blue flash, they are all transported into an arena. Ronan wonders if Krava really teleported everyone with just a snap of his fingers, who notes that now since everyone is here, they should start the meeting between their seniors and juniors. The senior-junior meeting is something that occurs between the incoming freshmen of the school and the seniors who have been here for 2 years. Because this is the place where they meet each other for the very first time, the process is known and expected to be quite intense. It is also an event which the Filian school deems special. The way things are done are as so. The first and second ranks go to represent the freshmen, and they are each appointed to one of the 4-year 2s that are waiting for them, which all have their individual fighting styles, representative by the weapons they use. With all of this prepared, they will be part of a one-on-one spar. Krava starts speaking to everyone and explains that this very significant event stands close to the hearts of the instructors of this school. It is not just about the professors, who eagerly wait to see what new pupils they can train and nurture, but also about the relationship between the seniors and juniors, as they learn from each other, for example, their weaknesses. He believes that from this exchange, they will be complementing each other, and competing like this is the start of their real, true education. These duels are only for educational purposes, and through them, the representatives of their respective years will be able to demonstrate how they take their first step into the real world. Naturally, because of this, the freshmen will be given the choice to choose who they fight, and it is possible to decline a duel. So they shouldn't feel burdened by this greeting, and feel free to do as they please. Ronan is kind of mad that this guy keeps beating around bush, as this is basically just hazing the freshmen. From the right, the first guy is the martial arts major sophomore standing at rank 1, Nasdo. The second is in the same category, but stands at rank 2, Brahm, who is glad to see some hardy freshmen this time around. All of them seem to be in the same category, but with different ranks. The one on the left is called Karun, who is rank 4, while the red-haired woman on the right is named Irina, who is rank 3. Brahm starts screaming about how excited he is for the battles to start, and notes that he can't hold it in anymore. He wants to fight with all of his might. This creeps Ronan out a bit, and thinks that, with this situation, he can show his older sister that he is not going in this place just to get beat up. It would also be better if he could show her his great companionship with this guy that is standing next to him too, but that is still to be seen. Krava announces that they can now choose who to fight, and Ronan puts his hand up, as he has a suggestion he would like to make. Krava asks what that suggestion might be, and Ronan explains that, since they are able to choose who to fight freely, he would like to be taught by all of his most respectful seniors. This means, of course, that they will be coming for him all at once. The arena stands silent after hearing this, and the teachers begin discussing if something like this can be done. Krava asks Nabirose what her thoughts are on Ronan's suggestion, and she asks him to proceed with it, if he wishes to do so. Isn't this school's principle that if one possesses the skill, they are free to do whatever they wish? So, in this case, no matter who wins this duel, it will hold a deep meaning to a lot of people. If this goes south, like they usually tend to, she will also be intervening, if that helps his nerves calm down. Krava understands, and with this, allows what Ronan suggested to happen. All of the seniors are now serious, and stare at Ronan with anger. Karun thinks that all of this is quite absurd. Just how badly is that boy looking down on them? Irina notes that he is doing whatever he wants, just because he was ranked second. They should use this opportunity to crush their spirits into powder. Nazdo urges them to calm down, as that child is arrogant, but Schlieffen is most definitely skilled, so he is an opponent that they can't just look down on. They will be going all out immediately, even if these are freshmen. Iris worryingly looks at Ronan and tells him to be careful, and if he thinks it is becoming too dangerous, he needs to forfeit right away. Ronan just waves at her, and with that all of the way, Krava announces that the first match between the juniors and seniors will now commence. Nazdo rushes in instantly, and tries to strike Ronan with all of his might, which makes Ronan think that they are quite sharp. It seems that they are only a couple levels higher than Maria, but it still means that they are basically on another level. Irina also charges in with her dagger, but Ronan blocks the attack and throws her hitting arm away. Karun comes from behind her and demands that she duck. She does so, and the spear almost reaches Ronan, but he blocks it, who is quite surprised by their level of teamwork. This attack pushes him back a bit, but that's when, in a moment of thinking, Brahm comes from behind him and gets ready to strike him with all of his might. Before he does that, he asks Ronan why he would be doing something like this, as he wanted to have a much more valiant spart with him. He tries to hit Ronan with the blade, who notices what they are all trying to do. A swift and strong finish blow, or distraction, while the others follow it up with an attack. Truly, they are all at a really high level, strategically at least. In that second, he jumps out of everyone's sight, and also hits them. They all begin falling down like swatted flies, but this proved to Ronan that they are all amazing, and this school that grew them into this must be even more so. He looks behind, and is quite surprised to see Brahm still standing, as he thought that his fighting spirit would have been shattered at this point. Well, he will remain considerate until that happens, so he should hold tight. They both charge in, but Brahm notices some extremely strange, as Ronan is now copying Nabarose's fighting style. Or this is how it seems to him at least. Ronan smiles, and with 3 swift attacks, Brahm's sword shatters into small pieces, and Ronan thanks his seniors, as he has learned quite a lot from them. What happened here shocks the whole stadium, and they all shout with amazement and cheer for Ronan as he is extremely skilled, while the seniors look at their broken weapons. Nazdo begins laughing, as this fight was so one-sided, he can't hope to be upset about losing it. Where did this freshman even come from? One thing is for sure, at least his strength is plain monstrous. Ronan looks at his sister, who is almost choking a guy from the excitement, and thinks that with this, nobody would dare to try and bully him. Now, there is only one thing left to do. He makes his way to the seniors and congratulates them for the amazing fight. He has learned quite a lot from this spar, and from them. He only placed himself in this situation because he was very excited to be a student of Philion, but their strength is truly unimaginable. From the bottom of his very heart, he thanks them for accepting his challenge. He also pleads with them to pardon the rudeness that he displayed today, and looks forward to learn even further from them. He finishes all of this with a bow, and all of the seniors stare at each other in shock and awe. Suddenly, Brahm starts screaming that he was wrong about him. He is not only extremely strong, but also extremely polite. However, he needn't be so humble, as he fought fairly and won just as so. He should be confident about his victory. He rises Rona's hand up and tells everyone that this is what an exemplary Filian student should be like. Brahm congratulates him on the amazing display of skills and manners, making Ronan say that he is quite the fiery man. With this, since he has shown his social skills so much, he is sure that his sister won't worry about that anymore. She begins crying about how he grew up so fast, while the guy next to her covers his chest, as she has ripped his shirt in half. A woman with purple hair watches this display and notes that this boy is quite interesting. That night, they hold a banquet with delicious food, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Ronan looks around and says that he was curious, since this was the entrance ceremony banquet. But this is really grand. Maya notes this is the best institution for learning after all. So this much is to be expected. Asel asks if he met with his sister right before she left, and Ronan says that he did. It took him a good while to reassure her, since she is very worried about him. He also left Sita with her, so he doesn't have to worry about her returning home safely. Asel notes that he is truly one amazing brother, which Ronan thinks that is only natural. Well, after a long and eventful day, it is time to eat, so he should get to it. That's when Schlieffen pops up from behind him like a ghost and interrupts him before he can take a single bite out of the meat. This makes Ronan jump and ask him just what he wants this time around. Schlieffen says that he doesn't want anything in particular. He is just here to check on something important. Ronan asks what that might be, and Schlieffen begins his assault of questions. Where does Iris live, and how far it is from here? How are the road conditions there? Is the security good? And if there are any frequent bandit accidents around the area? All of these questions puzzle Ronan quite a bit, but Schlieffen continues nonetheless. He did employ some guards, right? He trusts that he at least employed some mercenaries to escort her home. Ronan screams at him that he did that, and who he employed is much stronger than all of them. Unless a wyvern descends from its nest and lands straight on the carriage, nothing will happen, so he can just relax. This takes Schlieffen by surprise, as it means that Iris will die if a wyvern appears, right? Ronan tells him that this is enough. He is too crazy about these things. Why is he worried about his sister anyways? Is he her husband or something? Schlieffen freezes up and explains that he is just worried about her, since they acquainted and all. Suddenly, the woman with purple hair comes around and notes that this is quite an interesting sight, as she has never seen him so chatty before. Schlieffen asks what business she has with him and calls her by the name of Akalucia. This is Elizabeth Akalucia, and is the freshman top of the magic class. She tells him to not be mistaken about things, as she has no business with him, and is rather interested in Ronan. He asks why that would be the case, and Schlieffen sighs, as this must be her evil hobby. With that, he leaves, and tells her that she can do as she pleases. Before doing so, however, he suggests sending a guard from his family to Iris, but Ronan tells him off one last time. Asel thugs on his shirt and notes that there was something going on with that girl from earlier. Ronan notes that he doesn't need to explain, as he felt it too, that she was quite powerful. In fact, she is overwhelmingly so, for a mage. She explains that those who bear their claws so easily must be taught a lesson. Surely he knows what she means, right? Ronan notes that he doesn't. But why did she want to see him anyway? Elizabeth explains that she was simply very impressed by his talent, so she is here to make him an offer, a special one, that someone as mere as him couldn't just refuse. She pulls out a pendant, and Ronan looks at it, knowing that it is Akalucia's invitation. The Akalucias are a noble family, but unlike most nobles who prioritize bloodline above all else, Akalucia prioritizes talent above all else. In the past, they have debuted many talented individuals and secured their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They offer an opportunity to those who show potential to become part of the family, which Ronan has just received. This is the symbol of all that, an invitation into their family. Ronan asks if she is just allowed to hand this over as she pleases, making her think that he already knows what it is, for him to be asking that question. He looks at the symbol and remembers the chat he had with Adishan about it, who was also an Akalucia. She explained that if he received this, he needed to pass a test given by the Patriarch, and that he would be a part of this famous and prestigious family. He should keep this in mind, as after he atones for his sins with his accomplishments in this war, he may end up also receiving an invitation. This made him feel quite strange, and that same feeling still lingers even now. Elizabeth tells him that he should think about it and make a wise choice. Even if he was born a beast, if he mingles among these sheep, he will just become a part of the flock. With that, she leaves, and Asel is quite glad. Ronan says that these geniuses do as they please around here, but thinks that it's good he has a method of contact now. The Acalusias will definitely prove useful for him. This academy is one that prioritizes a student's abilities above anything else. Depending on one's grades around here, their environment can change greatly. The most representative side of this is how the dormitory system works. The people who are intermediate rank are assigned to the Nataya Hall. Each person in there is provided with a clean room, a high-grade cafeteria, and much more. It is a pretty nice place, where one gets all of their daily necessities with ease. On the other hand, those who make up the bottom 30% are assigned to Crater Hall. And usually, the first day in the Crater Hall goes like this, with the shouting of the students. Especially the nobles, who felt wronged about the school sending them to a place like this, broken and run down. One of the academy workers explains that they will not be provided any servants, as there are no employees in this hall. It is also 4 people per room, and the cafeteria, shower, and bathroom are all shared. These are just the academy's rules, so they should study hard and get out of this place as soon as they can. Otherwise, they will also be staying in here the next semester too. And last but not least, the top 10% of the students, including Ronan in this case, are assigned to the Nabardozer Hall. One can describe this place in just one phrase. This is truly a very nice place. Ronan is surprised that they would accommodate mere students like this, and they also receive the class registration form on their table already. He is just supposed to write down what class he wants to take on this timetable. It is important to get adjusted into this place in the first year, so he heard it is not wise to choose many classes, but all of these look very interesting. This is a common misunderstanding of someone who has yet to experience the hell of multiple classes in a single day. Eventually he finished, and his timetable is quite full, but since he is in Philion and all, he should take all of the classes he wants. That same day, one of the instructors kick him out almost instantly, as he doesn't need to take this class. This is the instructor of the Empire Swordsmanship Basics, Abar. Ronan asks why that is, as he has just begun. Abar explains it simply. It is exactly as he says. They have just begun, yet he has mastered all of the Empire's swordsmanship techniques instantly. The rules of the academy state that if a student learned everything, they should leave that class, and if he were to stay, he wouldn't do anything but demotivate the other students. With that said, he shouldn't be so prideful, and continue to move forward. Later that day, Ronan sits at the lake saddened by how this day went. He didn't get kicked out just from the swordsmanship lessons, but also the bowmanship and monster hunting classes. Why did they all have to kick him out? Suddenly, Nabi Rose appears and asks why he isn't in class. But she can probably figure it out, that he completed all of those easily. Ronan confirms that is the case, and wonders if all of the classes are like this. Maybe Philion can't do any better than this. Nabarose is pleasantly surprised that he managed to complete all of those classes in a single day. But it is to be expected from someone like him. It only took him 1 day to copy her technique after all. She notes that she can't turn a blind eye to this, and asks him for his sword. She will now be teaching him a very important lesson. Ronan wonders what it is, but that's when she strikes near his head and into the water, creating a rainbow of sorts. Nabarose explains that this is to be expected from a chunk of metal that is his sword. Something like this cannot be called a true weapon, as it only wears down the owner's power. He should watch closely what a real weapon can do. She pulls it out, and in that second, basically splits the lake in two with just one strike. Ronan is extremely shocked by her power, and she notes that perhaps he gets it now, what he is truly missing here. A weapon is categorized as a piece of steel that is sturdy and sharp, and it shouldn't break when wielded. And even if it does, one can just obtain a new one. It is expandable. This is what Ronan thought, until he saw this display. This is just ridiculous, as he is certain that she used the sword that is in her hands. But when he used it, with the same slash, it was much smaller. Nabarose explains that one breath and a handful of strength is all that is needed to put one's life on the line if they are on the battlefield. So wasting strength isn't wise, and if he uses mana, then it is essential he finds a weapon that suits him. Of course, it's something that he still can't get, because he doesn't know how to use mana just yet. Ronan's hand shakes, and he asks her if she knew all of this time. She did, and tells him that even with this, he has a lot of energy, which she finds quite amazing. One day, he will be able to use mana, so in order to use all of that power he has, he needs to have a weapon that suits him. However now, it looks like he has a lot on his mind, so he should attend his class. Ronan asks if he really can, and she notes that he can. Even though those who have reached second year are the ones allowed to, she will make an exception and let him attend. However, instead of that steel shaped like a sword, he should bring a real, proper weapon. That is the only condition for him to attend her class. Ronan explained what happened to his friends and goes to a blacksmith on his first day off, with Sita also returning. This is the place that Schlieffen told him about when giving him the medallion, so it should be quite good. Asel asks if this is a forge, as it is quite shabby. Maria concurs, as it looks like it could collapse at a moment's notice. Ronan notes that this place was recommended by a noble, so they should go inside already. They do so but find it empty and quite dusty. There is only one door far back in the forge, which opens slowly, and out of it comes a giant wolfman who asks who they are. Why are they so loud in the middle of the day? Don't they see that the fire is out? Ronan finds it quite fascinating that a wolf beastman is in a forge, who asks them to leave already, as this isn't the time for smithing. Ronan pulls out the Grancia family symbol, and notes that he came here to buy a weapon, as Schlieffen recommended this place heavily. The beastman analyzes all of them carefully, and asks why he would care. Is he a Grancia too, or not? He sighs, and notes that he doesn't know who leaked this place, but he should get lost, as he doesn't serve customers like him. Well, maybe there is a way. If they hand over the arm of that soft-looking guy, they can work something out. He was getting hungry anyways, so this should do quite nicely. Asel is extremely scared, but on the other hand, Ronan is extremely angry. He grabs the beastman's attention and says that he crossed the line way too much. In that second, he strikes him with all of his might, which sends the beastman flying. Ronan notes that something is strange, and the fact that he didn't get slashed is even more so. Out of nowhere, a set of armor appears on the beastman, which surprises Ronan's companions. But not him, as it doesn't matter if he has armor on him, he just needs to break it down to get to the meat. The beastman pleads with him to wait, as this was just a test. Ronan asks him to explain himself, and the beastman notes that they do this to people they have never seen before to test them. It is only protocol to verify their skills. They also wanted to test out his invisible armor, so he provoked him on purpose. He meant no harm to any of them. He promises this. Ronan thinks that this is a very original excuse, but why would he actually believe what he just said? The beastman urges him to think about, wouldn't a smithy used by the great Gracia family have some sort of test like this? If he still doubts him, even now, why doesn't he confirm it with Schlieffen later? Ronan sheathes his sword and notes that the test is quite risky, as he almost died because of it. The beastman laughs and notes that was his own fault for going overboard. He also apologizes to Asel for scaring him like that, and notes that he shouldn't worry, as he doesn't actually eat people. With that out of the way, he presents himself. He is Didikon, and is an apprentice at this forge, and sometimes also the gatekeeper. He asks Ronan for his name, who obliges. He notes that he heard about him coming for a weapon, so he should follow him, as this place is just the entrance. The real place is beyond this door. They all get into a pretty small room, which is empty, and pushes a secret button while telling everyone to be prepared, since they will be witness of something truly extraordinary. The floor starts descending, and Ronan asks what this system is. Didikon explains that it is an elevator made from magic stone and a pulley, the fastest way to get to the real forge. And what they are seeing right now, through the glass, is the largest and best forge in the capital, Grand Carpadoki. Ronan finds something so large existing underground quite ridiculous. Didikon understands why he would say something like that, but he should be excited as he passed the test, and to take responsibility, he will take him to one of the best craftsmen in the whole capital. Ronan looks at all of the blacksmiths working diligently on their various crafts, and is surprised that there were so many in this forge underneath the capital, of all places. Didikon notes that indeed, this is something very precious, and this forge only gives items to the royal family, as well as some selected nobles. Without any discrimination of race or gender, all the skilled master craftsmen are allowed to show their talents in here. However, the best of the best, the one which everyone agrees is the best of all of them, is the elder dwarf, who lives right in this house. He is someone unrivaled in his talents, and a master that has melted metal for well over 400 years. He can also be quite stubborn, since he is so old, but his skills are worth it, so they should respect him, says Dikikan, while kicking the door open with full force. Countless weapons and armor lie on the ground, and Dikikan says that he has brought some most important guests. The old master tells Dikikan off, as he warned him plenty of times to not enter so loudly when he's working, but like the bastard he is, he just doesn't listen. Dikikan excuses his behavior by explaining that he had no choice, as there were weapons piling in front of the door, so he couldn't open it like a normal person. He should clean after himself, since he is the elder Daron. He notes that, for one that is so young, he nags like a 100-year-old hag. But besides that, he has brought guests, so he presumes that they are not bad. Dikikan explains that it's only natural. He tested this boy directly, and he passed with flying colors, as his sword skills are great and rather deadly. Daron is surprised by this, as judging by looks only, he looks like a simple child, with a strange companion. He asks Ronan to show him his swordsmanship, as he can tell a lot, just by watching him at work. Ronan obliges and pulls his sword out, but the moment he does, Daron begins analyzing it thoroughly, and eventually breaks it in two, as it is straight rubbish. Everyone from the group is extremely surprised by what just happened, and Ronan gets furious, asking why he did that. Before things can get out of proportion, Daron points to the pile of weaponry on the ground and tells him to show his skills with one of the swords from there. With the trashy sword that he had previously, he wouldn't have been able to accurately get a sense of his true skill. Additionally, he will give him the sword he chose for free, no strings attached, since any sword he will choose now will be 1,000 times better than the trash he came in with. Ronan wonders if it is so, and looks at Dikikan for confirmation, who nods confidently. Without much choice, he picks up one of the swords, and feels that it has a completely different vibe. But will it really be so different from his sword? Ronan warns Daron that if he destroys anything, it's not his fault, but Daron doesn't care, noting that he should do it probably, by putting all that he has into that one swing. Ronan looks at the sword, and thinks about what technique to use. His mind immediately jumps to the technique Nabarose used to split the river, so he accurately copies the movements, and stands ready to strike like he is in a life-and-death situation. Daron recognizes those movements all too well, but before he can stop him, Ronan unleashes the attack forwards, and a large explosion occurs in front of the forge, which grabs the attention of everyone nearby. They wonder what is going on, as it's just midday. Did his blast furnace blow up, perhaps? Ronan stands with the sword still pointed forwards, as he just took out the whole front of the building, and asks, "Just what the hell happened?" He tries to excuse this, as it wasn't his intention, but Daron doesn't care, and recognizes that what he just used was Nabarose's technique. Is he her apprentice, perhaps? Ronan asks if he knows her, and he says that he more than knows her, as he was the one that made the blade that she uses now. Ronan is surprised that he made a sword so stupidly long, and Daron explains that the sword is a secret sword that goes by the name of Urusa. It's one of the few masterpieces that he forged throughout his entire life, and right now, he's holding something that can't even compare, but it feels nice, right? Ronan notes that it actually feels amazing, and at first he didn't think there was much to the sword. Daron says that he should be the one to tell him that, as he thought he was a newbie who couldn't judge his skills well, but in actuality, he is a talented swordmaster, something he hasn't seen in a long time. He pats him on the back with extreme force, and tells him that being too talented is also a problem, as it will be hard to forge a sword that can truly be called his, especially since he swung that sword only once, but it's already cracking from the immense pressure. What he needs is not normal materials, but some high-grade steel, and also special material to help it keep steady. Perhaps the byproduct of a wyvern would suffice, as that is extremely resistant. After hearing this, Ronan hands him something that he brought, as he thought it could have been useful, the eggshell, that is now in 2 pieces. Daron attempts to crack the shell with his hammer, but try as he might, he just can't get through it. He is extremely surprised, as this hammer is made out of mithril, but it couldn't make a dent in this eggshell. What is it made out of? He is now extremely excited and asks if he can really use that most valuable thing in his crafting. Ronan agrees, as it's literally useless for him, but that's enough for him to make a good sword, right? Daron, now more fired up than ever, says that it's plenty and he should come back in 2 weeks, as a sword that rivals the Empire's best will be in his hands. Ronan notes that he will be looking forward to it, and Daron tells Asel and Maria to go meet with the other masters, as he can't send them back empty-handed, and if they tell them that he was the one who sent them, they will look after them with great care. He would have liked to do it, but at this moment, re-smelting this is his only purpose in life. He smashes it with the hammer, and the others watch with confusion, as he finds way too much enjoyment in this. Below ground, exactly below the group in fact, there is a large tunnel, and a woman notes that she is tired of how the blacksmiths above are extremely annoying beings. The man behind her notes that he feels the same, and he wants to set them on fire now, but she tells him to hold back, as it is not yet time to reveal themselves. It will not be much longer anyways. They will start with these worthless blacksmiths, and then everything in the Empire will be buried under the true light of the world. A few days later, while walking around the school grounds, Ronan thinks about what happened. Daron promised to make him an extremely good sword, worthy of his talent. Additionally, Asel and Maria put in commissions with the craftsmen there, which will be quite expensive, but that doesn't really matter to him, as it's not his money anyway. The only real problem that remains is that it will take an entire fortnight for his new sword to be completed. He wonders what he should do in that time, as both Asel and Maria must be in their respective classes, so he can't call on them. That's when he passes the Galilean building, where there is exclusive training and lectures for the upper-class students. He is pretty sure that Nabarose also has her classes in here too, and she told him to come after he got a real weapon, so he postponed it. But now, he at least has something temporary, so he should go. In that second, Nabarose pops up beside him, and he is extremely scared by this. She pinches his ear off, and notes that it has been a long while since they met. If her memory serves her right, which it does, she told him to come to class the moment he got a new weapon. So what has he been doing all of this time? Skipping class? Ronan tries to explain the situation, but she doesn't listen to a word of his, and continues to pinch his ear off while walking with him towards the building. He starts screaming to let go, and a familiar face hears it, as she was besides the window. That's when someone bumps into her, and tells her to not block the path, and move already. If she has enough time to laze around in here, she should go and prepare for the lesson, like the loser she is. She says that she will go soon, and looks out of the window, as a familiar scene washes over her. In the first sparring room, Nabarose introduces Ronan to everyone else. They probably know who he is already, since he made quite a ruckus during the interview, but she will introduce him to everyone again, since they might not know. He is named Ronan, and from now on, will be attending class with all of them. Ronan bows down and also introduces himself, which makes the other students immediately judge his appearance, with most noting that he looks too frail to be able to do anything, realistically. Ronan can hear everything they are saying, and he's rather annoyed. There are also some welcome faces around here, and some rather unwelcome ones, let's say, so things will be fun. Suddenly, someone opens the door and apologizes for being late. Ronan's eyes widen as he recognizes that voice. She apologizes again and again for being late, but Nabarose says it's fine, as they just finished introducing the new guy, so she should go say hi. She turns to him and explains that she is the second-year martial arts major, who is also the Ta for this class. Her name is Adashan, and it's very nice to meet him. Adashan Akalushia was acknowledged for her incredible commanding abilities, and was the first woman to rise to the Grand Commander role, while also dominating the battlefield with her famous cool-headed judgment and outstanding leadership. Thus, she got the title of the Iron Lady, and those who have been under her direct command always say, "Inside her body runs not blood, but cold and fine iron." Ronan wonders, who would have guessed, that someone as great as her could have such a calm expression. It's very clear that she has no memories of the regression, so she has turned to her original self, and that means that he has to fulfill her request, from way back then, to tell her to just not do anything stupid and become a tailor, like she has always wished to. This puts him into a difficult situation, however, since earlier, everyone was calling her for various things, one to check his technique, one asked to change the towels, and so on. She is extremely busy, it seems. Why is she doing all of these small errands that only an attendant needs to do? Suddenly, someone comes next to him and asks to spar in a duel. He apologizes for being so abrupt with this invitation and introduces himself. He is the third-year Cardin Own, and he has heard about him and how amazing he was during the interview. If the rumors about him really are true, he would like to learn from him, if possible. Ronan notes that he has a lot on his mind right now, but before he can refuse, Cardin apologizes for not coming for a duel with a weapon, so he calls that loser Adishan to bring his weapon. Ronan freezes in place, as who does this bastard think he's calling a loser? Eventually, Adishan arrives with the weapon, but Cardin immediately gets on her case, as she brought a long spear, and he recently switched to a short spear. Is she that stupid to not remember such vital information? Adishan apologizes, as she saw him a long spear last lesson, so this is why she brought him one. Cardin sees this as her talking back, so he hits her in the head with the wooden part of the spear, continuously. He explains to Ronan that she is someone who doesn't have the right to take this kind of class, and only came here after begging on her knees, that she should be good at chores at least. Ronan is filled more and more with unbridled rage, and eventually he can't contain himself anymore, so he grabs the spear and tells him that they should do it, just like he said. If not, things might become dangerous for everyone. Cardin doesn't understand, but Ronan looks at him with fully killing intent and tells him that they should fight, as he will show him who is the real bastard in this fucking place. Everyone gathers around, and Doran is surprised by what he just heard. Why is he doing this? But he already knows. It's because of that commoner loser behind him. Does he even know her though? Or are they both lowly commoners? Are they perhaps from the same disgusting commoner family? Ronan hands him his weapon and tells him to just shut up and take his beating with at least a bit of grace if he doesn't want to end up in a grave. He hits him with a light jab, which sends him flying backwards and also cracking his spear. Ronan notes that he was whining before about not getting the right weapon, so he fixed it for him. Doesn't he like that? Cardin sees this as a direct insult to himself, and he charges in out of rage, exuding as much mana as possible, and asking if he really thinks he will be fine after this much disrespect. Ronan stands still while the attack approaches, but before it can even touch a hair of his, he cuts the spears into tiny pieces, and says that he will be very fine, so he should worry about himself more. He hits him with a barrage of attacks, every move being harder and swifter than the last. Eventually, he knocks him out fully, and tells him to be thankful that they are in the academy, as if this was outside, his lifeless body would have been thrown to the wolves. Everyone is surprised that Cardin lost, as he was the highest ranked throughout the first years. Ronan notes that it's time to move to the next target, and points at the scamp who complained about the towels. If they smell, she should wash them herself. Why is she making someone else do it for her? Is the assistant instructor her servant or something, huh? Ronan continues to move forwards, but Adishan stops him, as she doesn't know exactly why she's doing this. But it's okay. He should just stop. Ronan tells her once to move, as he can hold back when it comes to other things, but not when she is being looked down on like this. Not by these idiots, not by anyone in this damn empire. Nobody serves the right to do that, after all that she had one. He pushes her out of the way, as these guys deserve a stern beating, one that they will never forget. Suddenly, Nabarose appears behind him and demands that he stop. She will not ask him to take responsibility for what he did earlier, since in a real battle, that guy would have been long dead. However, if he escalates things like this even further, she can no longer look the other way. He will drop his sword and walk away. Ronan can't seem to move, and when he looks behind, he sees Nabirose's aura, a giant snake, ready to strike at a moment's notice. He knew that she was strong, but he didn't know that she was this strong, to have this kind of aura. She tells him that what he was going to go through with cannot be considered a spar, and as the person responsible for everyone around here, she cannot let anyone else be injured. Ronan says that she should have known already what the assistant was going through. Up until now, she just stood by and watched everything happen, despite knowing. Nabirose explains that this is between her and the assistant, and it doesn't involve him in the slightest. This is his last warning to stop, or else she will have to deploy drastic measures. Ronan notes that it doesn't matter. If she's the Sword Saint or not, his answer remains the same. Her, and the whole damn empire, can fuck right off. Nabarose says that there is no helping it, and uses the grieving snake on him, something which makes him smile with anticipation. Ronan remembers how he asked Adishan before, why did she volunteer for the commander position when everybody else declined? At the time, she told him that one day, he will understand eventually, there are some things that he can't force someone else to do. It's his destiny, after all. He was confused by that answer. But what was she thinking, truly? Just what kind of load was she carrying on her shoulders? He remembers when he last saw her. She told him to not forgive her for putting this burned on him, as she doesn't deserve it. He wakes up screaming, and then huffs loudly as he slowly realizes he is awake. Adishan is next to him, and comes close, asking if he has had a nightmare or something. Adishan asks what he's talking about all of a sudden, but Ronan excuses himself, as it was probably just a dream he had. But more importantly, are they in the infirmary right now? Adishan confirms that they are. The instructor told her to bring him here, and additionally to fix that pride of his, as she does not want what happened today to occur again. That is precisely what she said. Ronan thinks that he's in big trouble, and wonders if he should just go back to sleeping. But suddenly, Adishan asks him, did he perhaps get angry back there for her sake? This question makes him jump, and he says that it wasn't. He was just angry because he's sensitive to poor etiquette, and he's a very refined gentleman and all that. Adishan notices that he's lying, but she tells him to not hate any of them, including the guy he beat up, since she kind of understands their feelings after all. Ronan gets mad again, and wonders how that's true, as she has been a great assistant instructor. How can they just treat her like this? Since they are talking about it anyway, why was she chosen to be the assistant for that class anyway? Even if she went easy on the various students, and that they did what they did because of this, why did Nabarose just sit by and watch as it happened? Is she not angry at this injustice? Adishan explains that the instructor is doing nothing because she asked her to. She did this because she's getting preferential treatment, which she doesn't deserve in the slightest, as normally to take that class, one would need to be a sword expert, but she's currently being held back for an entire year, and she has barely started to control her mana. Ronan thinks that this is impossible, as Adishan was the best commander ever, and she was able to use an amazing aura. Did she really go through something like this in her past life too? Adishan continues. That is why she told the instructor to do nothing. No matter what happens, she should pretend to not see it. She already took her as her assistant instructor, so she did not want to make her take on an additional task. She is receiving this kind treatment, so being treated like this is nothing. She can handle it, anytime, any day. Adishan still thanks him, however, for today, as she thought she got used to most of the stuff the students did, but today hurt a lot more than it should have. Silence falls for a moment, and Ronan breaks it by asking, is her objective to become a Grand Commander? Is that why she's going through this? Adishan is surprised that he found out. Did she make it that obvious? But yeah, that's her dream. Even if she's lacking in lots of things, her dream is still to become the greatest Grand Commander there ever will be. Naturally, for someone who's not even at the expert level, she knows that saying this might seem dumb, but she's not going to give up, as even if she doesn't have the level, she is confident in military strategy, and she's working hard every single day. That can be clearly seen by how rough her palms are. Eventually, the next class is about to start, so Adishan tells Ronan to rest and come back later. He thanks her for looking after him like this, and she says that it wasn't a problem. With that, she leaves, and Ronan's mind is filled with the Grand Commander's last words, to not let her mess around that place anymore, and become a tailor instead, as she's always wanted to be one. But now, he's conflicted. What would she want him to do? A few days later, on a sunny weekend, in the forge, at the entrance of Grand Carpadoki, Ronan, Acel, and Maria arrive. But there is nobody inside to welcome them, which is quite weird, as they sent a messenger bird in the middle of the night as his sword was made, and it's apparently the best sword Daron has made yet. Out of sheer anger, he kicks stuff out of the way, and the other two wonder why he's being like this, as it seems he has become more sensitive for some reason. Ronan notes that if they are not going to let them in, they should just let themselves in. Maria asks if they are allowed to do such a thing, and Ronan explains that they are the ones who invited him in here, so they should stop talking about it, and go already. They all go to the elevator room, and Ronan presses the button to start it, which he surprisingly remembered. While they go down, He says that he will teach that old man about the basics of customer service, as he appears to have zero knowledge on that. Suddenly, the elevator arrives at the glass part, and they see that the entire place is up in flames, and that most people are on the ground, unconscious, or dead. Asel tells him to look in a certain direction, and when he does, he sees a rock giant that is chasing after the blacksmiths. Asel wonders what they should do, but that's when Ronan grabs her tightly and tells Maria to go back and bring any instructors or whoever she can find that can help. With that, he jumps down with Asel, who can barely use telekinesis in her flustered state. Eventually, the blacksmiths are too tired to run anymore, and just when all hope is lost, Ronan strikes its hand with enough force to break it. He notes that this is great timing, as he's been thinking about tons of stuff lately, and they seem like the perfect stress relievers. The rock giant tries to strike Ronan with its remaining hand, and he lets it approach until it's inches away. That's when he jumps on Giant and cuts its head with one swift motion. The giant did not even realize what happened, and its head fell to the ground. The blacksmiths are amazed by that kid, as he took on a rock giant at such a young age. What power! Suddenly, Ronan appears before them, and he asks them to quickly explain what is going on around here. Ronan carefully listens to their story, and he's surprised to find out that dozens of rock giants suddenly attacked in groups. One of the blacksmiths says that they don't even know the reason. They just suddenly appeared out of the ground and started destroying everything, killing blacksmiths in the process. Additionally, one of them grabbed several blacksmiths, including Daron, and returned to where they came from. Didikun decided to give chase, but he isn't that great at fighting, and at this rate, they might all become food, which Ronan knows much about. He notes that if there aren't any more giants left here, they should go. He orders Asel to look for anyone else who is injured, until Maria arrives with backup. He will also hand her Sita, as she can heal the people easier with her. Asel asks what he will do, and Ronan says that it's quite simple. He is going to save the ones who got taken away, as he has something he needs to get from Daron after all. Somewhere else, Daron is holding the sword he made tightly, and thanks Dikikon for coming here. But there was no need for him to be here and risk his life like this. He should just run and get away while he is still able. Dikikon tells him to shut up, as he has enough on his mind already, so he doesn't need all this crap from him too. If he has such strength to say dumb things, he should swing that sword around instead of holding it like a baby. Daron says that he can't, as this is his best work yet. He can't just taint it like this with his awful swordsmanship. Dikikon says that he's crazy, even though he knew he was obsessed with weapons and such. Now is not the time to be like this. Suddenly, the rock giants break through the hole they were hiding in, and one of them strikes with all of its might. But Dikikon holds the fist in place, and thinks that with this final hit, the defense enchantment that he put on his armor has been destroyed. But it's kind of sad. As if he knew he was going to die like this, he would have done tons of things. Suddenly, before he can regret further, Ronan arrives. And much to Dikikon's surprise, he cuts the golem into countless pieces. Ronan congratulates him for holding out for so long. But now he can rest, as he will take care of everything. They are both shocked to see him here, and Dikikon asks how he got in here, as there were tons of giants along the way. Ronan explains that they were just fodder. He killed all of them, and saved the blacksmiths that were captured. Dikikon wonders how that's possible, but Ronan tells him to stop speaking about that, and orders Daron to give him the sword, as he can't use the sword he currently has any longer. Daron is confused, and Ronan notes that he's talking about his masterpiece, the sword he made for him. Isn't that what he's carrying right now? Daron finally understands, and hands it to him, while explaining that the hilt is not complete, but he is sure he can still use it well. Ronan picks it up, and says that it's time to see just how much of a masterpiece this sword is. A couple of golems charge in, but with one simple swing, Ronan easily takes all of them out, which surprised all of them, excluding Daron, who is just happy to see his sword doing something. Ronan is amazed by the amount of power he can exert with it, and Daron asks if he likes La Mancha. This is the name of the sword, a name he got from his favorite daydreamer. Even so, this sword is above many, as it's extremely light, and the material is extremely sturdy, rivaling mithril in fact, so it can withstand any swordsmanship thrown at it. As a nice bonus, the sword has a hidden trait, to restore any damage it takes by absorbing any kind of blood. Ronan notices that it's absorbing the golem blood, and congratulates Daron on a job well done, He really did impress with this. Dikikan says that this is not the time for congratulations, as they have to get out of here, since they are most likely the last ones around here. Ronin tells them to go on without him, as he has to check something out. It's not much, but judging by his feeling, it seems that there's a few rats hiding around here, and there's a big one among them too. Dikikan asks him to elaborate, and Ronin explains that something just feels off, as he knows about rock giants and their habits, and they are not known for gathering like this. Additionally, they are very well behaved, if one doesn't annoy them first, that is. If they need more evidence, they should see what's on the back of their heads, a suspicious mark that he hasn't seen before. Daron notes that it's a magic circle, but he's not sure about its origin, as he can only feel the reverberation of the mana, which is quite crafty. This must be the reason the rock golems were acting out, but who could have done such a gruesome thing? Ronin has no clue either, but he feels that soon, they will certainly find out, one way or another. With that, he begins sprinting across the numerous halls. Previously, he thought that he might have been wrong, but now, he's certain that there's someone here, as there are human footsteps. And there's a defense mana stone too. The people who did this really planned every single detail out. Suddenly, Ronin hears talking and hides behind a wall, as he wants to hear what they are talking about. But that's when he notices the giant golem that is present in the room, and judging by this scene, those two robed people are the ones behind this. But what could that giant golem be? He has never seen anything of the sort. Suddenly, he hears the two strangers talking about an intruder, as the brainwashing link they cast on the giants has been tampered with, and it was probably done by a third party. One of them is quite annoyed, as it seems that the Imperial dogs have acted on this pretty fast. What should they do now, though? They have no giants left, and they can't operate this big one just yet, since the situation became so drastic. Should he just go and slaughter everyone? The woman, who calls him Eduan, says that the situation is still salvageable, as they destroyed most of the surrounding facilities, and that will greatly affect the Empire's weapon output. They can't do anything now anyway, as if their identities are revealed, that person will not sit still at all, so they should retreat. This woman is called Cirilla, and Eduan notes that she's quite rigid, but alas, they have no other choice, so they will do as she says. He asks if he should get rid of that, and she tells him to do as he pleases. Eduan then notes that this is dedicated to the one that has been spying on them, as the smell of sulfur coming from the smithy is getting on his nerves already. He then unleashes a fire attack on Ronin, which explodes pretty widely, but Ronin naturally still stands, as he has dodged that attack. Eduan is glad to have someone new to play with, as he seems like quite the agile toy. But he will put him in his place first, as he summons tons of fire attacks that stop inches away from Ronin, who thinks that this guy is not just an average mage, as materializing magic this fast is a skill, for sure. Eduan asks how he got here, as the defense system they put in place was not easy to break through. He's sure about that. Ronin notes that he wanted to ask them the same question. Just who are they? Even if they really wanted to meet with each other, isn't meeting in such a place quite weird? Eduan says that this guy is tons of fun, but Cirilla tells him to stop wasting time, as they have plenty of stuff to do. He tells her that it's fine, he needs to have some fun, before this empire is buried entirely in starlight. Ronin's eyes become clear as he hears this. These were the last words of a High Ute, the giant he killed in his past life. Ronin asks them, do they even know what those words mean? What they entail? Damn fucking rats. Eduan is puzzled as to why the mood changed so suddenly, and Ronin orders the both of them to come with him, as he has tons of fun questions to ask them. Eduan smiles, as he has never seen such a confident brat before. He tries to ask him if he can get out of the situation he's in right now, but he doesn't get to, as Ronin cuts off his hand instantly. He explains that it's very possible for him to get out of anything, so they are both screwed. Eduan screams as he crawls to his arm, and Cirilla is stunned, as she doesn't know what to do. Ronin suddenly grabs her by the neck and clenches tightly. He explains that she should answer his questions obediently, and not cause a fuss, if she doesn't want to end up like her little friend, that is. Ronin continues to threaten Cirilla, but even if she's scared, she has had enough, and activates her mana shield, which sends Ronin back. But he isn't distraught in the slightest by this, and instead, cuts at it in seconds, and stabs Cirilla's shoulder with his blade. That's when Ronin notices that she's a half-elf. But what are they doing for her to be associated with such an organization? Suddenly, from behind him, Edouan unleashes a mighty explosion, but Ronan is swift and cuts it away, making it land on the golem behind him. Ronan is surprised to see him standing, as he already cut his limbs off. But when he looks, he sees that Edouan's limbs were replaced with a kind of wood. Edouan demands that he get away from Cirilla this instant, but instead of that, Ronan stabs her in the leg and notes that it seems they have not yet grasped the situation they are in. He will make it clear, however, they are screwed beyond repair, but he will give them a choice. They will either listen obediently to him and answer his every question, or he will give this half-elf a nice amputation. Perhaps she will also grow her limb back, right? Reluctantly, Edouan deactivates his power and accepts his offer. He will follow him. Ronan congratulates him for making the smart choice, as he also doesn't want to spill more blood than he needs to. That's when he notices that Cirilla is smiling from ear to ear, but before Ronan can even wonder why, he notices that the giant golem is trying to crush him, which he tries to block, but he is still sent into the wall from the sheer force. After the dust clears, Edouan asks Cirilla if she can still move, and she confirms that she can, while also thanking him for the help. If he hadn't diverted his attention then, with his attack, she wouldn't have had time to use magic and hinder his perception, nor have the time to activate the giant. Although it was only his arm that he activated, that damn child is surely damaged. Edouan tells her to go to the church and report to the church about it. He will come too, but only after he's done with this guy. Cirilla warns him to be careful, as he has already done too much damage. But Edouan knows full well that this thing is no child. It's a demon. That if he doesn't kill now, he will become a huge threat. The moment he sees Ronan is the moment he is cut up into 100 pieces until he is sure that he cannot regenerate anymore. He then asks Cirilla, where is she going? He thought that he made it perfectly clear already, that he has a lot to ask. Before Ronan can make another move, his body gives up from the fatigue and he falls on one knee. He tries his best to move it, but it's just not responding. He's stuck in this position. Cirilla thinks that this is really lucky. Even if it came to this, they can at least guarantee that she can report this to the higher-ups. That is the priority here. She opens a portal and tells Ronan to prepare himself, but even if he does that, she will make sure to find everything about him and take away everything from him. His family, lover, friends, she will destroy it all. Ronan is in a state of desperation at this point, as he managed to find a clue about the future. But if he lets her go, things will not change at all, so he tells her to stop with all of his might. But that's when, out of nowhere, Nabarose appears and demands Cirilla to stop, which she does instantly, as the pressure is too much. She has a lot of questions for her, but she will confirm, first and foremost, did she really dare to touch her disciple? She also congratulates Ronan for what he did, and for holding out for so long. He notes that her timing is impeccable, and that he's very glad to see her here. With that, she shifts her attention to Cirilla, who cannot move at all, as Nabarose's aura has paralyzed her from head to toe. How can one have this power? Before she can even think of running away, Nabarose grabs her head and says that she has committed a few things she should have never committed. But the most grave one is that she harmed her disciple's body. Now, she will look into her future, with her own 2 eyes. The aura snake opens its mouth, and the only thing Cirilla can do now is apologize to her stars. Naturally, she faints, and Nabarose congratulates Ronan once again. But now, after they treat his injuries, they will report all of this to the principal. Before she can continue, Ronan asks about the future she mentioned. Was she perhaps talking about the Lodlin prison? Nabarose confirms that she indeed was. But why is he interested? Ronan was right on the mark. Lodlin is titled the Fortress of Screams, and it's in the middle of the sea. It is famous for interrogating criminals who have dared to go against the Empire, and they use all sorts of methods in order to receive every ounce of information from someone. Knowing this, Ronan asks to observe their interrogation, which Nabarose says that it isn't appropriate, as it's a dark place. Ronan grabs her hand and explains that he only wants to go just this once. He begs her to allow him, as this is extremely important to him. Everyone around the forge, who was left alive, is now getting proper treatment, and Maria is glad that everything is dealt with. Acel also feels the same, as she and Sita are poofed. Still, she hopes that Ronan is coming back soon, as she doesn't want to think about something happening to him. Suddenly he appears, and notes that he heard the summary of what they did here. They really worked hard on this. While Maria brought more and more backup, Acel and Sita saved over half of the people who were buried. He also asks them if they are in a hurry, but they should be asking that, as he is full of wounds and doesn't look well at all. Acel tells Sita to heal him, but the little guy can't do that, as it doesn't have any mana. Ronan tells them to relax, as he has already received treatment, and now there is something that he has to do. A few hours later, at the secret rendezvous for Lodolin's convoy, specifically at the Grengo Forest Cliff, Nabaros and Ronan wait for Lodolin's escorts, and they eventually arrive on a gigantic crow creature. They get down and announce that they have been called here by the Empire in order to escort the criminals. Nabarose shows them the perpetrators and warns that the male has regenerative abilities, so they should be careful. One of them says that they will, but the interrogator will be very happy with this, as such a fun object will be a great toy to play with. With that, they grab them and say that they will contact them after the interrogation is over. They should continue to work hard for the prosperity of the Empire. Nabirose explains that probably, in 1 week, those bastards will open their mouths, and she will let him know once they do. That should be enough, right? Ronan confirms it, and also thanks her for the opportunity. After this, time moved quickly, and the restoration of Cappadocia quickly went underway, thanks to the Empire's support. Ronan returned to the Empire, and started to train even more diligently with Nabaros. And a few days later after that, at Lodolin, the captives' torture continued. But today is special, as a special guest will arrive soon. Nabaros and Ronan arrive at the prison, and a man welcomes them, while also introducing himself as the interrogator who has been in charge of interrogating the new criminal, and the one who is in charge, Karaka. He explains that he will show them the criminal first, and tell them details on the way. They agree, and Ronan notes that he did not expect such a nice-looking old man to be an interrogator in this place. Nabaros smiles, as everyone who meets him first says that, but he shouldn't judge him now, as he will find out soon why he is called the worst nightmare. While they are near the cell, Karaka gives them a summary, and the first thing he will tell them is about the Nebula Clasier. That is the name of the organization they are a part of. This is the first time Nabirose heard about them, and so she asks, is it a criminal organization, like Caliboro? Karaka confirms that it is, but it is much more dangerous, as from the great fire that destroyed the Nalanda granary, to the explosion at the magic engineering facility, Ataman, it has been confirmed that they were behind these cases. Ronan is surprised, as he has never heard of them in his past life. While Karaka tries to explain further, Ronan interrupts him and asks, did they perhaps use the word starlight or star's advent in any way? He confirms that they didn't, and Ronan notes that it's just something he heard from them while they were fighting. Perhaps it has something to do with their goal. Karaka swiftly grabs his mask and slowly puts it on, while his expression changes instantly. Ronan is shocked by this, as the kind old man that was in front of him just now transformed into a maniac. Karaka opens the door to their chamber and notes that he's quite ashamed by this, as it seems like he was not able to show them the sincerity of his actions. Ronan looks inside and is shocked to see Edouan and Cyrilla in extremely poor states. Karaka explains that Edouan is quite an amusing toy, as he regenerates using his specialized dark magic. But if he gets burned, he can no longer regenerate, and after that, he cut his limbs off and put effort into the torture. That is how they became the bestest of friends. That is what he believed anyway. But friends don't hide stuff from each other. Did they not agree to be sincere with each other? Edouan notes that he told him everything, he swears, so Karaka asks him about the star's advent. For his information, he would like this conversation to stop with him, as Cyrilla does not possess regenerative abilities, so if he doesn't comply, he will focus his attention on her. Does he really want that? Softly, Cyrilla begs for death, but this makes Ronan think, can Edouan really withhold information in that state? That's when he tells everyone that maybe it's not that he's not saying it, but maybe he can't. There are methods used on soldiers to protect secrets, to be able to withhold information, with a forbidden magic cast on the respective soldier. Karaka lets him go, and notes that he can't believe he missed something so obvious. They should also wait here a bit, as he needs to get something. Eventually, he comes back with a cursed eye, a monster that eats curses. It's quite useful for people like Edouan, who cannot say certain things. After explaining, he puts it on Edouan's head, and the monster crawls under his skin and directly into his brain, which consumes the curse that has been put on him. Karaka asks again, who is the star's advent? Edouan explains that the star is an eternal entity, the only grace that will save them, the lowly beings, from Earth. As the small lights, who are waiting for the star's advent beyond the skies, they work to ensure that nothing interferes with their wish. Cirilla tells him to shut up, and Karaka notes that from what he understood, something will fall from the sky soon. But what is it? That's when Edouan says it. The star's children. Which makes Ronan clench his whole body, as a Haiyut was one of those too. Ronan walks next to Edouan and asks, the children of the start that he is talking about, is he talking about a Haiyut? Edouan asks how he knows of such a thing, but before long, his body starts to swell, and Karaka protects Ronan with his magic, as the explosion was quite volatile. Karaka did not expect this, and Ronan asks if this is a usual thing for him. Karaka explains that it doesn't happen often, as it's rare for things to get to this point, but it was probably because the curse was cast in two parts. The first part was to not reveal anything about the organization and the star's advent, and the second, when the word he said was mentioned, the curse would explode within him. So, he will have to ask now, what is a Haiyut? If his theory is correct, that information is secret even within Nebula Clasier, so how did he get it? As the interrogator, he must know, so he will have to answer now. Ronan explains that he coincidentally came to know it, as he heard it when he was eavesdropping on them. At first he thought it wasn't important, but upon coming here, he changed his mind. So, he apologizes for interfering. Is that enough to please him? Karaka knows full well that he's hiding the truth, but he doesn't think he's of any danger to the Empire, as his eyes are filled with something. Willpower, maybe, or better yet, it's anger, directed at these prisoners. Nabirose swiftly puts her blade at Karaka's neck and tells him to stop, as she doesn't believe he dared to question her disciple in front of her. Karaka apologizes, as he is double-checking everything. Ronan says that it's fine, but he's glad that he got out scot-free this time. Karaka says that it's a shame they lost a cursed eye, as they are very hard to kill. Ronan asks if it really is that powerful, and Karaka explains that it is, but that's when he notices that its eye is glistening. Did it absorb a curse? But from who? That's when he remembers that he touched Ronan's shoulder, so he grabs the eye and puts it on Ronan's hand. Before long, the creature explodes, meaning that inside of Ronan there's a curse that it cannot handle, so Karaka tells him that he's cursed. He also asks him, has he ever felt restrictions regarding day-to-day movements? Perhaps he can't run, or hold objects made from steel. He's asking if something happened like that. Ronan just stays silent, which tells Karaka everything he needs to know, but he will not press further. But he should know this. Judging from the curse's power, it was cast with extreme amounts of ill intent. Shortly after this, it's time for the guest to leave, and Karaka explains that as soon as he lifts the spell from Cirilla fully, he will let them know, as it will take time. He also looks at Ronan and notes that he must have a lot on his mind. He confirms it, as he just found out his body is cursed, but Karaka tells him to not worry, as he is a Filian student, and that place holds the only mage in the continent that knows everything about curses, Maya's secret. While leaving the prison, Ronan keeps rubbing his eyes in the carriage, and Nabirose notes that he has been doing that since getting in the carriage. Is it that itchy? Ronan says that it's been a while since it started happening, but he knows it began ever since he has touched that eyeball monster. Is there something wrong with him after all? Nabirose tells him to relax, as this is one of the common symptoms that appear when a curse is getting weaker. So it's actually good. However, does he still not have a clue as to why a curse was cast on him in the first place? Ronan can't think of one, as surely he has lived the life of a saint, so he really doesn't know who would have ill intentions towards him. Nabirose finds it hard to believe that, but her thoughts are interrupted by Ronan thanking her for what she did back in Lodolan. When the interrogator approached him, he could feel the intense pressure from only his eyes, and if she wasn't there, he would have made up something to confess. Even though he didn't do anything, he was that scary. Nabirose tells him that she was just doing what every instructor should. There is no need for thanks. Ronan looks at her and thinks that she is not only extremely skilled, but also a good person. The more he gets to know her personally, the more she seems to be a nice person. But something is really strange about her, as even if she is so great, he didn't hear a single thing about her in his past life. Could Nabirose have done something unforgivable to the Empire? If not that, then who really knows at this point? The next day in the training area for magic students, the Sherry Forest, there is a location called the Pillar Park. At the entrance of the park stand Ronan and Adishan, who notes that it's been a long time since they last met each other, but it was because of the instructor's grace that they were able to. Anyways, how has he been this past few days? Ronan just looks at her with a confused look, as he hasn't thought of what to do about her yet. Actually, he just didn't have the time to think about what he should do, but for now, he will just pretend like everything is normal and laugh it off. He says that it has truly been a long time since they have met, and asks how she's been doing. Adishan explains that after what happened, all of the guys who were scared of Cardan became much more friendly, although she is quite concerned about Cardan himself, as he gets scared every time he sees her and starts screaming. She must say, it's really not that bad of a feeling though. They walk inside of the park, and Adishan seems to have heard from the instructor that he has a curse that needs undoing. Ronan explains that it's true, as it just kind of popped up, but he heard that he would have to meet one professor secret. So he came here to do so, but this place is quite strange, so he wouldn't be surprised if secret was also the same as this place. Adishan notes that the professor is a really unique person, with a very unique office, so non-magic students don't even dare to come here. So that is why she asked a younger magic student for guidance. She must have been here by now though. Suddenly a shadowy figure appears in front of her and charges to grab her. But this was actually a hug from Eri, because she was happy to see her since they haven't talked in a while. Ronan just looks at this with a plain face, and remembers that this girl is the same one who was constantly yapping about the wolf and the sheep of this world. Akalusha Elizabeth, if he recalls it right. Adishan apologizes for calling her here so suddenly, but there were some urgent matters to attend to. Akalusha Elizabeth tells her to not worry, as she is always welcomed here. But why does she need to see Professor Secret so suddenly? That's when she notices Ronan, who is locked in and sweating bullets. She stares back at him with a defeated expression. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ronan explains that he was the one who asked to see the professor. Also, it has been a long time since they have met, so he greets her too. She starts screaming from the amount of embarrassment she is feeling right now, and asks why he is here. After everything is settled, they go and eventually arrive at the professor's office, which is a shabby cabin in the middle of the woods. Ronan finds it very suspicious, so he asks Eli if she is trying to bury him alive for what he saw back there. Elizabeth tells him to not call her Eli, and no, she will not bury him, so he should just follow and shut up already. Ronan does just that, but he is surprised that someone like her would be friends with the Grand Commander. But she was the original Akalusha in the first place, so the only question remains on how exactly they met. Elizabeth opens the door of the cabin, which reveals a lone granny standing in a rocking chair, which makes Ronan wonder if this really is Professor Secret. Elizabeth tells him to not rush, as there is one more step to entering. They both approach the rather motionless granny, and Elizabeth is saying this just in case, but no matter what happens from this moment forth, he should remain motionless and not do anything foolish. Ronan agrees to those terms, so Elizabeth begins casting a long spell on the granny, which eventually ends with the word open. A strange purple mist seeps out of the area, and suddenly, the motionless grandma becomes an enlarged head, which unhinges its jaw and sucks them in. Ronan is rightly quite shocked to see this, but Elizabeth tells him to not be afraid, as they are now entering the real office, Separatio. Before Ronan can ask what the hell just happened, the professor floats behind him and says that he must be student Nabarose sent here. She suddenly approaches Ronan with a teleportation spell and touches Ronan's eye. While noting that it is just like Nabarose said, he truly has something that makes him very determined deep within him. This is the continent's best curse artist, Maya Secret, a being that has lived for 83 years, and now finds Ronan quite interesting. Ronan looks at this person with a puzzled look, as he cannot believe that this kid is the professor of this place. Maya tells him to not be so surprised, as there are some personal circumstances to her look. But besides those, her body is over 80 years old. Ronan is even more surprised by that, as there is a limit to how young a person can look once they get older. Yet she would fit as one of this academy's students quite easily. Maya says that they should talk about her beauty routine another time, as there is something more important at play here. With one snap of her fingers, Ronan is engulfed in strange runic lines that seem to seep out from inside of him. He asks what these are, and Maya is quite surprised to see that there are so many curses inside of a single body. Their origin is also strange, as it's closer to ancient magic than anything else, This situation is quite dangerous. Even a person with tons of great skill wouldn't dare to touch this. Ronan asks if this whole meeting is pointless if that's the case, but Maya tells him to relax, as even if the amount of curses are beyond what she anticipated, she naturally came prepared for anything. Suddenly, a large symbol appears at Ronan's feet, and Maya explains that right now, she is going to materialize the curse within his body into his mind realm. What he does then is up to him. But he must do one thing in order to be free of the curse. Find its source and slice it. Ronan understands her words. But how is he supposed to know what to cut in the first place? Maya notes that he will know instinctively. She taps his head with one of her fingers and wishes him a safe trip. Ronan is pulled below into a dark realm, but eventually, it changes, and he is sent to a forest area. However, when he looks behind, he spots his house. Does that mean the source of the curse is inside of there? Out of nowhere, a little girl rushes past him and tells her mother that she's home. Ronan recognizes this voice, as it's of his sister's, Iris. When she gets inside, she starts looking at Ronan and finds him quite cute, but asks her mother why he is always sleeping like this. Is he sick, perhaps? The mother explains that babies grow while sleeping, so she was like this too when she was a baby. However, if her younger brother gets sick in the future, she should look after him, since she is his older sister. Iris agrees wholeheartedly, as she will protect him forever if she needs to. Ronan looks at this interaction and doesn't know what to say, as no matter how he swings it, this is their house, and this is what it looked like when he was born. Additionally, that baby that is in the cradle must be him. He does not like to see himself like this, as he thought that he was a pain to deal with as soon as he was born, so this image is not pleasant to him. Anyway, even if this is the past, he couldn't have remembered it, so why is he here? Suddenly, the door behind him opens with a slow creak, and from the outside comes a malevolent being that makes Ronan's heart almost stop in place. He cannot even move his body. Just who the hell is this mysterious figure? Iris rushes to hug the mystery figure, but he ignores her completely, and presumably asks where Ronan is. The mother notes that he is in the cradle behind them. He must be curious about his appearance, right? That's when he pulls out some dark magic and says something intangible, but he knocks the mother out with a single dark spell. Iris rightly is confused and calls out for her mom, which makes Ronan turn around and see his older sister be put to sleep by the same dark spell that did their mother in. Ronan screams at the top of his lungs for him to stop, but this is just a memory. So the man moves on to him and pulls out the curses that he cast. With a bright light, he begins casting them, but this gives Ronan a target. It's him. The fucker he needs to slice is this bastard. Back in the real world, Maya finds it surprising, as she did tons of preparations, but even so, she still used up all of her mana in a single spell. What this child has is truly unbelievable. Elizabeth is shocked to see the professor so defeated and asks just how many curses are cast on him. Maya can't say for sure, as there may be hidden ones somewhere, but for now, there are around 10 curses on him. Elizabeth is surprised, but notes that this must be why she is out of mana, because she is trying to lift 10 curses at once, right? Maya says otherwise, as right now, she's only dealing with a single curse out of the many he has. The shadow figure finishes casting the curse on him and says something before leaving. He also looks at Iris one last time, and with that walks away. The confinement that was put on Ronan is finally lifted once he leaves, so he rushes to his family to check up on how they are doing. But they are just sleeping, so he didn't do anything malicious to them. Ronan sighs in relief, but his mind is going in 1,000 places now, so he needs to focus, as he only needs to do one thing in this realm. He needs to kill that fucker. With a few slashes and a mighty charge, Ronan breaks through the door and gets to following the figure, but he is stopped dead in his tracks, as it seems that the figure was waiting for him. Ronan thinks that this means that this bastard must want something from him, yet he does not speak a word. Ronan asks how he dares to lay a finger on his family while he is there. He will never forgive him, no matter what. He rushes to the figure with rage-fueled eyes, but the figure calmly looks at his hand and creates a sword to defend himself with. They both start trading blows, but unfortunately, Ronan is being pushed back by the figure, and eventually he cuts him up really bad, which makes Ronan fall to his knees. Ronan doesn't accept this reality, as he hasn't been able to even scratch the figure with his sword. He just can't manage to reach him. He notices that the figure is walking away, but he cannot allow that, so he tells his body to stand up already, as he has something to ask him, no matter what. He manages to get up and say that this is not over yet. Why did he do what he did? Their expressions, tones, and actions, He knows that his family does not act that way to just anyone. He sensed the same affection that he gets when Iris looks at him. So that means he is that fucker, right? But why would he do something like that? The figure does not say a thing. Ronan clenches his sword tightly and notes that he made Mom and Iris sad. He even placed a curse on him. But he has no excuses or explanation to help his case. He charges in once again and asks how he still dares to call himself their father. The shadowy figure becomes clearer and looks at him with the same golden eyes that he has, almost as if to say sorry, and accepts his fate. Ronan cuts his head off with great force, and once it falls to the ground, he strikes it again and again. If he doesn't want to talk, then so be it, as he will just find everything out for himself. So he should get out of his body right now and leave like the bitch he is. Eventually, Ronan wakes from his slumber and finds himself still in the office. Maya comes from behind him and asks how he feels after that experience, but Ronan is too shocked to answer and asks who she is. However, seeing his attire, she must be Maya, who is now much older than he originally was. She congratulates him for his good senses, but Ronan asks why she suddenly aged so fast. Is it because of him? Maya tells him to relax, as this has nothing to do with what she did for him. Enough about him though. Does he feel any different? Ronan says that he does, and if he's honest, he thought that she wasn't a normal person when he laid eyes on her, but now, he can tell that his thoughts were an understatement to say the least. Maya says that if he feels this way, then it means that everything has worked out just as he planned it to. They sit at a table and Ronan explains to Maya what happened in the mind realm. Maya is quite surprised, as it's rare to see a curse use the memories of a person they had no recollection of in order to create a background. He also thinks that the curse was placed by his own father, but why does he think that is? Ronan explains that it's the most likely thing, as he was able to hear the words that his sister and mother said to him. Also, when he put his family to sleep, he felt that something was off. However, it was too foreign to be his. It was a foreign feeling of sadness. Maybe that is why he was more riled up about the whole thing than ever before. If he thinks about it now, though, with a clear head, those feelings might have been from his father. Maya notes that he also said that he had no recollection of his parents, right? Ronan confirms it, as both he and his sister have never doubted it. It is as if the memories in his mind were cut off entirely. Maya sips her tea, and thinks that it's not only his mana sense that was sealed, but part of his own existence was also done in. She explains to Ronan that his father most likely altered his memories too, and during the process, part of his memories must have been transferred into him. Magic related to memories often have these kinds of side effects, and as such, the mind realm could have been made using his father's memories, rather than his. The reason he was able to use mana at the end may be due to the fact that it was upon recovering his lost senses that he was able to temporarily activate his mana sense. Ronan looks at his hand and notes that these shiny strands that are coming out of him must be mana, right? Maya confirms that it is. As of now, he can only see it, but one day he will be able to use it just like all of the students of this academy. If he can remove 2 of the 9 curses he has, that is. Naturally, that will take time, since the curses are strong and from an unknown origin. For now, she will contact him when the preparations are done, so he should go back for today, since the sun is already starting to rise. Ronan is surprised to see her in her younger self again, so he asks if her body changes based on the time of day. She notes that she also has a strange body, just like he has, so she would rather not talk about it. She gets serious for a second, and notes that he might be burdened by the harsh truth that will reveal itself with time, but he should stay collected, as the days ahead of him would be for nothing if he were to live in the past. Ronan agrees and bows down to her, as he will be relying on her from now on. Somewhere else, at the same time, in the Grand Carpadoki's basement, a man looks at the giant golem and notes that it's much bigger than the reports say. Even still, a student managed to hold off this thing alone, quite shocking to say the least. Another person approaches him from behind by the name of Dolan, and so the man asks how the recovery efforts are going. Dolan explains that it is progressing quite smoothly, so things should be back to normal in a week, give or take. Additionally, he looked into what they were doing according to his orders, but he was unable to find out anything that they already knew. However, thanks to Philion, he was able to confirm the identity of the student that was at this scene here. Would he like to meet him in person, since he's the Duke? This man is the head of the Grancia Duke family, Joseph Sinivan de Grancia. Before he can answer, he notices that the golem behind him has started to move. Dolan apologizes for his rudeness, but could he leave this place for a bit, as he will have to take care of this. Joseph tells him it's not needed as they were in a hurry, so he will take care of this thing. With 3 swift sword movements, he cuts the golem into pieces and tells Nolan that they should go, as he wants to meet the young hero who saved this place. The next morning at the Naberdozer dormitory, Ronan is woken up by a loud knock on his door room, which he is very annoyed by. But when he opens, he is met with Dolan's face, who he doesn't recognize, so he says that peddlers aren't allowed in the dormitories. Dolan notes that he's pretty rude, but does he even realize who he's being rude to right now? Ronan notices that he looks to be from some royal family, but besides that, the mana he is feeling around him is so dark to the point where it's kind of odd. But there's something else mixed in too, something which may not even be mana. Before he can deduct more, his thoughts are interrupted by Joseph, who tells Dolan that they are in the wrong for coming like this unannounced first thing in the morning, which Dolan agrees with and calls him the Duke. Ronan is shocked by this, and Joseph apologizes to him for his night's foolishness, but could he spare them some of his time? Naturally, Ronan invites them inside, where Joseph presents Ronan with La Mancha's sheath, which was finished just yesterday. Ronan wonders why someone as important as him brought him this, but Joseph explains that the master craftsman of Carpadoki insisted on this. Master Daron specifically was quite thrilled. Besides that, however, he came here to express his gratitude, as the Grancia family and the Grand Carpadoki have a long-standing relationship. His personal blade, the Pale Road, was also made by Daron, so as a token of appreciation for the hero who saved Grand Carpadoki, he just wanted to express his gratitude, and naturally, that comes with a gift. Ronan is shocked by what he gets. A Grancia medallion and one with the Patriarch's seal, no less. He gladly takes it, but says that he could buy 3 villages with this if he wanted to. Is he sure this is okay? Joseph tells him to take it. It's only fitting for the savior to get this much. Naturally, the other students who helped him were also generously compensated, along with a lower-ranked medallion. He only hopes that it's enough. Ronan assures him that it's plenty, which Joseph is happy to hear. However, they should get to the point already. Can he speak about the person behind this incident? He has developed a certain interest in these evil deeds of theirs. As he says that, Ronan feels true power coming off of him. Truly, he is the head of the Grancia family. He explains that those dirty little rats are much more devious than he can predict. They are quick too, as it took him some time to track them. Before he can say anything further, he feels that same strange mana off of Dolan, which is now much stronger. It seems like he reacted to him talking about them. Now that he thinks about it, this feeling is very similar to what he faced when he fought those 2 fuckers. Does that mean this bastard is also one of them? Joseph asks why he suddenly stopped talking, which allows Ronan to find out that Joseph doesn't seem to be feeling what his subordinate is emanating, but he is one of the strongest people in the entire continent. How can he not see this? Perhaps only he can feel it, but if that's the case, he needs to test the waters, and so he asks Joseph if he knows about the star's advent, something which immediately gets a reaction out of Dolan, so he must try to provoke him further. He begins saying that their organization, Nebula Cluster, consists of children of the star. Joseph did not expect for such an organization to ever exist, but how did he get all of this information? Ronan says that before the instructor had arrived, he lightly cut them up, and so they started to talk. But he can't deny those idiots and the sight of them begging for his mercy were entertaining, but he must want to get into specifics here. Joseph stops him and says that it's fine, he will confirm the rest with the interrogator. As if he hears any more of this, he won't be able to have breakfast this morning. Ronan gives up on telling him, but there was no reason to tell more in the first place, as Dolan can't even control his aura at this point. Joseph says that it's time he went, but Ronan thinks that if they infiltrated the Garcia family, he must take some urgent measures against it. Before Joseph can depart, he stops him and says that there is something else he must know about these evildoers. But since there's a lot to discuss, and he doesn't want to keep him further, he will write a summary and send it by email. He is sure he will find it interesting, especially the part about a certain Ahayut. That evening, while Ronan is sleeping like a baby, the strange mana appears again, and Dolan tries to cut him down without prejudice. But before the blade can strike him, Ronan disappears and pops up above him, noting that it's nice to meet him so late in the evening. Before Dolan can ask how he knew, Ronan points out that he should take a look there first, as he invited a special guest to this event just for him, that guest being Schlieffen, who demands an explanation right now. A few hours earlier, Ronan went to tell Schlieffen about Dolan, and naturally he didn't believe him at first, as Dolan had no reason to prepare an ambush. He is one of Grancia's top knights in both skill and loyalty, and he was appointed as his father's guard just 4 years after becoming a knight in the family. Ronan said that if it was for 4 years, his family is fucked, but whatever, he can come see it for himself, as he's got nothing to lose anyway, and if he's right, he will get rid of a rat bastard who infiltrated the family. Schlieffen demands an explanation once again, this time with his unsheathed blade pointing towards Dolan, Ronan asks why a traitor like him would just answer nicely. Truly, he is far too naive. With one large step, Dolan releases a bunch of electrifying mana that makes Ronan's body feel much heavier and distracts him from the attacking Dolan, who manages to send him away with only a few attacks. Schlieffen asks why he is doing something like this, but then Dolan charges him too, and tells him that it's nice he did not master controlling his mana. Considering his personality, he would not use such a powerful skill in an area where other people can get swept into it. Even so, it is unfortunate that their relationship ended like this, as he didn't want it to. That damn child ruined everything. Schlieffen notices that his skills are different from what he remembers. Why has he been hiding his real skills? Why has betrayed the family like this? Dolan says that it's not a betrayal, as he has never been a part of the Grancian family to begin with. As he goes to strike Schlieffen down, he says that he understands with a defeated voice and will now let him do as he wishes. That's when Ronan appears in front of Dolan and blocks his attack completely. Ronan says that he is truly an annoying kid, but he must feel better now, right? Schlieffen apologizes, but it was important that he made sure this is what it was. However, now that he has found out, he will make sure that a bloodbath will happen in Grancia. Dolan can't believe that he can endure his mana at full capacity and still has enough power to wield his blade in such a manner. Just how much mana does this guy have? Was he also hiding his power? But there's no reason to do that, meaning that he grew stronger within that short period of time. As he thinks of how that is even possible, Ronan appears in front of him and says that he must be pretty bored, so he will help alleviate some of it. He starts beating on Dolan, who notices that he is as strong as Schlieffen, so he dodges an attack and kicks Ronan away. He then looks for a way of escape, which he eventually finds and swiftly gets out of the building, as the professors will surely be coming by now. He damns his emotions, as it led him into this situation where his cover was blown and he almost got beaten. He must hide for now. That's when Schlieffen appears behind him and says that he's right. Unlike his father, he is still lacking in his skills as he can't use Tempest Sword properly. But like the fool he is, he ran into an open field where he can use Tempest Sword without worry of hitting others. With that, Schlieffen unleashes the Grancia family secret technique on him, which he tries to defend at first, but the amount of power is far too much for him. So with his last thoughts, he prays to his dear star. Schlieffen gets on the ground and says that from this day forward, nobody will remember who he is in the family. But that doesn't matter, as he was never a part of it in the first place. Ronan comes around and says that he dealt with this traitor harshly. He must have been pretty angry, huh? Won't the state he left him in kill him though? He should have kept him alive for interrogation. Schlieffen says that he only severed his tendons. Theoretically, he won't die. Anyways, things are now fine because of him. So he will go and inform the household about this, as they need to track down all of the traitors that have potentially infiltrated. So he will leave it to him. With that, he runs away, which makes Ronan scream at him as he destroyed literally everything around them, and now he expects him to just handle things. That's when a golden portal appears behind him, and out of it comes Nabirose, who asks if he's injured anywhere, as they saw a storm come from around here. She is also accompanied by the headmaster, but Ronan notices that Nabirose is still in her pajamas, so he says that they are very thematic. But Nabirose urges him to answer the damn question already. The headmaster agrees that they can discuss PJs later, and it's a real relief that he was not harmed. But can he explain what happened here? Ronan agrees, but before he does that, he has something to say. Ahayud is the son of a bitch bastard rat who deserves death. The headmaster is quite confused by his words, meaning that he is not part of those cultists. The next day at the headmaster's office, he gets the information from Ronan that Grancia had traitors inside of it. This issue is much more dangerous than he thought. But again, thanks to his service, he kept the situation from becoming even worse. Ronan says that it's nothing, while also thinking that he can see special mana hidden from them, as he can't be certain it is what he thinks it is. And if this information were to leak out, everyone around him would be put in danger. The headmaster says that this incident will be investigated with the Grancia family in the middle. But enough about that, as the Empire is indebted to him again, so he feels that he needs to reward him. Is there anything he would like? Ronan was waiting for an opportunity like this, as there is something that he wanted to do at school, but it can be done only with his approval. The headmaster agrees to see what he wants to do at least. The next day, in the Grand Plaza of Philion, Ronan places himself near a board and tells everyone to listen, as he knows that their school activities happen only at school. So he created this for everyone. It's called the Special Adventure Club. Someone asks what that is, and Ronan says that it's a great question. It is a constructive club with external activities that mostly focus on fighting, so that they can reveal their true talents and serve the Empire well. Since he got the Grandmaster's approval, they are the only club that can go out of Philion, so if they want to join, they should drop by the first arena during interviewing hours. A strange woman looks at him while he speaks, and wonders if it's that guy that she needs. After a few hours at the interviewing place, Ronan is quite mad that he tried to recruit many talents, but in the end, only these two managed to survive until the last day of the interviews. Acel and Maria, who explains that it's because his so-called reviews were separated into two difficult tasks. One was the verification trial where he beat everyone up, and the second one was that those who survived had to sign a contract, pledging their entire life to the club. Acel says that she heard rumors about their club already, that if one joins they would need at least 10 lives to do anything worthwhile. Ronan says that they are just weaklings, but it's fine, as what he needs is some real promising individuals, like this one in front of him. It appears that Ronan had one last candidate who wanted to fight him even though he would have been accepted, but he tells the guy, Brahm, that he passed this too. However, he will let him know in advance that the club activities will be quite tiring, so he hopes that's fine with him. Brahm says that this is what he is here for in the first place. He wants to grow stronger. With that, he tells the others to leave and rest before their first activity, as he will stay here and wait since there is still some time left. Someone might actually come. Day turns to night, yet nobody shows up. Only the crickets are here. Ronan gives up and thanks Addison for coming here when she had time, as she was a huge help, which she was glad to do. But it's a shame, as if she wasn't the assistant instructor she would have tried to join too. Ronan can't tell her that even if she did try out, he would refuse, as she needs to decide slowly whether she will give up on her dream or not. He will leave it up to her, as he can't force her. That's when the strange woman appears and says that it's a relief he is still here, making Ronan think that this person is here for the club tryouts. The woman says something in a raspy office which Ronan doesn't understand, so he asks her to repeat. As she uncloaks herself, she asks, if she joins the club, can she touch it? Ronan is confused at first, but then said that he will not let her conduct shameful acts on his body. She wasn't referring to him, however. She was referring to the little creature on his shoulder. As Ronan pets Sita, he notes that he misunderstood her at first, but this little thing is always with him no matter what, so if she joins the club, she will be able to touch him. Ronan also thinks that she's a strange person, as he did not sense her approach until she got too close. She's not a normal student, that's for sure, so she must be the real deal. The mysterious girl ponders for a second, and then asks what she needs to do for the interview. So Ronan asks her to show what she can do on that magic doll, and also say her grade and name. As she unleashes her mighty power, she introduces herself as a Magic Major Junior, Ophelia DeKnight, and with that she begins. Addison is shocked to see dark attribute magic, with Ronan also being surprised that she can control that dark mana almost perfectly. Besides that, there is something else. He can feel a red energy coming out of her mana points. From the center of the mana, even Sita feels it. With her mana gathered, Ophelia uses Shadow Claw to completely engulf and blow up the dummy, something that creates a lot of dust. Even with this, Ronan can still see what she did to the dummy, and says that there's no need for a duel, as she has successfully passed. As he goes to ask her something, Ophelia uses telepathy to speak to him, and notes that he must have seen it, but he should keep it a secret for now, as things will become troublesome if others were to find out. But now they should move somewhere else, as she has something to ask of him. With that, they go somewhere more secluded, where as promised, Ronan lets her touch Sita, and finds out that he's a dream bird, which she finds quite interesting. Ronan says that she's even more interesting, as he heard that they left quite a long time ago. Vampires, he means. Ophelia explains that not everyone left the Empire, and it's true that they are few, but they are still scattered through the Empire. However, most live in hiding since they don't like tiresome activities, so Ronan figures that the reason she approached his club in spite of that is because of Sita's mana. She confirms that it is, as when she first saw him at the plaza, she felt the energy of blood magic, her species magic. Ronan was actually wondering about it, but it seems that Sita really has vampiric abilities. However, the first thing he did after getting out of the egg was absorb blood, so yeah. Ophelia is extremely shocked to find out that he used magic like that from the get-go, but then wonders how many years it's been since he was born. 3 years, or at least 5, right? Ronan says that it might have been 2 months at most, which Ophelia is amazed by, as he is already exuding blood mana of very high density. If that is true, then what she really wants might be possible. She instantly starts hyper-talking and says that she wants something from them. She was going to just leave after seeing Sita, but if she has her request fulfilled, she will work hard. Though now she needs to do some research. After that, she promises to be included in all group activities. Ronan stops her and asks, what research is she talking about? The next day, at Nest, the Filian club room area, Ronan and the others arrive at the Special Adventure Club, which is quite a big building. Ronan is pleasantly surprised by this, and says that the headmaster was really generous, but he also notices that something changed with Acel and Maria, as they both have things from Carpadoki. Joseph must have sent them, right? They confirm it, and Maria notes that she got a great sword, since she wanted to switch up her style from dual swords and see how it goes. Acel got a magic bracelet, made with materials from the magic city, Delpium. It also helps her mana and power increase. Ronan is glad for both of them, but says that they should get inside, as they will have a pretty important conversation. Inside of the building, he explains that they have only one goal: to improve their latent abilities as swiftly as possible through real-life experiences. But he's the only one that needs to know it's actually for that day. He points at a map and says that this is their first exploration zone, as this mountain range hasn't been fully discovered by the Empire. So the Vadian Mountains will be a good place to get experience, since it will be unusual. Additionally, he also has some personal things to do there, but that isn't the most important thing, as there's a problem with these two that needs solving. Instead of explaining what it is, Ronan tells them to come outside, as they will have a sparring session. As they walk to the training room, Ronan mentions to them that the problem they have is that they haven't completed their modules yet, something which they need to do. If they leave, they will do so for about a week at least, but they have classes, and it will be difficult to juggle both of them. He is also sure that the headmaster will not allow it, so the solution is pretty simple. They need to finish their classes early like he did, and become as free as a summer bird. When they arrive at the training room, Ronan notes that before training them individually, he will assess their skills, so they should come at him, as he promises to only use the sheath for them. However, it won't be fun if they are relaxed, so they better do their best, or else. Maria doesn't feel too comfortable with him, but this is an opportunity to test that out. They should show him just how much they have grown. Acel understands what she's trying to say and promises to do her best as she uses magic to support Maria. With that, she charges in with a heavy attack, which pleases Ronan, but why did she hit the floor with it? That's when he notices that Acel is using her magic to pick up the rubble and starts to throw it at Ronan, who is pleased with her telekinesis control, but he will not allow himself to be hit. As he removes her attacks, however, Maria appears behind him and tells him to dodge if he knows what's good for him. Ronan does just that as the attack lands to the ground, with him also being amazed at the amount of power she put into this one attack. She isn't finished, however, and starts to swing at him, but he starts pushing her back with his heavier blows. Before he can do anything else, however, he looks above and sees Acel, who just ripped a huge chunk of the arena out and is now throwing it at Ronan while telling Maria to dodge. Instead of dodging the attack, Ronan meets it with his unsheathed sword and cuts it into tiny little pieces, but he is amazed by their growth. They have really improved quite a lot, meaning that they weren't just playing around all of this time. Especially Acel, her new abilities are simply amazing. It's like she's a whole other person. With that, he ends the test and notes that 2 weeks should be enough in order for them to be ready, so they should begin right now. They both say that they just finished sparring, but Ronan doesn't care, and immediately starts whipping them into shape. From that day onwards, Acel and Maria have commenced their special training, something which caused them to lose a lot of sleep. 2 weeks later, as promised, Ronan hands the headmaster all of their early completion certificates. He explains that it's not for all subjects, but this should be enough to let them go out. The headmaster is surprised that they managed to do it, but as he promised, they are allowed to leave, so he wishes them a safe journey. The next day, the first activity of the Special Adventure Club starts in the Vadian Mountains. Maria is surprised by how pure the mana is out here, and Brahm feels it too, but he notes that this will make training easier. He also asks Ronan what they will do, who says that they are still far from the core, so when they arrive, he will let them know. But he will tell them this, that they need to find a little something. Somewhere deep in the forest, the wind whispers to an elf that there are visitors, so he decides to greet them, as he hasn't had guests in quite some time. Eventually, the party arrives where they wanted to be, at an orc encampment. Brahm finds it amazing that the orcs actually managed to create a village, which Ronan confirms that in these secluded areas, things like this can happen. Even though this is just a village now, these bastards are pretty fertile, so soon enough the entire mountain range will be covered in orcs. The people in the vicinity will suffer when that happens, so to nip the problem in the bud, they will fight them. Pretty simple, right? Acel is surprised that they are actually going to fight them, since they are so many, but Ronan assures her that everything will be fine, while noting that there is a variable to think about, that being the dominant species of this place, the ogres. These guys will not do anything to those giants, and especially the leader of the bunch, the twin-headed ogre, was so strong that even he had trouble with him in his past life. However, it's not like he will appear now, so he shouldn't be a problem. Before they can jump in, the elf appears behind them and says that even with pure intentions, they should not go and do that. It is not the right time to do that. Ronan is extremely surprised that he didn't feel him until he spoke, but the elf tells them to not be on guard, as he is a simple priest that stays in the mountain. Ronan asks what kind of priest, and so the priest explains that he serves an ancient spirit with the divine name Senial, though now they should move somewhere else so that they can converse properly. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ronan pulls out his sword and aims it squarely at his neck. He apologizes for his behavior, but he needs to make sure of something, so he should copy what he says. "Aha, you dog bastard!" Naturally, the priest is struck with confusion. After the confusion is aired out, they follow the priest, who notes that as someone who serves a deity, it was pretty embarrassing for him to say those words. He must admit thought it was a bit thrilling, considering it's been 200 years since he spoke like that. Ronan tells him that he did great, but just how old is he now? The elf says that he stopped counting after some time, but he's probably over 1,000 years old by now. Everyone is shocked by this, and thinks that this guy has been around well before the Empire's foundation, perhaps even more than that. He also asks what he meant by this not being a good time to kill the orcs, which he begins explaining. The monster's different actions have been puzzling recently, as the orcs who are not nocturnal go around the mountain range every night, while the ogres who do not leave their set territories started to explore the outskirts. Since they have not found the cause yet, it will be good for them to be careful, so they should relax a bit. Inside of this place, Senial's temple. Brahm notes that this must be barrier magic, for the temple to just appear like this, and Acel assesses that a barrier of this scale is much greater than any of their instructors. She also asks Ronan if he knew about this, but he notes this is his surprised face, though he also thinks that this guy is by no means a normal elf. When they go inside, they all see the Senial that the elf serves, which is a really rough rock. The elf says that it has other meaning to it despite its appearances, but he will only bore them with that story, so they should unpack and get comfortable, as there are many rooms in the temple. Maria then remembers that he should ask him about the place they are looking for, meaning the Cursed Eye habitat. The elf wonders why they are looking for such a monstrous place. Is it perhaps because of the curse that is cast upon him? Ronan is surprised that he knows, with the elf explaining that the dangerous vibrations around him were what gave it away, but they should go and talk somewhere privately. They go to a secluded place where the elf says that the moment he saw him, he knew that he wasn't a normal student. Something which Ronan answers with half a mouth, as he thinks that he was swept up in this without thinking. Is he just being too sensitive right now? Is this man really unrelated to those star-obsessed bastards? He does not sense any mana from him, and he didn't react at a Hayut's name drop, so he must be fine. The elf notices that he's deep into his mind, and tells him to drink this tea, as it will surely help. Once the tea's scent starts to engulf him, he looks back at the elf and sees an incredible flow of mana coming from him. The elf asks how he finds the tea's scent. Is it to his liking? As Ronan feels true mana all over, he notes that it's like his pupils were refreshed. Just what is in this tea? The elf explains that it's a mix of herbs that rarely grow into the mountain range, and it pierces through blocked veins and revitalizes senses. It is not so special that he can feel the effects only after one cup, but because of his curse, this might seem like something amazing to him. Since that's the case, he will pack him some so that he can have it regularly, only under the condition that he stops using the Cursed Eye to detoxify himself. While that thing does get rid of the curse, it also eats at his life force. So if he uses it repeatedly, his life will soon be at risk. He must not know that, right? Ronan confirms that he did not. He just wanted to rid of the curse, which the elf fully understand, but he must not hasten this, as it will take time, and if he makes a mistake, just one, he cannot take it back. Ronan looks back at the tea, and thinks that it's like Secret told him, that the curse is hard to detoxify, and that many preparations would be needed. Even after that, when he met that guy, he felt rushed, something which could have ended up doing him more damage than good, but thanks to this guy, he was able to prevent it. However, he feels strangely familiar. Ronan says that he felt rushed because of all the fanatics going around. The Stars Advent people, who are some strange people. The elf thinks about this, and knows about these people, but how are they able to make moves again? At night, he stands at the rock formation and thinks that if those religious people Ronan mentioned are who he thinks they are, they will soon take the lives of innocents, and a great calamity will befall this land. Will he really be forced to watch again, or will that child give him enough courage to push forward? Ronan comes around and doesn't expect to see him awake, calling him Sarante. He asks why he is up himself, and Ronan says that he's here for some water. But looking at this place again, it is truly fascinating. Does this boulder really represent God? Sarante explains that every 1,000 years his order moves 1,000 boulders to the Empire's most remote area. In that place, there is always rain, so most boulders do not last longer than 200 years. They wear away and disappear. Despite that, the ones that survive this trial will transcend and prove their will. The soul within them becomes a clear representation of Senial. Ronan is surprised that it's so deep, but if that's the case, where are the other priests of this place? Sarante explains that everyone has circumstances, and devoting one's entire life on a god that will never answer is hard. Even he had his doubts, but something made him stay every time. Perhaps it was the will of Senial, or the hope that one day someone will come around and save the world because of her. That to him is like fate, something which he couldn't just pass out to someone, and that time is very near. The next day, they officially organized, with the others also taking the tea, and trained their mana sensitivity with it. While they did that, Ronin helped with the foraging and exploring of the mountain, but he was surprised by Sarante's kindness, as they had just met, but he was really genuine. These 2 peaceful days passed without anything happening, but as always, tragedy always appears unexpected, and it is swift in its dispersing of despair. The day of the village orc raid, Sarante was quite worried for the team as the monsters were abnormal, but Ronin assured him that it's fine as because of him, and the training they have become strong, with the others also agreeing. Additionally, the trip timer was over, so they had to go back to school. Sarante noted that if it can't be helped, he will at least give them access to the barrier. With this they can enter freely, so if they feel any danger, they should not hesitate to return, and never let their guard down as the forest is beautiful, but it is also deep and crude. In a dark place, hundreds of orcs are dead, as a woman with a sharp blade walks around and says that person is hard to find. But she can't rely on dumb beasts anymore, so she will go meet that bastard elf herself. Eventually, Ronin and the party arrive back at the orc village, where the orcs are relishing in their spoils with newly acquired clothes and jewelry that they know nothing about. Ronin can only come to one conclusion, that they raided a nearby village, so he tells the others to get ready, as he will not allow these beasts to tarnish their lands any longer. 2 orcs start talking, with one complimenting the other's necklace, as it looks good on him. The other orc says that it belonged to a kid from the village they raided, which was quite annoying, as he kept whining while he was being beaten to death. He could barely hear because of that. Suddenly, with the help of a cell, Brahm and Maria jump down the mountain, with the orcs being quite confused by their sudden appearance. Before they can even move a single muscle, they are both cut up in bits by the 2, with the other orcs noticing the commotion, so they all get ready for bloody combat. They start charging in, but that's when a boulder hurls into one's head and knocks him out in a second. The one next to him is quite confused, but that's when a boulder crashes into his head too, completely erasing it from this world. Ronin congratulates Acel for her accuracy, as she must have gotten pretty proficient with her now. As they both float off the ground, Ronin tells Acel to destroy them completely, which she reluctantly agrees with, and brings down a rocky calamity upon the orcs, who all want to run away. After that is done and the dust clears, Acel looks at what she did, and thinks that she will surely receive divine retribution for this awful sight. Ronin tells her not to worry about such things, as if she would receive it, they will all receive it too. He asks Brahm to back him up, which he does, as he will be with her till the end, but it's pretty obvious that she will receive the biggest punishment out of all of them for this massacre. Ronin thinks that it was a grand idea to bring everyone here, as they got a chance to show their true skills in a real fight. Some battle experience is always worth it. That's when Sita pushes his face and tells him that there is something over in that direction, and when Ronin looks to see what it is, both him and Acel spot an injured and tied up elf. Ronin immediately goes to untie her as he orders Sita to use healing magic on the elf, which slowly wakes the elf up, who is surprised by the mana she is feeling around them. Before she can do anything though, she starts to cough up blood, with Ronin being surprised that Sita's healing did not work. The elf, with bated breath, asks if they are from the shrine, and when Ronin shows an ounce of approval, she grabs him and tells him to take her to that man. As they are coming, they do not have any time left. Sarante and the shrine are in immediate danger. Before she can say anything more, she passes out completely. As Sarante is clearing around the shrine, Ronin rushes in with the injured elf, and Sarante asks what happened. Ronin tells him to look after this elf, as she was a prisoner they saved from the orc village, and she seems to desperately want to meet him. When Sarante looks at her, he is quite confused, but then he remembers who she is. Brygia. Just what happened to her. The others were left behind with Maria and Brahm looking around in their respective areas, but both of them found nothing. It seems like the elf was the only prisoner. Maria says that they should go back too, but that's when she notices Acel and asks what's wrong. She explains that there's something strange about these orcs, as they did not have these things before. Maria agrees, and asks if she knows anything about them, which she doesn't, as it seems that they were hidden with double magic up until now, but just what do these magic circles do? Sarante eventually stabilizes the mysterious elf with basic first aid and some potions. Ronin wonders if she really is okay, as even healing magic does not seem to work. What if she's been poisoned by something? Sarante notes that he took care of that first thing by giving her an antitoxin, so she will be fine in that regard. However, he is in debt now, as if it were not for him, he would have lost another one of his precious siblings. Ronin asks what he's talking about, and so Sarante tells him that she is one of the few senile believers that still exist in this world. She once had the deepest faith out of everyone. She is a true sibling in his eyes. since he has saved someone so important to him. How can he repay him now? Ronan notes that he didn't do anything special, but if he wants to give him something, then he wants a question answered. When he first met his sister, she was constantly rambling about and warning them. Is his life perhaps in danger? Just what is going on? He and Sarante go back to Senior Rock, and he starts explaining. If he is honest, he does not know much. All he knows is that they are a religious group that worships an unknown being, whom they have deemed to be the one true God. They have been so intricate in hiding their identities that even he does not know who they really are. But one thing he knows for sure is that they commit all sorts of evil deeds. They call themselves the Religious Order, Nebula Clasure. Ronan can't believe that those bastards are after him, with Sarante being surprised that he knows about them. But they have sent some people to him several times in the past. He thought that they gave up, because it's been something like 100 years since they tried, but it seems that they are back. Ronan screams that this is not something that he should be so calm about. He needs to run away from this place with them. Sarante refuses, as he cannot leave this place while evil spirits meddle about, and if he really moves, innocent people will start to be harmed. He does not want to be responsible for pain, so with this in mind, he wants him and his friend to hurry and leave, as he really does not want to bring any other harm to anyone else. He hopes that he understands why he is doing this. Before leaving, Ronan tells him to wait patiently, as he will bring the strongest person he knows and come back, so he should hide until then and wait patiently for them. Sarante is amused by the words of this youngling, but says that he will do as he said. However, he should take this as payment for saving Brigia, the elf. Ronan is handed a ring, an item that can be used as an entry pass to the Mage Tower. If he ever has the chance to visit the Mage Tower of Dawn, he should show this to the librarian, as they will most definitely have some information about how to help him with the curse that is on him. With that, he wishes him to be safe and healthy, as these past few days that he has spent with him were truly a blessing. Ronan notes that he's speaking like they won't see each other again, which is not true, so he should wait patiently as he will be back soon, with reinforcements this time. After Ronan has left for a while, Sarante sits at a doorway and speaks with someone, saying that it would feel nicer to meet her after such a long time, as they are long-lost siblings. However, that title does not befit her anymore. She is the religious order's assassin, Brigia. The elf suddenly changes form, and notes that he shouldn't be complaining about that with their relationship in mind. How has he been anyway? Sarante tells her that if they really chose her out of all the people as an assassin, her religious order must be seriously violent. Brigia notes that he's not exempt from violent actions, as he fed a paralysis potion to her, and even lied that it was an antitoxin, which amused her quite a bit. Sarante says that he did not have a choice, as Roheim's shadow has been putting up a facade, her being captured by mere orcs. What a joke. Brigia notes that it couldn't be helped, as meeting him is not as easy as it seems. Even though she tried getting his attention with the monsters she gathered, he didn't seem to care much. That's when she stumbled upon something, or someone, very interesting. A boy and his playmates, who all looked like fun toys to break. They had his energy on him. So at first, she thought of cutting them into small pieces and throwing them around the forest to get his attention. But since she is an old believer, she held this primordial urge inside. Isn't he happy? Sarante says that if she would have done something like that, she wouldn't have been alive right now. Brigia notes that it was a simple joke. Is he so senile that he can't recognize that now? Anyway, they have chatted for far too long. She will tell him the orders that she was given, to win him over to their side. If he refuses, however, she has every right to kill him. As soon as she finishes that sentence, they start to trade blows, something that shakes the entire mountain with energy, with Ronan feeling some of it come down to his level. That's when his friends arrive, with him asking if they have checked their surroundings for anything. Maria confirms that they have, and they found nothing weird, except Acel, who stumbled upon something quite scary. Acel explains that after he left, she found something strange on the orc corpses, some kind of magic circle that she has never seen before. Ronan tries to ask what she is talking about, but that's when a flurry of dark and green energy explodes behind them, with Ronan knowing that something bad has happened to Sarante. He does not have enough time to worry about that even, as a mighty beast treks through the forest, smashing everything around it with great rage. The two-headed ogre has arrived. At the once peaceful worship temple, Sarante is now fighting Brigia with everything he's got, as he summons a large gust of wind to protect himself, something she likes very much. She starts to retaliate with her expression changing slowly into that of a killer. She stabs the protective barrier he cast with a large amount of dark energy, something that manages to break it. As the dust clears, both of them stand looking at each other, until Brigia rushes in with a blinding attack that Sarante barely manages to block with another barrier. But this too is swiftly broken. They both stand opposite each other, and with Brigia noting that he is as cunning as he is old. Wouldn't it be better to just join them already? His talents will just be wasted if he dies. He could also get an executive position and order people around and stuff. It's very fun. Sarante refuses, as he is too religious to serve a mere cult. From what he has seen though, she has gotten quite rusty with her abilities, as she was never this slow. Does her little cult not teach her anything besides worship? Brygia notes that it's not like that. She's just a bit bored, as she has noticed for a while now that he's just buying time to let those kids escape the mountain, and hasn't been paying attention to her at all. He puts on that kind and rather pathetic act so that black-haired kid wouldn't get caught in this situation, right? So he could leave with an unburdened mind and soul. But that makes her even more curious. Why is he, who has denounced the world and all it stands for, protecting a child of the world? Sarante explains that they are his guests who he stumbled upon, and she shouldn't even think of laying her grubby hand on them, as if she crosses that line, it will be difficult for him to be as gracious as he has been up until now. Brygia notes that he's quite scary, but what can he even do, as that has already happened without him knowing. That's when a large thump happens, right in Ronan's direction. Sarante turns around, allowing Brygia to zoom behind him and use this opening to cut one of his hands off. The others are extremely shocked to see a two-headed ogre, but Ronan tells them to not just stand there and get behind him, as they couldn't handle him even if they wanted to. The ogre does not wait for them to move and immediately slaps Brahm away into a nearby tree without an ounce of care. Up next he moves to the others, Acel and Maria, who cannot move at all under the ogre's might. Seeing this, Ronan passes them and blocks the ogre's fist with his sword. This surprises both the girls and the ogre, who did not see him arrive. Ronan tells them to take Sita and look after Brahm with great care, as he will make sure that the large guest will have an enjoyable stay in this forest. He tells them to hurry as he deflects the ogre's fist, but he is sure of something. That magic circle that the ogre has in his eyes is the same one that controlled the giant when they attacked that forge. These Nebula Clasier bastards are at it again. The ogre attacks once again, but Ronan is prepared with a dodge, allowing him to counterattack with tons of cuts, but it does not seem to do any damage to the ogre. It truly has legendary endurance. With him in the air, Ronan cannot move away from this next attack, which sends him flying through the forest. He manages to shove his sword into the ground and stop himself from going any further. He notes that he didn't miss this amazing strength either, but the ogre does not stop there, as it picks up a large tree and throws it directly at Ronan with reckless abandon for the other orcs next to it. Ronan stands still and says that he would have been really happy about a fight that he couldn't finish with one blow. But this ogre dared to do something that is deserving of death. It hurt his precious comrade, right in front of him, so he can promise that it will die a gruesome death. As soon as the hurdled three appears in front of him, Ronan cuts it down in half and jumps on the other trees nearby to arrive at the ogre, who screams out as it sees Ronan. He thinks that the only reason he couldn't defeat one of these fuckers in his past life is because he didn't have a way to pierce through its skin and land a deadly blow, but things are much different now. He has this sword, and the techniques that he was taught by his instructor. With this in mind, he uses the Nabarose-style fourth form, revolving sword. He instantly slashes the ogre and gently lands on the ground. As soon as he sheathed his weapon, the ogre fell into dozens of pieces instantly. Even with this victory, Ronan notes that he has a long way to go, as it took him quite a while to defeat such a weak enemy. He can worry about that later, however, as he is more worried about Brahm, so he asks the others if he's alright. Maria tells him that with Sita, they were able to treat him pretty well, though he still needs a proper checkup when they get back. Ronan is very glad to hear this, but they should go on ahead, as he has something to do and go back to Sarante. When he arrives there, he sees that the once beautiful temple is now rubble, which he can't believe, as he hasn't left for even half an hour now. That's when a very injured Sarante appears, who is very glad to see that he is safe. He apologizes for not coming to rescue them, but with his current body, he can barely move. Ronan immediately runs up to him and asks what happened. Why is he in this state? Who did he fight? He tells Ronan that he's fine, but he needs to get out of this place, as he has managed to end things now, but they could come back at any time. Out of nowhere, a dark strike comes from behind and impales Sarante's chest, something that confuses Ronan to no end. As Sarante falls to the ground, Ronan tries to put his hand on him, but that's when he starts to cough up blood. Ronan can't even think about it for long before Brygia comes around and notes that she almost died. Is it really alright for him to actually try and slay his own comrade? To use such a powerful skill after losing one of his arms? Truly admirable. She might have really died if she did not possess the blessing of the stars upon her. Anyway, she did not expect to see him around these parts again. To think that he survived the two-headed ogre, which is quite impressive for a kid. Ronan asks who she is and how she dares to hurt Sarante. She apologizes for showing this ugly side of hers, but she promises they have met before, very recently too. Does he want to see it? She transforms part of her visage into that of the elf he saved and thanks him for his kindness. Ronan can't believe that she is the elf he saved. Was her being captured by orcs just a ruse? Bridget does not answer. Instead, she says that she's quite thankful, as she was able to cross this pesky barrier thanks to his intervention. As a reward, she will make sure that he suffers no pain as he dies. Tons of dark strikes appear out of nowhere and attempt to strike him, but he has ample time to dodge and put Sarante in a safe place. She notes that if he managed to dodge that so effortlessly, he must not be an ordinary kid. Ronan looks at the injured Sarante with a gloom on his face and tells Sita to heal him as much as possible. After that, he turns around to face Bridgia and starts speaking. They are like fucking rats. Not only have they destroyed a beautiful smithy, they also dared to spy on the duchy, and worst of all, they dare to crawl with their dirty fucking feet to where he is. Bridgia notes that if he's acting in this manner, he must have met her children. She heard that there was a man going around killing believers. Before she can ask if it was him, he instantly goes for her neck, but she has ample room to dodge. She notices that his movements are very swift for someone his age. He must be the one who killed her children. So since he has made her curious, what else is he hiding in that flabby body of his? Ronan notices how strong she is as she strikes, and she's reading all of his movements too. He must finish this while she still has her guard down. He goes to strike her once again, but they just start trading blows. Bridget says that she really enjoys playing with him. It would be a waste to kill someone as powerful as him. Does he not want to join the order? He will be treated like a prince. Wouldn't he like that? Ronan tells her to stop speaking crap, but she says that he doesn't really have a choice. She starts to harm Sarante with a few spikes and says that if he refuses, she will kill his little elf friend in the most gruesome way she can. So his life is in his hands. What will he do? Ronan does not give up, however. Even in the face of adversity, his only decision remains to shred her into 1,000 pieces and feed her to the wolves. After he pushes her away, she says that if he continues to act this way, it will make her want him even more than before. They start to trade blows with much more force this time, as they create gusts of wind with every blow. The barely conscious Sarante looks at Ronan, who seems adamant on winning no matter what. Bridget smiles and thinks that it's been such a long time since she fought someone so strong. It would truly be a waste to kill him now that he has made an awful mistake. After she catches his fist with ease, she tells him to be a nice boy and not move, as he might die if he does. With that, she stabs him in the chest with her dark arts, allowing her to have the complete advantage. The last message she leaves him with is that when he opens his eyes, the starlight will greet him and everyone else around him. As Bridgia lunges her sword forward towards Ronan, he desperately tries to move, but at this point he is completely defenseless. That's when a green mana shield protects him, with this shield being deployed by Sarante, which makes Bridgia even madder than before. He notes that he already told her once, but he will say it again. If she dares to lay a hand on that child, she will never be forgiven or allowed to leave. Ronan tells him that it's far too dangerous for him to do anything in his state. He will be the one to take care of this woman. Sarante notes that he has done plenty. He has stalled enough so that he could prepare. Now all he needs to do is leave him and stay far away. He blasts Ronan away with a gust of wind, but Bridgia refuses to just sit back and watch while he does as he wishes. As she tries to strike, however, her hand becomes electrified, knowing full well what it means, her eyes opening wide at the realization. She looks up, and sure enough, Sarante has stacked spell after spell onto her, which she never expected, as he seemed far too injured to unleash something like this. Sarante charges up the spells, and notes that this is where her life ends, and even though he is saddened that he couldn't do anything for her, he will at least not let her old self experience the atrocities that she is doing now. With that, he unleashes a mighty strike on Bridgia that seems to fully engulf her. Ronan can't do anything but just watch, as this is a battle he cannot hope to intervene in. Sarante continues to put his energy into the attack, and thinks that he will have to end everything here, even if he runs out of mana, even if it takes life force to continue. Bridgia refuses to give up, however, especially in front of some idiot who still believes in ghosts. She will never yield to him. This surge of power makes Sarante's spell stop, and Bridgia explains that they are the disciples of the Great Star. As long as the blessing is upon them, nothing or nobody in this world can hope to stop them. Since he has shown that he will forever rebel against his rightful rules, she has no choice but to kill him. Sita stands in front of Sarante, who wonders if this is truly how it ends. He starts communicating with Ronan telepathically and tells him that there is no longer any time. Bridgia can nullify attacks with a skill called the Blessing of the Stars. Fighting her would be meaningless, but her movements are restricted because of the injury he caused her, so he must run away and prepare for the day she comes for him. What happened here, everything, was his fault, so in his last moments he wishes to apologize. As Bridgia's sword falls on him, however, Ronan tells him that there's no need for goodbyes, while he attempts to strike Bridgia, who cannot believe that this little shit is still here. Sarante is surprised too, and Ronan tells him that he shouldn't even think about giving up. This is not over until they are both on the ground. He should also know one more thing about him. For a very long time, He has never run away from a fight. That is what makes him a warrior. All he needs to do is trust him this one time. Brygia starts to attack him to show where they stand in power, but as the attacks rush Ronin, lightning rain starts to cover him, and the attacks disappear entirely. Brygia is very annoyed, but knows who did it, that being Sarante, who strikes her once again as she turns around, annoying her even more. Ronin charges in while she tells them that this will all amount to nothing. She has the blessing of the stars. She cannot be defeated by weaklings. As she tries to strike Sarante, Ronin charges in with amazing speed, and with one amazingly swift blow, he completely cuts her attacking hand off. All of this time, Ronin has been waiting for this moment, the moment where she leans towards her powers. Sarante is amazed, and Brygia is shocked. How did he get through her blessing? Ronin doesn't know the answer, but if she really wants it, he can give it to her. She goes ballistic and tries to say that this isn't real, but with more than a few cuts all across her body, Ronin defeats the woman who has caused so much harm. He explains that if she really wants her answer, maybe she should go ask her stupid fucking star and see if it even answers. As Brygia's consciousness fades away, she wonders if this is really death. She only needed a bit more time to reach the truth. It was something she has sought after for an eternity, it seems. Now, in her eyes not filled with hatred and control, she wonders if Sarante has reached that truth. Ronin catches his breath as he looks at Brygia and thinks that if she hadn't let her guard down because she had that blessing or whatever it was, he would have been the one lying there in cold blood. In his past life, people other than him couldn't lay a finger on the giants, as they also had a nullifying ability. It seems that the higher-ups of the nebula can also use the same in the form of a blessing. Sarante barely has any strength to ask if he's alright, but Ronin immediately forgets about any possible injuries he may have and asks if he's alright. And he also orders Sita to use her healing magic on him already. He tells Sarante that it's fine, and he will be back on his feet in no time. Sarante grabs his hand and tells him that truly, he is fine, but he wants to ask one last favor from him. Ronin does as he is told and puts Sarante next to the Senyul, but starts to cough up blood at this point. His body can no longer keep up with him, and so he apologizes for being so unsightly. Ronin looks at his hands and apologizes profusely. If it weren't for him, if only he hadn't come here. Sarante tells him to stop saying things like this. It was all a timing thing, and nobody was truly at fault here. He also tells him that what he will go through will be unending, and that he will lose more than he could imagine, and being hurt shouldn't even be out of the question. He truly feels bad for asking someone like him for this, but he should never give up. He begs him, in fact. He is sure that he is the only one who can do it. As he finishes his speech, Senyul's light washes over Sarante, and he slowly starts to transform into a rock. Sarante just puts his hand on Ronin's cheek and thanks him for becoming his answer. He will keep watching him, from Senyul's point of view. He will never truly leave him, so he shouldn't worry. Eventually, Sarante transforms into a beautiful smooth rock, and as the skies clear up, Ronin can only wish one thing for him, that he may rest in peace. With that, Ronin left the mountains and returned to school. That is how his first adventure ended, with Sarante giving him what he really needed. At the principal's office, the principal reads the report written by Ronin about their first adventure, which makes him think that it was quite tough for their first adventure. Doesn't he think so? Ronin desperately explains that it was because of that angry and rather crazy woman. He swears he won't be this bad all of the time, so he asks that he doesn't ban their club abilities. The principal wasn't referring to their injuries or anything similar, even if he did not know that man for a long time. The death of a close one is not a light matter even to the toughest of soldiers. Is he truly okay now? Ronin clenches his fist and notes that he would be lying if he said yes, but he would probably be sadder if he was just sitting around crying about the situation. So there is no need to worry about him, though he thanks him for his concern. The principal closes his eyes and notes that he understands, so he will let this matter go. They also raided an orc habitat, and even took down a dangerous criminal. He cannot punish them for achieving something so great, though he would like it if he would promise that they won't do anything too hasty if they encounter that group again. As the school principal, he cannot stand idly by while his students are getting hurt. Ronin immediately agrees and bursts out of the door as he has something to do, and apologizes for the inconvenience. The principal is naturally quite surprised by his sudden departure, though this made him remember that he has not been to class as of late, so he might not know that thing is going to start pretty soon. A bit later, at the Special Adventure Club building, Ronin goes inside to oversee the training session that was supposed to be happening, but he finds someone else, that being Schlieffen, who hopes that he has some time, as he wants to talk about Nebula Clasier. Ronin sits down and asks what it is. What is this about Nebula Clasier? He also asks if he dealt with the rats that he had in his house before coming here, which Schlieffen confirms, as from around yesterday until today, they have been searching non-stop. They tracked 19 traitors, and among those, he dealt with 5, which was quite unpleasant. The rest are being moved to Lodolin as they speak, where they will receive a really nice interrogation. As he might already know, However, there is one problem they have. Prohibition does not work on them anymore. Ronan is quite surprised by what he just said. How can prohibition not work? Schlieffen explains that upon tracking and gathering the 19 traitors, prohibition just stopped working. But considering how scrupulous they've been up until now, they might have already dealt with prohibition, something that Ronan was also thinking. He notes that this is a real piece of work, and wonders if the only way to detect this bastard is to look at their mana. Schlieffen gets up, as this is all that he wanted to say, but he will expect a lot from him, as they will face each other once again in the approaching midterm exam. Ronan doesn't get what he is saying, as surprisingly enough, nobody told him. 2 days later, Nabiros's midterm exam, the real battle with high-ranked word techniques, took place on an island that was under Filian's control, promptly named Finland. When everyone has gathered, Nabiros gets to explain the exam instructors to them. As they may know already, her classes are focused on real battles. If she could, she would have dragged them to some battlefield somewhere. But according to school guidelines, that's dangerous and unprofessional. Dumb aristocrats. Ronan is also kind of sad about it, as it would have been fun, and Nabiros tells them that instead of that, they will disperse through this island and begin a limitless real duel. Naturally, they don't need to worry about dying, as she has prepared safety gear for all of them. These bracelets will ensure that as soon as a wearer becomes incapable of fighting, they will be transported to the Grand Plaza, where their injuries will be healed by the best healers they have. This means that they can have a real battle using whatever techniques and fighting styles they want, and at full power too. On this day, they are allowed to go for the neck and kill each other as much as possible. Ronan notices that she sure is excited about this, and she tells them to come around when she calls their names, as when they put on their bracelet, they will be moved to fixed coordinates. Naturally, the first one is Adashan, with Ronan not knowing what to think about her participating in this. The others begin talking about her behind her back, saying that she's being treated as a paid student, and that she's a dunce who can't do anything. All of this pisses Ronan off, but currently, that is the most objective assessment of the once Grand Commander, though he thinks that the battlefield is currently not a place for her, even with that bracelet. Eventually, everyone is transported to their coordinates, including Ronan, who is glad to be the only one who was isolated. He really wished that was true, but that's just not possible, so he tells the student behind him to come out and stop hiding, as he seems quite uncomfortable there. The student wonders how he even noticed him, but that's when another jumps at Ronan's neck, ready to strike him. But even if he gets close enough, Ronan easily puts him in his place, and notes that they are doing too much to a junior. Don't they think so too? More and more people reveal themselves, and Ronan says that he is glad to see that they actually managed to form an alliance against him, and they also handled the situation pretty well considering. He picks up a rock and instantly throws it at the archer of the group, while saying that this really isn't their best idea. The leader of the group tells everyone to prepare, as their ambush has failed, but they still have numbers. Even if this guy is a fighting beast, they have the advantage in terms of numbers. They all decide to attack at once, and after a while, Ronan has dealt with all of them in all kinds of ways. He admits that it took him a while more than he expected, but now he wonders if things are all right the way they are. Somewhere else, Adashan is cornered by 3 students, who didn't expect her to last as long as she did. But this is the end, so she best give up and not suffer any unnecessary injuries. Adashan knows that she has passed any limits, but the 2 in front of her have their guards let down, probably because of the guy behind them, a top student named Ayun. Thanks to their carelessness, she can spot tons of openings, so she has one chance, one opportunity to seize the moment and end things here. She strikes the ground and moves on to defeat both students at once, but she doesn't stop there, as she uses her momentum to go towards Ayun, but he just strikes her with his weapon and sends her flying. He was wondering what she would do in this situation, but to pull such tricks, truly shameful. He knows that she's smart, so she must already know that no matter how much she fights, she can never defeat him. It was pretty fun to watch her try though, but that too has to come to an end. Ronan watches all of this from a nearby tree, and notes that this ended exactly how he expected. Adashan's strategy was the best thing she could have done. Exploiting everything she had, including the ground, she was able to strike and display amazing battlefield knowledge. However, she cannot overcome the skill gap between them. Now that he has made up his mind, as soon as the exam ends, he will force her to leave. He thinks that it's over, but when he turns around, he sees that Adashan has managed to block Ayun's attack and even stood up, making him wonder if she really wants to be even more injured. Adashan tells him that it's only natural. The exam has yet to finish, and she has yet to give up. She does manage to strike Ayun, but her attack was far too shallow, allowing him to attack her right in the gut, making her fall to the ground. He is shocked that she managed this, but he also asks who is backing her, as she is acting way too strange. He is also curious about her background and abilities, as she doesn't have any talent. So why isn't she giving up? She should already know that there is no hope for her, So why go this far in the first place? Adishan sees a vision of someone hugging her tightly in front of a large tombstone and notes that she must become the Grand Commander no matter what. Ayun asks what she's talking about, but she just goes on. This is not about giving up or things like that, because her dream is one that nobody can fulfill for her. This is something that only she can do and that fate will lead her to. Ayun has had enough of her nonsense and tells her to just fuck off, as dreams are only for those with power. The weaklings should be happy with what they have. As his mallet flies towards Adishan, it is cut in two. Ronan apologizes for intervening, but he will have to stop here, though he admits that he is strong. With that, he immediately removes him from the exam, and Adishan is very surprised to see that Ronan has come to the rescue. He asks if she's okay, which she confirms, and also thanks him for the rescue. But why is he here right now? Ronan tells her to look past these details and come with him, as he wants to hear something from her. They go to a cliff, and Adishan is surprised that he wants to hear the reason she wants to become Grand Commander. Ronan notes that it's important for him, so he would like her to say it, even if it might hurt. Adishan looks at him for a bit, but then asks if he has heard of the Night of the Canine before. Ronan remembers it happening 10 years ago. It was an invasion from the werehumans, right? Adishan adds that it was the first battle between the Empire, which wanted to expand their territory north, and there were humans who wanted to block them. On that night, she lost her family. Just when they were about to have dinner, her two brothers and mother went to the battlefield, and she was asking where they were going all of the time. Her mother crouched down toward her and said that they had some urgent work to attend to. She wanted to come with them, but her mother only apologized and told her to take care of herself. That was the last time she got to talk with her family. After that, she heard what happened. The knights of the village were deployed to protect the breached castle walls because of some strategy, but from anyone's view, that was no strategy. It was sending soldiers to a meat grinder. They underestimated the forces of the werehumans drastically, and it resulted in a tragedy. As he probably knows already, shortly after that incident, the Empire and the werehuman coalition finished their negotiations. The Empire promised the werehumans their rightful land, and the werehumans were incorporated into the Empire. Her entire village, which was sacrificed for nothing, was only given a useless memorial monument at the cemetery. When she went to that cemetery and felt like the whole world had crashed down on her, one of the only surviving soldiers came by and asked why his comrades had to die like dogs. Some call this day a noble sacrifice, but she doesn't agree with that. None of the people involved had to die there. The negotiations could have been peaceful from the beginning. If they needed to fight, they had so many other strategies that they could have used. The deaths of that day weren't for some noble cause. They were a useless sacrifice that happened due to the superior's incompetence. She cannot endure that truth. This is why she's going to become the Grand Commander, so that there won't be meaningless sacrifices. She will become perfect in every way. That way, nobody will have to sit at the tombstone of someone they cherish. They fall silent for a moment, with Adishan apologizing for spoiling the mood, but it wasn't a cheerful thing to talk about anyway. Ronan notes that thanks to her, he understood something clearly. No matter what he does, it's impossible for him to make her give up. That also means that he can't just sit idly by and watch her go to her death. He cannot bear to experience that feeling again. Suddenly, a large gust of blue wind appears out of the forest, with Ronan saying that he is probably ready, though he is quite impatient. Since they are short on time though, he will get to the point. Does she know what Shadow Mana is? Adishan does not, so Ronan tells her that it's something that is tricky to obtain, but once she does, she will get significantly stronger. He knows someone who named it herself. That person reminds him of her quite a lot. She will probably be able to use it too, so they should look into it. Adishan doesn't understand what's happening, but Ronan tells her not to worry, as he has decided to help her. Just knowing that should be enough. He will support her with everything, so they should give it their all, since she is the Grand Commander after all. Before Adishan can feel touched by his words, Ronan pushes her into the water, as third place isn't bad for her, right? They will talk once he gets back. Now that he's free, he has enough time to deal with Schlieffen, who has come out of the woods. Ronan notes that since he came here like that, he must have taken everyone down already. Schlieffen confirms it. It's just the both of them on the island. He knows what that means, right? Ronan naturally understands. Better than anyone, in fact. They have a proper fight, and see who the strongest bastard of this school is. Adishan eventually wakes up in the main area of the school, where everyone is watching the match with eagerness. She also notices that she's been healed, and since Ronan told her she got third place, she must be out now. The ones who lasted until the end are only those two. After a large blast, Ronan tries to get out of Schlieffen's attacks, who keeps sending attack after attack, something he's amazed about, but he knows that his power has dispersed, so he goes on the counterattack and uses the Nabarose style to cut through the wind. This creates a lot of rubble, but Ronan is just glad that he actually managed to deflect all of it. However, he is also surprised that Schlieffen has become even stronger than last time. something way past his predictions. Even though he used to be slower than him, they are almost at the same level now. Does that even make sense? That bastard has gotten stronger than himself at this time in his past life. Schlieffen also thinks Ronin is impressive, as he used Tempest Sword at full power, but he just slashed his mana attacks away with no problem. Not to mention, he was able to recreate Nabirose's swordsmanship almost perfectly. He thought that he was superior in technique, but that gap is getting smaller and smaller each day. Since he is at his limit in terms of mana, he must end things now. Ronin also thinks that he cannot drag this on for longer, as his technique is starting to fall behind. He gets out of the shadows, and they both attack each other at the same time, creating a flurry of light before they dash away. Ronin charges in again, making Schlieffen use Tempest Sword to clear the way, something Ronin takes head on. After the attack is finished, Schlieffen starts breathing heavily. He expected him to dodge the Tempest Sword, but also use it as an opportunity to set up such an attack. He keeps surprising him again and again. Ronin asks why he is smiling if he got cut, and runs in again, but Schlieffen uses his superior technique to attack at the same time, making them both bleed. After that, they clash swords once again, and everyone watching is amazed by their abilities and the way they fight. Adishan is worried for Ronin, and Nabirose is quite amazed by how much they have both improved, but anyone with a keen eye can see that they are at their limit. The next clash will decide the winner. Schlieffen says that he is glad that he came to Philion, as he was able to meet such a good rival. It was the best decision ever. He must feel it too, right? It's about time to finish this fight. Ronin tells him to stop with the pleasantries, as he will get attached to him. After they dash away, Schlieffen charges up all of his power, as he will leave without any regrets. So he should do the same, and come at him with everything. Ronin notes that he's a crazy bastard, but thinks that he must bring him to his side no matter what. Before that though, he must make the hierarchy clear to this bastard. He charges in with amazing speed, and Schlieffen barely has any time to block the attack. He is shocked at Ronin's abilities, as even with his injuries, he got even faster. He doesn't have the energy to use the same speed. However, if he goes on to use this much speed, his body will soon crash, and that's when he will strike. He notes that he keeps learning from him, so he should try and see if he can get past this. As soon as he puts his sword in the ground, Ronin is blasted with power, as the bastard in front of him is scattering his mana all around him. Due to his injuries and mana precision, he is getting injured too, but that doesn't seem to stop him. Ronin doesn't just give up, however. He refuses to move aside, and since they are both at their limits and can't have a boring conclusion, he will put everything into this one attack. He thinks that it's over as soon as he has his blade over Schlieffen, but this is what he has been waiting for all of this time. He notes that he met all of his expectations. He will put everything into this, even if it injures him. He uses the entire aura of Tempest Sword, creating an attack that breaks everything around them and leaves both of them bleeding and almost passing out. Ronin didn't expect him to use Tempest Sword at full power. This was enough to almost kill him if he wasn't careful. He truly is a crazy bastard when it comes to swordsmanship, but now he's thinking that coming here was also the best decision. Ronin charges in one final time, as this is the final stretch to the finish line. Everyone watches with bated breath as the match ends, and Nabirose already sees it concluding. They both strike their blades, creating one final array of light, bright enough to light up the forest. After the dust clears, they both stand in front of each other, but Schlieffen is the one who falls first, as he has nothing left to give. Ronin notes that he shouldn't have used all of that power since he got more injured than him, but he also falls to the ground, unconscious from everything that has happened. Everyone is silent at first, but then the crowd erupts in a giant cheer. With this, the real battle of the midterm exam has ended. After a while, Ronin awakes in the medical room, where Nabirose and Adishan sit beside him. Nabirose tells him that the exam is over, and although the aftermath was something to deal with, because they both wreaked so much chaos, it was truly an incredible fight that made it all worth it in the end. However, considering that he awoke first, it means that he is better in terms of stamina. Ronin asks if this means he pummeled that bastard into the ground, but Nabirose notes that it's unrelated to who won. Both of them were judged to have returned at the exact same time, so it's a tie, with both of them in first place. Ronin is a bit surprised, but understands. Nabirose is shocked that he's taking it so well. She imagined that he would throw a tantrum and start flailing around, with Adishan thinking the same. Ronin notes that just thinking about the fight, this result makes sense, as that guy is extremely strong, much more than he anticipated. It's obvious what that means to everyone. From this moment forward, he plans to train even harder, so that he can win more easily next time. Nabirose is happy to hear something like that. It's not just his abilities that have improved, but also his mentality. Nabirose agrees that it's nothing to be mad at, as it was a good experience for the both of them, since he got to use mana too. Ronin asks when he did something like that, and Nabirose explains that he used it in the final collision, real sword chi. Ronin tries to remember, and he did actually feel something different at that exact moment. Was that really mana? Nabirose confirms that it was sword chi, something that can only be used with mana. Compared to the internal chi he has been copying up until now, the depth of it is on a completely different level. Judging by his expression, she can say that he has not yet claimed this sensation as his own. They must take action, since unlike the other students, they do not know when his body might spring up with new restrictions. She tells Adishan to bring Ronan to that useless bastard early tomorrow. She doesn't get who the useless bastard is, but she remembers that she calls Professor Jared in Stonesong that all the time. The next day, Adishan does as she is told, though she notes that it's been some time since she last saw Professor Jaredin. Ronan notes that if Nabirose herself wants to introduce him, it means that he must be amazing. Adishan explains that he's the best in the mana utilization sector, which is why others often seek his counsel. Rarely during classes that use mana, a student's mana will become entangled, and their core will harden. Whenever that happens, they go to Professor Jaredin, who easily fixes them right up. Ronan asks why Nabirose seems so annoyed by such a person, and Adishan herself does not know the circumstances, but they seem to have different personalities. He will find out when he sees him. The professor has a unique flair to him. Ronan doesn't really care about that. The most important thing to him is that he can use mana, and if that professor is as incredible as they say, he will be able to know about the Grand Commander's mana too. Shadow mana was elusive even in his previous life, so he does not know much. It would be good to learn about it since they are both going to the same place. Adishan looks at him and heard that he met with Schleifen before he came here. How did it go? Did he agree to the thing he mentioned yesterday? Ronan says that he obviously did. That guy wouldn't refuse such an offer. When he was discharged, Schleifen immediately accepted Ronan's invitation, which he thought was a rematch, as he was not satisfied with the results of their previous battle. Ronan told him to stop staring so much, as even if he did not like the results either, he did not call him for this reason. That's when he presented him with his offer to join his club. He could leave school and gain real battle experience, and he wouldn't be bored either. Schleifen didn't know what to say, as he didn't want to be real good friends with an enemy he plans on defeating one day, meaning he just wasted his time with nonsense. So he is leaving. Ronan told him that it was a shame, because the club was planning on having a real fun housewarming, and he timed it with his sister's arrival on the island too. Schleifen was shocked to find out that Iris was moving to the islands, and began asking all sorts of questions about when and if he had hired any bodyguards. Ronan refused to tell him, as he wasn't a club member, although he would be more lenient if he joined. In an instant, Schleifen pulled out his pen and spread ink everywhere as he wrote his signature. After that, he wanted to know every little detail. Ronan is worried that Schleifen will one day become Lord, and what that might entail, but he doesn't have time to think about it, as they have just arrived at Professor Jaredin's place, which is creepy as hell. Ronan feels the eeriness around the place and wonders what kind of guy he is, but that's when he comes from behind, and asks what she wants now. Adishan explains that she is here with Ronan, who is having a hard time manifesting his mana, so Nabirose advises they come and seek his help. Jaredin notes that he must be a promising student, for Nabirose to recommend him. Ronan tries to introduce himself, but Jaredin tells him to cut it short, and asks how much he has prepared. He does not do charity work. He must pay a fee for work outside of his working hours, though he is sure that he has prepared quite a sum for him, right? Ronan asks if he's really asking for money now, and Jaredin notes that his understanding is that of a scholar. Additionally, it's 10 gold per hour, per person. Ronan thinks that he must be joking, but when he sees the greedy look in his eyes, he realizes that he's serious. But how can he just rip off students with such confidence? Ronan tells him that he has no money on him right now. Perhaps they can do something else, but Jaredin swiftly moves around him and tells him to go back, and while he's doing that, he should ask Nabirose for some pocket money, since she's the one who made them come here in the first place. Suddenly, Jaredin notices something about Ronan that changes his mind entirely. Perhaps they can do something else. He will offer him a deal for it. Ronan answered every question about the ring Sarante gave him, which allowed them swift entry. But now when he's inside, he is quite surprised to see how desolate this place really is. Additionally, the moment the door closed, they stopped anything coming from the outside. Perhaps this is some obstruction magic at play? It must be so, because the door locks are strengthened with magic. But what can this do that requires such secrecy? Jaredin sits down with them and tells Ronan to hand over the object so he can examine it. Ronan gives it to him, but asks him to be gentle, as this is a precious item. Jaredin tells him that he has nothing to worry about, and starts analyzing the ring closely. He can definitely feel it when it's so up close. To think that such pure and clean mana would be put in such a small object, it must mean that a dragon has devoted thousands of years to do it, or perhaps it was an elf. Ronan is surprised that he was able to deduce that, but Jaredin says it comes with the job. Only the best are hired at Philion after all. Anyway, here's the deal. He would like to extract just a little bit of magic power from the ring, as there is an experiment he has been carrying out for a while. and he needs the mana of a species that has lived for a long while. They do have old elves in Philion too, but they cannot compare to this. Even if he's young, he does seem to have deep connections with powerful people. Ronan says that he does, and Jaredin only asks for this, then he will help him with anything. Ronan notes that it's definitely not a bad offer, but he will only accept it if he helps Adashan too. Jaredin says that he only needs a small amount of power. Why is he adding a condition to this? Seeing that he doesn't want to, Ronan gets up as if to leave. Jaredin tries to offer him a discount, but when he doesn't budge, he relents and accepts his request, before noting that he has quite the negotiation skills. He will look into his problem first. As Nabaros sent him all of the way here, it must be something quite urgent. He opens up a magic circle and tells Ronan to stand right there. He does just that, and Jaredin explains that his senses have not been opened for long, and there are also traces of him having used mana, which must mean that he never did up until now. Ronan confirms as such. He could see it but never use it, as one vile bastard cast a curse on him. Jaredin says that whoever it was, this is not an ordinary curse. The path of mana that's opened slightly is trying to close again, so he will channel his own mana and open it forcefully. It will feel like someone stabbed him in the back with a sword, but he can endure something like that, can he? Before Ronan can prepare himself, Jaredin does what he just said, which does feel exactly as he said, but with it, he is able to go through Ronan's path of mana well, and open it quite easily. If things continue like this, he will be able to finish in no time, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't have that kind of luck, as a black mist soon envelops him, and a pressure falls on him, as a demonic eye looks at him with murderous intent. Jaredin wonders why a child has something like this in his body, but he soon is ripped out of Ronan, and a bit of the dark mist starts pressuring him in the real world, until it eventually overtakes him, and he starts vomiting blood. Ronan asks what happened, but Jaredin doesn't answer, and instead says some words to open a doorway. Ronan remembers that Eli said those exact same words too, and sure enough the same mouth swallows them, transporting them to Secret, who is surprised to see the situation in front of her. He swiftly moves to Jaredin as he must treat him at once, but asks what happened. Did he try to channel mana in his body? Ronan confirms it. He was doing it to apparently widen the blocked mana path in his body. Secret can't believe that this fool did something so reckless, but it seems like part of the curse inside of him has ridden the mana and moved right to Jaredin. Only he can handle this curse easily. Others will succumb to this curse of extreme evil in an instant. If this continues, Jaredin will die. Ronan can't believe that he will die because of his curse, but Secret says that it's not rooted too deeply, so thankfully he can still remove it with ease. He starts doing just that, and it's not long before an evil-looking thing comes out of Jaredin's mouth. Secret grabs it and throws it at Ronan while telling him to cut it until it's dead. Ronan instantly cuts the curse up into 100 pieces, making it disappear in some black mist. Jaredin thanks Secret for the assist, as it's only because of him that he survived. But Secret notes that it was his judgment that saved him. If the curse had rooted deeper, he wouldn't be alive now. He also told him about Ronan recently, the student with an unbelievable curse. Jaredin remembers, but he didn't expect this bastard to be that guy. Ronan also rushes to him and asks if he's alright, which he confirms. He had a wonderful experience because of him, as he never believed that such an evil curse could ever exist. He must have had quite the sad life to be living with that thing. But enough about that, he kept his promise. He asks Secret to look at his condition for a second, and when he does so, he's shocked to see that mana is flowing through Rona's body. He truly cannot believe such a marvel. Even though it's weak, the mana meridians are open. He asks Ronan if he's done anything to undo the curse recently. A skinny dip in a pool full of cursed eyes? Ronan notes that he did nothing like that, which surprises Secret. He does not know why the curse that was blocking his mana has weakened so much. Even at this moment, this power is eroding the curse little by little. It's just like the rain weathering a boulder away with time. Naturally, because the curse is still active, it's still trying to close the mana meridians, but due to that unknown power, as well as Jaredin opening his mana meridians a little bit, they won't be closed so easily. Ronan asks if he can use mana from now on, which Secret confirms, but it will take time for him to use it fully, as the curse is constantly aiming for his meridians. So if he trains every single day, in about 20 years, he should be curse-free. Ronan can't accept something like that. 20 years is far too long, but Secret notes that it's a miracle this even happened, without using any cure that could endanger his condition. Jaredin skips forward and says that there's a way to reduce this time. It will be different depending on how much effort he puts in, but he can shorten it by a lot, using the mana practice method he developed. With that, they both sit down, and Jaredin tells Ronan to listen closely. The amount of mana he can handle now is only a handful. His meridians have just opened, and are narrower than a child. However, if he does learn this practice method and trains with it constantly, he will be able to increase his mana use by a lot. It will all depend on his own ability, but in around 5 years, he should be able to use as much mana as everyone else. Ronan feels like 5 years is still a lot, but there's nothing he can do for now. Jaredin starts channeling his mana to let him feel his mana meridians. Although this procedure is risky, it is only possible right now, when the curse is already weakened. Ronan thanks him for the encouraging words, and with that they begin. Almost instantly, Ronan's body starts jolting, and Jaredin explains that this practice method is much different than others, only because he needs to adjust to the speed and direction of the mana to the extreme. However, he must not rush right now. He must guide his mana as carefully as possible. His feeble paths have been suppressed for far too long, to the point where they might just break, but they will be supplemented with this mana. He should follow the flow of mana like a drawing, do it little by little and slowly. Only then will his mana become his source of power. Does he understand what he must do? Ronan takes a deep breath and says that he certainly does, so he will try it out. Jaredin is shocked to see that Ronan memorized the practice after feeling it just once, and he's doing it perfectly too. It seems that the potential he had within him was not something fake after all. He is thankful that he won't have to encounter that ugly curse ever again, and he must repeat this every day when he has the time, of course. Ronan feels the mana surging within him, and thinks that he is changing constantly from his past self. Back then, he couldn't even dream of having mana. Right now, this shows him that in the future, he will be able to control it even better. Ronan thanks Jaredin for doing all of this, but he suddenly falls to the ground, heavily weakened. He grabs Ronan and says that since he solved his problem, he must keep his promise, which Ronan understands, but he must take care of his body. Jaredin does not care for that. What is important to him is something he must save, which he will sacrifice 1,000 lives for, so he wants the ring he promised him, right now. Ronan looks at Jaredin and can see that he's totally lost it, as there's only desperation on his face. Jekrit knew that he was pushing himself. It does seem that he has a temporary impulse disorder. It also seems that he wants that ring for that research, which is pitiful. How long will this man live a life tied to his bloody past? Adeshan and Ronan eventually teleport back to Jaredin lab with him still passed out, and Adeshan tells Ronan to hurry as she knows of a clinic nearby. Unfortunately, right as they get to the door, a magic seal completely locks the door, making them wonder what to do. But that's when Jaredin starts using what's left of his consciousness to unlock the door. He promises to return to that person, and he will. It seems that the door Jaredin unblocked was the wrong one, which Ronan is quick to point out. But Jaredin did this on purpose, as he must descend to that person before her rose withers away. Without much of a choice, they decide to go down, where Adeshan is shocked to see what's going on around here. But Ronan just feels like they are looking at something they shouldn't have. Ronan wonders if Jaredin's desperation came because of this woman, which Adeshan says is likely. Ronan puts him down and tells her to take care of him, as he will go to see if there's anything he can find to help him. He looks around and spots countless awful ingredients and traces of experiments on the goblin's body. He knew that this guy was weird from the moment they met, but he didn't expect him to cross such a line. Just what has he been doing here? Even in his delirious state, Jaredin still thinks of his beloved, whom he begs to wait a little bit more, calling her Sunya. In the past, he was able to preserve her body before decomposition fully started. He thought that the body was like a cup holding the soul, so as long as he could maintain that cup, he firmly believed that he could bring back his wife Sonya to life. Even though he fully knew that nobody else had succeeded in resurrection magic, it didn't matter to him. He refused to give up, and he tried again and again without stopping, recording all of his attempts. On attempt 54, he tried to use an ogre heart, which still had no effect, and he was having difficulty balancing mage tower work in his experiments. On attempt 76, he got kicked out of the magic tower because he was barely attending, but without pay, he had no way to continue his research, meaning that he had to find a way to make money. He eventually found a job, with the help of Headmaster Kratir, as a professor, and he also managed to transfer Sunya to Filian's magic tower basement. He hated teaching children, always disliked them, but this is the only way for him to make money, and he will not stop. A number of attempts pass and pass, until number 134, where there is still no progress. Ronan reads all of this, allowing him to find out why this guy wanted money so much. It's true that some of these ingredients are extremely rare and not accessible by normal means, so really, all of this is because of his love for that dead woman. He saw a couple of these scenarios in his past life too, people who put even their very souls on the line because of love. He even knows one right now, although he would like to not think about him right now. The only problem with these kinds of people is that they don't end up well, especially when there are people who would take advantage of their weakness. He finds a mysterious package in the book, and a message from Jaredin, noting that he should probably accept the deal of the rebellious crowd. Ronan picks it up, as he seems to know who they are, but that's when Jaredin surprisingly gets up and asks if he's touching his stuff without permission. Ronan can feel the anger in his eyes, and denies such accusations. He was simply looking for a way to make him recover. What could someone like him, who has never used mana, know about something that's in this room. He managed to steal the strange package, meaning that he has access to the rebellious crowd. Somewhere else, a lowly servant reports to his lord that they were able to meet with their target with no hiccups. At first he was hesitant, but the deal being accepted is only a matter of time. He saw the desperation on his tired face. He will soon want the essence of fresh blood, which only His Highness can provide. The vampire he was reporting to finds it amusing that the Geraldine would be ruined by a mere woman. Humans truly are effortlessly stupid sometimes. After a while, Geraldine gives Ronan back his ring, as the extraction was successful. Ronan doesn't feel the ring to be that different, and asks what he did to it. Geraldine explains that he only extracted a really small amount, not to mention the sheer amount of magic in that ring in the first place. Still, this will be a great help to his research, so he has his thanks. Ronan says that he should be the one to thank him for releasing his mana like that, and Geraldine knows that they have some feelings of their own about what they saw in the lab. Even if it's shameless of him to ask, he would like them to keep it a secret. Ronan tells him that there's no need for this, as he doesn't want to get involved in other people's business anyway. Geraldine thanks him, and moves on to Adishan, noting that he will fix her issue too, but not today. It is not as complicated as Ronan's, but she too has quite the unique aura around her. After getting back to town, Adishan and Ronan part ways, allowing Ronan to pull out the package he stole. If this contains evidence that the rebellious crowd is related to the Order, and that they are on the same side as the Professor, he will have no other choice but to exterminate everyone involved. When he opens the package, he only finds a blood stain, making him wonder if it's some kind of encrypted magic. That's when the blood suddenly pops out of the envelope and begins making shapes, something unknown to Ronan. Fortunately for him, someone tells him that this is a letter written using vampire magic. She came because she sensed blood magic, but she didn't expect to meet him. Ronan didn't expect to see Ophelia, who seemed glad to see him. They go back to the adventure club and sit down, with Ronan noting that she surprised him. Since she left with Sita, he hasn't heard from her at all, so he presumed that she was just busy. How's her research going anyway? She explains that thanks to Sita, she has progressed quite far. As payment to Sita, she taught it some blood magic, showing her that Sita is truly more talented than she expected. Anyway, enough about her. Why does he have a blood letter with him? Ronan asks if he's referring to the envelope he was carrying, and Ophelia confirms it. Guess she has to explain what it is. A blood letter is one of the basic spells of blood magic, which allows a person to compress a ton of information into one single drop of blood. So vampires use it to write letters. All they need is to imbue magic into the blood, and the message pops up. Ronan analyzes the message, and wonders what the essence of fresh blood is. He finally remembers that it was one of the ingredients written in Geraldine's journal, that he needed for his next experiment. Perhaps the rebellious crowd isn't related to the Nebula bastards. That's a weight off his shoulders. But now he wonders who the Bloodhooks are. Ophelia seems to know them, so Ronan asks for an explanation. Ophelia goes on to say that the Bloodhook is an organization consisting of young vampires, who are not even 200 yet. They are immature children, who wish to revive the vampire's prime years by doing a myriad of awful things. Anyway, this is quite strange, as this essence of fresh blood is quite rare even in the vampire world. She asks Ronan to share who the owner of this paper is, as if that person happened to agree to this, they might lose something much more important than their life. Seeing that the situation is dire, Ronan tells her that it's Geraldine's. Ophelia knew that this was strange, but is he truly talking about Geraldine's Stonesong, the one who used to be top mage of the Full Moon Mage Tower? Ronan knew nothing of this, and asked if he was truly that amazing. Ophelia notes that his magic is well known even among the vampires. He's an elite who has reached a stage that many haven't reached in their lifetimes. With this information in mind, Ronan suggests that he shouldn't have a hard time dealing with them if they do try something. Ophelia agrees with him. With a few waves of his hands, he can take care of these childish vampires, but if he wants the essence of fresh blood, that changes things. This is an inherent mana fusion formed within vampires, who have used blood magic for a very long time. It's a truly unique item with an incredible concentration of energy. It has amazing efficiency depending on how it is used. But if the owner of the essence does not activate the power themselves using blood magic, it's just a pretty red stone. Without the vampire's cooperation, it is impossible to obtain the complete essence. Ronan finally understands that Geraldine has no choice but to accept whatever offer they make. Ophelia is glad he realized this, but seeing how they approached him, she can assume what their offer was, giving them enough information to do something. Later that night, a few vampires eagerly waited for the new kin candidate that the master spoke about, Geraldine Stonesong, who arrived while cloaked. The vampires are suspicious of him, since they don't feel that much powerful energy from him, but one of them tells everyone to stay vigilant. Even if that man is what he is now, in his prime, he could go toe-to-toe with the sword Saint Nabaros. Geraldine arrives and asks where their master is immediately. The vampires explain that he's waiting inside, but first he should take his cloak off, so that they can see that it's really him. Jaredin notes that their name does not fit their fearful attitude while taking his hood down, and asks if this is enough. The vampires say that it's plenty, and want to escort him inside, but that's when they see a sword at his waist, something that a mage shouldn't really have. Suddenly, Jaredin grabs it and says that they saw it already, before cutting up most vampires into tiny pieces, leaving only one. This person is actually Ronan in disguise, who has come to deal with this mess. A few days ago, Ophelia handed Ronan the shape-shifting potion he requested, which lasts up to 30 minutes, so he would be able to transform into Jaredin for that long. Even if the effect is not that great and doesn't last long, it should be good enough to fool the Bloodhook. Ronan thanked her for making this possible, but she wondered if he would be okay doing this alone. Even if immature, these are still vampires who have lived hundreds of years. Ophelia wanted to come with him, but Ronan refused, as he didn't want her to fight with her own kind. That would cause trouble in the future, right? He assured her that nothing would happen, just a few dead vampires. The last remaining vampire is in shock, allowing Ronan to grab him and smash him into the wall. This allows him to threaten the vampire. From now on, he will answer all of his questions, unless he wants to be skewered like a pig, that is. After getting enough information, Ronan goes inside, noting that there really are traps along the way, and that the doorkeeper was really more honest than he seemed. Oh well, it's not like he can bring him back to life after what he did. He looks around, feeling strange about this entire area. These patterns on the walls give him a sense of déjà vu, like he has been around here before. Suddenly, his nose is attacked by the smell of blood, meaning he has arrived at his destination. This place reeks of blood, but what are they even doing for it to permeate through this thick door? When he opens the door, he sees a shocking sight. Vampires are feasting on the corpses of innocents left and right, and at the center is their leader, who notes that he must have had a tiring journey to this place, but he should feel welcomed. He introduces himself as the leader of Bloodhook, Zwei von Arnstaffel. He apologizes for welcoming him into such a mess. He arrived much later than expected, so they were having their evening meal. Would he like to join them? Ronan would like to cut them up right now, but he must remain calm and focus on his original goal. He says that he will pass, as he's a bit queasy. Besides that, this is quite the crowd for one meal. Zwei tells him to not feel burdened and to welcome such talent. It's only natural they put in this much effort. It's been quite a while since the entire Bloodhook group gathered like this, but he hopes this will show him how serious they are. Ronan notes that as long as he gets the fresh blood, he doesn't care. So what's the deal? Zwei knows that he might have guessed already, but it will all be done through a blood pact that stakes his life. He will basically become one of them. Ronan notes that they are really asking something ridiculous. Does he really want him to become their slave? Zwei says that the way he thinks is really shameful. This is something much more than the offer to become their slave. This is an opportunity for him to shed his humanity and gain the honor of becoming a vampire. They are going to bring new life to the clan, and in order to do that, they need to overthrow the older generation, which is very pacifistic in nature. He's just offering him a chance to be at the forefront of this historical moment. He will be a proud warrior in the holy war to revive their kind. Is it not such an honor? Ronan doesn't know what to say about that, but he knows that he's amazingly insane. Zwei is glad that he understands, although it still might be difficult for him to understand their intentions. However, he should understand that this is his only chance to obtain this item. If this deal is broken, there will be no other way to get this item, because of how rare it is. Ronan knows from just the atmosphere that they are not planning on letting him refuse, which Zwei confirms, and is glad that he noticed. With a snap of his fingers, the vampires all surround him. Zwei tells him to not resist, as they have magical tools, top quality ones, which completely nullify his magic. Even if he does force himself, his mana core will burst, and he will never be able to use magic again. He should think positively about this. He wouldn't want his wife to become a tasty frozen blood bag, right? Like the corpses they feasted on tonight. Now he should just stay still and accept this gift of theirs. Ronan notes that they really went all in with the preparations, but it's quite fortunate that he came instead of Jaredin. Zwei is quite confused and asks who he is. How did a human get here? In an instant, Ronan cuts the vampires behind him and says that it doesn't matter. He's just here to take care of some bloodsuckers who are way in over their heads. Zwei asks who he is, and how he dares to come here in this sacred place. Ronan instantly rushes to him and cuts his hand off before he can summon any magic. This allows Ronan to cut all of his appendages off, making him scream out in pain. Despite his injuries, Zwei is still threatening him, making Ronan throw him into the wall with full force. He should shut the fuck up for a bit, as he will leave him for the grand finale. The other vampires are shaken, as even if he was being sloppy, Zwei shouldn't have been defeated so effortlessly. Now that they know that this man in front of them is no ordinary human, they must stay vigilant against him. Ronan heard previously that they used blood as weapons, and now he has found out that it's true. How disgusting. They all charge him at once, with one of them sealing his feet to make him an easier target. Ronan blocks one attack after another before going on the counterattack and slashing the two vampires in front of him. Two more pop up behind him, but due to their sloppy movements, he has enough time to turn and slash them. He continues to fight like this, but the ones he doesn't kill instantly have time to regenerate, which is quite annoying for him. One of them uses a ranged attack, aiming straight for Ronan's head, but he dodges swiftly. Still, Ronan feels that this was an intermediate rank ability, meaning that the Bloodhook group is quite well off considering. The woman who regenerated rushes with great anther into battle, but Ronan cuts her head off and continues his rampage everywhere else. Even with their numbers and prowess, they aren't enough to deal with someone like him. One of the vampires who was spared the onslaught is going crazy. How is a human doing this when they are in a vacuum where humans cannot use mana, and his feet are also tied to the ground? Is the man in front of them truly human? Ronan asks him why he's not coming at him and just standing there like a dumbass. He's the only one left after all. He apologizes for fooling them like that, but they were the ones who did the fooling first, so no hard feelings? The vampire tries to run, which is a foolish venture, as Ronan instantly cuts him in half. He shouldn't have run, as he's leaving his leader behind. Now that there are no more mosquitoes to interrupt him, it's time he has a bit of fun with this bastard. Much later, Zui barely wakes up from his daze, more tired than ever. He feels like something is stabbing him constantly, which it is, as Ronan has just stabbed his leg in hopes of waking him up. He was getting quite worried for a second there. He thought his toy just died. As Zui realizes the pain he's in, he wonders how a single human kid killed all of their powerful members, and in seconds, no less. Ronan apologizes that his friends aren't in such good condition, but they kept on regenerating, so he couldn't just let them do that. However, if he doesn't want to suffer the same gruesome fate, then he should take out the damn essence of fresh blood while he's still not using his favorite torture methods. Zui starts to convulse and asks what he was doing when all of this was happening. If it were him, he would have been able to stop this human demon, so why was he not here, where he belonged? Ronan thinks that he's finally gone insane, which took him longer than expected, but that's when he notices the presence that was looming behind him. The man notes that he refuses to repeat himself, so he will only tell him once. Move. Ronan instantly backs away, and is surprised that man showed no killing intent. If he did, he knows that he would have died. The man is quite disappointed in Zui. When he made that offer, he thought that he would make Jaredin one of them. He dared to speak such grand words, but in the end, the only thing he could show him was this pathetic state. Unbelievably brazen for a child of the Arnstoffel family. Since he has fallen so much, he also cannot see reason. He has failed their plan, so he will have to take back the essence of fresh blood. Ronan wonders what he means, but he doesn't have to wonder for long, as the man starts taking back his blood from Zui, who begs him for one more chance, as he becomes more and more shriveled up. After taking everything, he forms it into a perfect sphere, and Ronan asks why he thinks he can just come in between them like that. If he truly is the owner of the essence, he will need to cooperate from now on, if he wants to get out of here alive, that is. The man is quite sad that his arrogance is just as boundless as Zui's, but those words are quite amusing. What if he just refuses him? Ronan charges in while noting that he will just get beaten up, and the attack lands, but the man does not seem concerned. His fangs are truly sharper than he shows. To be able to inflict damage on him, who has strengthened his mana for eons, he is truly worthy of impersonating his name. Since he is curious about his other talents, he will help him show his absolute best. Ronan can barely dodge the incoming bloodcutter attack, but even then it sends him flying. He refuses to let such a simple attack put him to the ground, so he cuts through it with all of his force, allowing the man to point a bloodshot at him. Ronan looks at the attack and remembers that he has faced something similar before, yet this time, it's much larger. He refuses to give up, however, and cuts through it, creating a large blood-red explosion. The man is quite shocked, as he has not seen this in his entire lifespan. He is not only offsetting the magic, he is actually slicing through mana itself. If he's honest, he holds no expectations for him, but he is amusing. Ronan notes that he really is the head of this mosquito gang. Since he buzzes the loudest, he should shut up already and give him the essence. The man cannot get enough of his spirit and confidence, so he will show him respect for having given him so much fun. As he is about to unleash a mighty attack, someone comes between them and tells them to stop while crashing in the ground. The man recognizes her voice, and Ronan knows her too, Ophelia de Knight. She tells Balzark that it's been a while since they met, although it's not really great to see him. Ronan is surprised by her presence, as he told her not to come here, but more importantly, does she really know this bastard? Ophelia can't deny that he's Balzark von Barshaba, the relative of the Shadow Duke who rules the vampire world, and the strongest second-in-command who assists him in any endeavor. That is who the guy he's been fighting is. Balzark notes that he never imagined they would meet again in such a place. He truly missed her for what it's worth. Has she been well? He notes that it's been 83-something years since they last met, but why is she intervening in their fight? Which is truly a trivial matter. As he tries to say something else, Ophelia stops him, as she doesn't want him any closer. Since the incidents of that day, Balzac knows what he did wrong. He saw her face of defiance and hatred as he did it, but he couldn't do anything else. It seems that after all, it will take more time to be forgiven by her. Ophelia knows that it was inevitable. He had no choice but to block her younger sister from harming the Duke, and now that she's thinking back to it, she knows that her sister had lost it, as if she were entranced. However, he must know that he cannot take back what happened on that day. Balzac understands, and he apologizes, but he was prepared for it. Ronan has no clue what they're talking about, but sheathes his sword, since things seem to be over. Ophelia asks how he came to work with the Bloodhook group. He didn't work with kids before. Lending them the essence of fresh blood was also foolish. Does he have business with Jaredin Stonestong, perhaps? Balzac smiles, and notes that the man she knows would only have one reason, because he has an unfinished battle with him. By pure coincidence, he met him on the west side of the continent, and battled against him with his pride on the line. He has fought many strong opponents in his life, but only few were like him. The battle remains unresolved because the sun rose, and he had to retreat back into the darkness. He chased after him afterwards, but he was already gone, so sneakily that he could not find any traces. After a few years passed, while he was suppressing that unquenched thirst, some children came to him with an offer. They said they knew about Gerodi's whereabouts, and that if he gave them fresh blood essence, not only would they drag him into his castle, they should make Jaredin kin, allowing him to enjoy those kinds of battles eternally. He knew what they had planned, but it did not matter, since they were children, and could only wriggle and try. In the end, he was right, and they did everything for nothing, thanks to that human child. He thinks that since this kid could keep up with him, even for a moment, it means that in the next 5 to 10 years, he will become someone who will be able to match him, and the strange energy he possesses is something he has never felt before. His blood boils at the thought of enjoying him now, but he must be patient, as he cannot hurt Ophelia a second time. Strangely enough, he gives Ronan the essence of the fresh blood he wanted, which confuses him, as this was supposed to be something quite precious. Balzac notes that most vampires will never be able to access such treasures in their entire lives. However, he needs to give that much to the future prey he will hunt down, and as a present for a friend he has not seen in 80 years. As one last gift, he hurls a bunch of blood orbs into a nearby wall, and notes that they should look there. He has sensed strange energy coming from there since earlier. With that, he will take his leave. He hopes that he will grow big and strong. That way they can have a lot more fun. As he disappears, Ronan says that he's quite flashy, and wonders what that strange energy he's feeling now too is about. Perhaps it's what he fears. Eventually they go back to Jaredin, who is amazed that he managed to obtain the essence of fresh blood. But more importantly, why is he giving it to him? Ronan notes that he worked hard to get this. He would be astonished at the story he's about to tell. Before he can, however, Jaredin falls to his knees and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't know how important this is to him, or how truly thankful he feels right now. Ronan sighs and crouches down to his level, mumbling about not having his moment of glory. Balzac appears outside, and says that fighting someone with no fighting spirit would be extremely boring. He only came today because he was curious about his old rival's situation, so she shouldn't worry. He will not do anything more. Ophelia knows he's not the type who would do these kinds of things. She just wanted to thank him for helping Ronan. Truly, Balzac is shocked to hear thanks coming from her, an advancement in these short 83 years. He should feel thankful to that Ronan human for allowing this to happen. Alas, he must leave, even though he would much like to stay and talk. Even among the vampires, there is an evil organization that is making trouble, and to his understanding, they were the ones who stirred the Bloodhook into doing this. However, if she ever needs him, she only needs to call his name, and he will answer. She will forever be his eternal rose. After this, Jaredin attempted his 144th experiment, using Sarante's mana and the fresh blood essence. Considering the circumstances, it will take a while for this experiment to produce anything, but that waiting seemed like hope to this broken man. Jaredin notes that he did not mention it earlier, but he has changed. That mysterious energy that was cutting away at the curse in his body is now stronger. Perhaps something happened during his fight with the vampires? Ronan tells him that lots has happened, but in truth, he just got lucky. When Ronan inspected the cave, he was pleased to find that the energy he was feeling was something else. Something quite pleasant, actually. An idol of Senial. He approached it while noting that the Bloodhook probably didn't know about it, but he also wondered if this was an abandoned shrine. Suddenly, the idol's energy surfaced, and it all entered Ronan, who assimilated it slowly into his body. Jaredin doesn't know what happened, but he is indeed lucky, as thanks to that energy getting stronger, his mana meridians are also enlarging, which still needs some tidying up. but he may be able to wield mana now and use it pretty well. Ronan is surprised by this, but Jaredin feels like he spoke for no reason, since he must be feeling it himself. Ronan confirms that he can sense it way better than he does usually, but as he unsheathes his sword, he wonders if he will be able to use sword chi now. 4 days later, in the mountains of Ramira, in front of the Marba city, people are getting ready to evacuate, while armed forces are also coming in. Ronan and Schlieffen, accompanied by Acel, also arrive, with Ronan noting that there really must be a wyvern here. The reason they came to this random town is because 4 days ago, he received news from Schlieffen, who said that monsters surrounding the Ramira mountains were in a state of frenzy for an unknown reason. He said that the damage did not reach Nimbuton, and even some knights were sent, but that is not enough to appease him. Since this morning, more witnesses have popped up saying that a wyvern came by. Due to their flying abilities and deadly claws and fangs, even top-grade mercenaries are afraid to battle them, so if a pack gathers, they cannot guarantee his sister's safety. This is why they decided to prepare for her move a bit earlier than expected. Schlieffen is in full rage mode, as he cannot forgive those who dared to inconvenience Iris, who had all her plans set up. As soon as they get her to safety, he will end the bloodlines of the wyverns until there is none left on this earth. Ronan tells him to stop whining and split up here. He should go ahead with the knights while he and Acel follow behind. Schlieffen asks why they split up, so Ronan explains that he's going to look around. There's just something that's making him uncomfortable about this whole ordeal. He also shouldn't try to hit on his sister while he's there, if he doesn't want his head cut off. Schlieffen says that he would never do something so absurd, but since he has something to check, he will graciously accept the task of keeping her safe, and go first. Ronan lets him go this time, but Acel asks what's wrong. Does he feel anything strange? Ronan explains that the monsters who were all peaceful suddenly started to act up, and large-sized monsters have begun showing themselves too, which is a familiar pattern. When they visited Grand Carpadoki and the Vadian Mountains after that, this exact thing happened, because of the actions of those freaks. Acel finally understands. He suspects that the ones behind this are the Nebula Clasier. Ronan confirms as such, although it is a guess now, so they should investigate the area and find the main cause. Since Prohibition isn't working now, the one who can find those with special mana is him, and only him. Later, in a deep part of the forest, a bunch of orcs, big and small, stand ready to strike, under a man who notes that all of the monsters have been subjugated. It's a shame. If it were not for Lord Varen's direct order, he would have crushed all of the non-believers in the area. Suddenly, one of the orcs begins making weird noises, which the man knows that they only make when they are terrified, and more begin to do so as well. They should not be able to feel anything when they are under his spell, but something suddenly approaches from the forest, and his aura makes the man just as horrified too. He sees his huge scimitar, and his sharp claws, ready to tear into his flesh. Why is this man here? The beast asks why he's hiding, and before the Nebula Clasier man can say anything, the beast takes his head and crushes it in his hand. This makes the orcs have control of their bodies too, but the beast takes care of them all with a single claw strike. He will hunt all those who stand in the darkness and fear showing themselves. This is the Sword Saint, Jaipa Turgung. As Ronan and Acel explore, they find a route that has been blocked, and by werehumans no less. One of the werehumans explains that they are denying entry to the castle through this route, so they can wait or find another. This command was issued by the elite forces commander of the Imperial Army, who is currently on the hunt, Jaipa Turgung. Ronan knows about him, as he's the elite of the elite, and also the one who beat Nibros in the race of becoming the strongest swordsman in the Empire, the Sword Saint. Acel notes that if the Sword Saint himself showed up, it must mean trouble, which Ronan concurs. There's no way an elite of the Empire moved because of some monsters. It means that his guess was right. The Nebula Clasier must be the cause of this once again. As he turns back, he tells Acel to get ready to use her abilities, as they are going past the walls to investigate the nearby forest, since they are bound to find something. High in the air, a group of wyverns who are all under mind control glide in the air, while the Nebula woman who is controlling them wonders what happened below, as she cannot communicate with her brother anymore, which is weird, as they had to keep communications on at all times. Did something happen? She wonders if she has to move by herself, but she cannot, as this plan is centered around the wyverns, so she cannot do anything by herself, or Master Varen will have her head. She decides to move on the planned route, as her only job is to maintain the brainwashing on the wyverns. Down below, Ronan and Acel get ready to strike, with Ronan telling her to begin her attack. Sure enough, mere seconds later, one of the wyverns is struck out of the air with a huge boulder, making the Nebula woman confused about where it even came from. Acel is holding it with little effort on her part, and with some force, she makes it explode, making the wyvern too injured to oppose them. The Nebula woman can't believe that there is someone who can manipulate a boulder of that size, But something more shocking happens right next to her, as Ronan jumps in on the other wyvern, and notes that this is a perfect opponent to test his sword chi against. The wyvern can only look at him before it is cleanly beheaded. Ronan is surprised at how strong it is. Mana really changes the game. He continues to cut the head of the other one, making the woman wonder how something like this is possible. Ronan lands on her wyvern, and says that it's obvious where monsters this big can go without being seen. He's a local of this place, but their dumbasses probably didn't think of that. Before the woman can unleash a spell on him, she feels a sharp pain on her hand, as it's cut by Ronan, who says that he was just trying to cut her hand, but it seems that he took the whole arm off. Realizing what happened, the woman writhes and screams in pain, tears coming out of her once confident face. Ronan knows just by how she reacted that she's only a pawn in this game. She did not come here by herself, so who sent her? The woman is too focused on her pain to focus, but Ronan inches his blade close to her neck and says that there are countless villages that were destroyed because of them, but she dares to whine like this. She will no longer cry and answer him. Just what in the fuck are they up to? The woman, still having a bit of a fight in her, says that she has been personally chosen by the Starlight and will not ruin their important mission because of some miscreant. With those words and a fiery look, she activates an ability, surprising Ronan and making him wonder what she's about to do. What he doesn't see is that above, a gigantic wyvern has been summoned and is charging down towards him. He only sees it when it's right above him and roars loudly. Ronan figures out that this wyvern was hiding so high in the clouds that he could not sense him, and the woman laughs, as it's far too late for him to do anything. Out of all of the wyverns, this is the best one she has. Somebody as weak as him will be swallowed in the name of the Starlight. As soon as the wyvern does attempt to do just that, he is cut completely in half by none other than Jaipa, who seems to have a grudge against the woman. She falls into despair before growing madder than ever before and asking what he is doing here. Ronan is also shocked. He didn't expect to see the sword Saint Jaipa here. He cannot discern between friend and foe and sees Ronan as an enemy as well. To deal with that, he unleashes a big slash that Ronan can barely see as it cuts the red wyvern into tiny little pieces, rendering its flesh like a piece of cheese. As he starts to fall, Ronan is amazed by his abilities, as he did not even need his blade. He did that with his claws. This does not make a lick of sense. Before they can fall, Jaipa suddenly grabs him and kicks the woman into the ground with extreme force. Having taken care of her, this only leaves Ronan, and Jaipa orders him to answer truthfully. What is he? He does not feel as hollow as the other religious fanatics, which is quite strange. Ronan naturally gets mad and asks how he dared to lump him in with those bastards. Does he really want to die right here? Jaipa is caught by surprise, allowing Ronan to charge up an attack and throw it at Jaipa, who only looks at it as it hits him. This has allowed Ronan to back away, but the difference between them is proven once again. Jaipa did not even bother blocking the attack. He just took it and is now staring him down. Now Ronan understands why Nabarose had trouble with this guy. Even without fighting him well, he knows that he cannot win. However, that does not mean he will just stay still and accept his help. He will wait for him to put his guard down and strike again. Jaipa sees his beastly eyes and recognizes him as a warrior. Ronan is surprised and asks what kind of trick he is trying to pull. Jaipa interrupts him by noting that he will greet him as a warrior, so he should lift his sword with pride. Ronan is overwhelmed by his aura, but Jaipa is not done yet, as he says that he will attack straight in the middle. He should try and protect himself, if he can. The attack falls on Ronan with extreme force, so much so in fact that it lights up the entire area in a blue haze. After the dust from the attack begins to falter, Jaipa is quite impressed by what he is seeing. Even if he lacks some much-needed strength, his defense is something in which he cannot see any flaws. However, something has been bugging him. His movements are familiar to him. He has felt them before. Is he perhaps the disciple of Nabarose? While staring him down, Ronan says that he is of the Philion Academy, making Jaipa ask why he's announcing himself so. Does he want to become a disciple? Ronan rejects that offer. To him, those who attack people so recklessly are not worth learning from. He pushes himself away as he says this, and then asks if he understood, which he should have since he's a mighty sword saint. Jaipa scoffs, as he is truly insolent, just like Nabarose was. He apologizes if his way of greeting was excessive, but normally, one small battle tells him more than 1,000 words would. He is a warrior too, so he must understand this, right? Since he was the one who said it, Ronan jumps at him with his sword lunged backward, as he should also receive his greetings. Before he can reach his thought, two were humans jump him, with Ronan unable to react in time. One of them grabs him by his neck while the other lays his sword down and asks Jaipa who this child is. The gray were human is called Ver. He is a part of the Jaipa force and is the squad leader of the 3rd Squadron. He asks if this child is also a fanatic. He does not appear to be so. The other were human is called Betty, and he is the squad leader of the second squadron. He says that he shouldn't ask something so obvious. The kid was pointing his blade at their commander. It's pretty obvious on what side he is. He suddenly throws Ronan away, who successfully lands on his feet. But seconds after that, Betty rushes him with great speeds, slashing at him with his sharp claws. But Ronan suddenly disappears behind him, ready to strike him down. Betty barely has time to spin around before Ronan unleashes a mighty attack. But suddenly both of them have blades pointed squarely at their throats. A single werehuman has stopped their fighting and is standing between them. Ronan is surprised that she appeared so suddenly, and she starts ripping into Betty for fighting in front of their commander with no permission. Just what kind of behavior is he showing here? Does he need another round of disciplinary action to remember who he serves? This is Nemia, the captain of the Jaipa force. Jaipa also comes around and also tells Betty to stop. As the child is no enemy, it was just his turn to greet him, like a warrior. Betty is shocked. This means that this kid was able to defend against his scimitar attack, but none of them have been able to do that. Jaipa notes that it's actually normal that he's able to do that, since he's Nabirose's disciple. Betty is frightened when he hears her name, as she was the one who destroyed their force all by herself, and was the previous sword saint too. Since she defeated so many, he decides to apologize to Ronan, as he's short-tempered at times, and stuff like this happens. However, he must promise to keep this a secret from Nabirose. Ronan is quite irritated by how scared this guy is of Nabirose, something he did not expect at all. Jaipa goes to Nemia and notes that if she's here, the situation must be concluded. Nemia confirms as such. They did as he ordered. The monsters around the area have been dealt with, and the suspicious fanatics have all been defeated, but capturing them alive. As soon as she finishes explaining this, the entire force appears in front of them, showing the power they possess. Jaipa then goes next to Ronan, as he would like to introduce himself properly this time. He is the Imperial Elite Werehuman Forces commander, and has received direct orders from said empire to eradicate Nebula Clazier. He is also the leader of the search force, Jaipa Turgung. Ronan is surprised to hear about the Order's search force, but they get to talking. At the same time, in a part of the Romaera Mountains, more specifically in Nimbutan, a large group of soldiers come, making the locals wonder what's going on. Iris, who is also there, does not seem to get what is going on right now, so she asks Schlieffen to explain it to her, who is naturally there. He apologizes for surprising her on such a fine day. He has prepared a small sum of Empire Knights to quickly arrive here, but he apologizes for doing so without notifying her first. He falls to one knee and introduces himself as the Knight Schlieffen. He swears on the Empire's honor and his own name that he will help her with moving, so they should go and begin packing. This bastard is really enjoying this. Ronan was surprised to hear about the search force, because in the past, nothing like this ever existed. Did the Empire begin to move because he arrested some Nebula members here and there? Even so, he did not expect for them to put the sword Saint Jaipa as the commander for said force. He asks how they are going to find the pieces of trash who are hiding everywhere. That seems like a daunting task. From what he has heard, prohibition does not work on them, so interrogating them with that is useless. Jaipa did not expect him to know that. Perhaps Nabirose has told him that as well? Before Ronan can tell him anything, he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out his name from behind, and when he looks, he sees a cell being picked up by one of the force members. He asks what she's doing, and she begs for his help. The force member explains that he caught her snooping around the area a little suspiciously, so he decided to bring her. But after she nearly blew his ear out from her constant crying, he's thinking of ending her right now. Acel gets even more scared, but explains that she's only looking for her friend, and does not want to be eaten by them. Jaipa asks an angry Ronan if she's his friend, who confirms it, even though he would like for it to not be true. After night falls, Jaipa, Ronan, Acel, and Nemea go somewhere else, and Nemea is about to report what they are dealing with in this general area. The members of Nebula Clazier have brainwashed the local monster population and caused some commotion, but this was all a ruse. Their real target stands at the center of the mountains. Jaipa understands that if it's at the center of the mountains, their real goal must be Romaira's mountain road. This place is one of the most important transportation paths for the Empire. A third of the supplies distributed imperially circulate through this rather dangerous road. If this place were to be destroyed or heavily damaged, one of the Empire's most important pillars of economy would be knocked down in an instant and cause a heavy blow to the Empire. That is why these bastards using monsters to get their way is not strange at all. However, Ronan must know how. As he unsheathes his blade, the woman asks what he's going to do. Ronan explains that the mountain road is vital to the Empire, and so it has harsh security measures put in place. It is not something one can easily destroy just by sending a few monsters there. Perhaps they did not know that, so if she wants to have a throat, she better fucking answer. What are they hiding? The woman is almost overcome by fear, but she suddenly closes her eyes and breathes deeply. Does he honestly think that they fear something as lowly as death? Only non-believers do so. Ronan is shocked by what he is seeing. All of them are gathering up their mana into one place. In her last moments, the woman prays. Even if her abilities are lackluster and she does not manage to carry out the promised mission, she will sacrifice even the last piece of her soul and burn the scum who dared to stand in their way. None shall defy the star. With that, a large explosion occurs that lights up the entire mountain in a bright light, to the point where the other Nebula members also notice. An elderly man is sad that their dear siblings made such a decision already. It appears that normal believers are not enough to buy them time against the mighty Jaipa. Truly thought, to have to sacrifice such precious believers. How saddening. One of his henchmen, who calls him Varen, says that catching Jaipa is too difficult for their current numbers. Should they not try another day? Varen refuses, saying that would just give them more time to prepare countermeasures, and will end up making their mission much harder to carry out. They cannot delay their holy visage any longer, and even if not at the center, the middle of these mountains will do just fine. Tonight, the non-believers will be punished for their crimes, and the star will smile. As soon as he ends his speech, Varen activates the item he was holding, which creates a pretty sizable circle of light around them. This is a detonator that was made by the great inventor Alebrihe, and is a masterpiece that contains 30 layers of hand-engraved magic. After absorbing mana from the vein, the 30 layers shall amplify, and that will be the catalyst that will cause this entire area to burn to ashes. All they have to do from now on is protect this bomb from the enemy, who have surely noticed by now that the vein's mana is fluctuating. Evan, a former Saran Knight commander, and Brua, a former green mage at the top mage tower, agree. Evan notes that after this task, he shall be bestowed with the branch leader position, which was held by the late Brygia up until now. Perhaps that means that he shall also receive the Holy Grace? Varen notes that he is half correct, as normally one will receive grace only after being officially appointed, but because this mission is important, their merciful leader has bestowed him with such an honor in advance. Naturally, his powers cannot hope to compare against Brygia, but with his mighty blessing, regardless of any variables, they will be able to withstand and overcome. Suddenly, he hears something strange coming to them, and Varen immediately casts a protective barrier around them, which protects against the incoming claw-shaped attack that destroys the ground below. Varen says that it's surprising to see him here, as even if he noticed that the mana vein is fluctuating, the bomb has just begun its duties, so it would be impossible to know this location. How did the mighty word saint find them? Jaipa is surprised that they thought they were invisible, but even if they were, it wouldn't have mattered. The moment they stepped into his domain, he knew their location, and was just waiting to see what they were going to do. They are mere prey who are blinded by their arrogance and vitriol. He will watch them struggle until the light disappears from their eyes. 10 short minutes before this encounter between Jaipa and the Order, Jaipa noticed that the other cultists used self-explosion magic to redeem themselves, but this was nothing for him, so he told everyone to retreat. However, that's when Ronan jumped high into the air at the surprise of everyone and rushed the magic ball with a few well-placed strikes, eliminating it completely from the area. The woman was shocked. How did their final flames get snuffed out? Before she could think about it more, all of their heads flew clean off. Ronan had already cut them. He was quite annoyed with them. If they wanted to be like this till the end, they should have just died peacefully. Jaipa was surprised that Ronan managed to offset the magic. He knew that the child in front of him removed the mana itself from the area. Ronan asked if he knows since he has faced them. He probably does. Even if they do run away sometimes, they are not the type to end things this way. So this means that there are other things happening in this mountain. Someone way above these guys is doing something. He does not know what or where, but he is the search force leader. He must have a way to find them, right? The only thing he's asking is to work with him. He will make sure that he will receive the Emperor's favor for this. Now the cultists are at the hands of Jaipa, with Varen thinking that he could not feel his mana. He only felt it when it landed, but that does not seem like mana to him. It's more like raw power. He has heard a great deal about this new sword saint, but he is truly a formidable force. He tells his minions that they have precious guests that they must welcome, so they should go ahead and do just that. Evan and Brua both agree. If it's for their mission, they will naturally give up even their bodies. Both of them explode with white light and are imbued with the star's power, improving their abilities. Jaipa is surprised to find a high-level knight and mage here. It's not a bad combination either, making him sad that he didn't bring his force here, as this would have been some pretty good training. Evan charges in with a mighty strike, while he wonders if the stars have willed this, for him to have a fight with his pride on the line against the mightiest of the Empire. For a warrior like him, this is the best honor he could ever receive. While continuing to attack, he beckons Jaipa to attack, as he knows he is the strongest swordsman to exist. But if he can defeat him, he will own that title for their great organization. Unfortunately for him, his sword breaks just by Jaipa punching it once, leaving him speechless and with his spirit defeated. Jaipa feels angry at him, How dare he try to challenge him with that impious power of his? In a half second, he cuts his head off, and notes that he sullies what it means to be a warrior. Seeing what just happened, Brua tries to summon a shield, but Jaipa does not allow him, and cuts him directly in half, before kicking Varen's shield, forcing it into the ground. He thought that he looked familiar from somewhere, but he didn't expect him to hide in a cult. Around 10 years ago, at the western village called Arden, there was a wanted murderer who killed thousands of innocents with his black magic experiments, and suddenly disappeared. He was also known as Arden's bloodbath. Varen. He feels that it's an honor for the Sword Saint to know about him, however. He has long abandoned his past. Now he is a simple believer in the star, nothing more. Jaipa isn't interested in hearing more and breaks his shield. It does not matter for him who he is still his target, someone he must end. Varen does not flinch at the sight of his imminent death, as he summons the blessing of the stars, which pushes Jaipa back. He is surprised that the believers he chose carefully only withstood him for mere seconds. He knew that he was a giant wall to overcome, but even so, he will not be able to do anything against the power of the star, since he is a pathetic mortal who crawls underneath their starlight like the others. How does it feel for him to meet the greatness of the star for the very first time? He would like to know how he feels. Jaipa is quite amused, actually. Even in a moment where he's about to die, he is still trapped in his little fantasy. This is why he will die, and why he is still prey, who is blinded by a nonsensical god. Jaipa manifests Sword Ki on his polearm, making Varen prepare for an incredible strike, one that only the strongest swordsman in the Empire could ever pull off. The attack hits him fully, almost taking out that piece of mountain. After the dust settles down and Jaipa still stands in his attacking position, it's revealed that Varen has managed to block the attack with his shield powers. Even so, this is quite surprising for him, as he expected the Sword Saint to be quite powerful. But this is on an entirely different level. This is a force that could be comparable to those guys. However, it's unfortunate. Even the Sword Ki of the amazing Sword Saint is not enough against the mighty blessing of the stars. Varen asks what he will do this time. The bomb is actively collecting mana, and at an increased rate too. He should just plan his retreat and plan for the future, as he alone does not have the capabilities or means to prevent this explosion. He will not be able to save those who are weak. They will turn into ash along with this mountain. Jaipa is impressed by Varen's ability to negate attacks. As Ronan said, this is quite the annoying power. If they do not prepare properly, one day, this man will become an even bigger threat, so he must be disposed of right now. He would also like to see just how much the blessing of the stars can really protect him. Varen feels something different coming, as the pressure has changed entirely. Surely this must be aura. Varen feels that it's useless for beasts such as himself to struggle against the heavens, so it is impressive. But since he is the strongest opponent he has faced up until now, he should try his best. Jaipa prepares himself, his muscles tighten, and his eyes shift around in place at the sheer power of his aura. Ronan snaps him out of it by screaming that this is enough. At this rate, he will blow this entire mountain before the bomb even has a chance to explode. Varen is surprised to hear this, and Ronan continues cursing Jaipa for what he was about to do, who is glad that he's finally here, even though he came slow. Ronan tells him that he has never been called slow. Does he not realize it's his brutish strength that makes him so fast? Anyway, since this is the blessing of the stars they are dealing with, he should step aside, as no matter how much power he may have, he has no way of handling what is in front of him now. Jaipa agrees with his judgment. He is more suitable for this task after all. Varen is shocked to see that the arrogant Sword Saint is actually backing down. Just who is that child next to him? Ronan thanks him for being such a dumbass. His voice is so loud that he has already deduced what was going on, so he just needs to deal with him and eliminate the magic bomb behind him to end this late-night mess. He also wonders if he's really an executive. Judging by his annoying blessing, it does appear to be so, but he is nowhere near that strong woman, Brygia, who he sliced in half. Varen asks how he knows her name, but he soon realizes that he was the one who killed her, and not Sarante. He dares to belittle Brygia like that with his dirty mouth? Truly, he must want to be ripped slowly into pieces. Brygia was one of the few top believers in the Order. She rose to that position through her strength and true wisdom. She was one of the most honorable believers. How could such a measly being like him with a pathetic amount of mana to boot dare to hurt such an amazing person? His lies will never work here. The fact that a non-believer like him knows her name means that he must have witnessed how she died. He will confess the truth of that day, whether to screams or pathetic whimpers. Ronan understands, if he wants the truth that much, he will personally give it to him. He rushes through the tentacles formed by Varen within a second, who can see that he has some skill behind that facade of his, but there is no way he can lose to something like this, let alone Brygia. Unfortunately for him, he's wrong, as Ronan cuts right through his blessing and him, leaving him a pile or body parts on the ground. Ronan confirms that Bridja yapped the same way he did before he cuts the main power line of the bomb, ending its consumption of mana. She also died the same pathetic way he did. So does he have any other questions he would like to indulge in before he's sent to hell? As Varen looks at his own blood, he thinks that this is impossible. There's no way that the blade of a young child can pierce through the blessing of the star. The only time he has seen such power is from the Order Leader. Before he can wonder who this human boy can possibly be, Ronan cuts his head in two, ending his misery once and for all. Jaipa comes around and asks if he's killed him, who confirms as such. The ordinary believers ended up trying something quite radical, so an executive could have probably done something even worse than they did. They also decided to use a radical approach to this situation. They must be careful and attentive for a while. Jaipa trusts that to be a wise judgment, they must not be blinded by their goal, although it's a shame that he couldn't properly face the blessing of the stars. If he could fight him once more, perhaps he could have done something. Ronan tells him that he would have literally sent chunks of his hometown flying. He made the forest look like this only with his sword chi. Has he considered what would happen if he actually used aura? Jaipa understands, and since things ended well because of him, he will sate his curiosity. For now at least. He should also tell him if he ever needs anything, as the Emperor told him to reward those who help punish the Order. He has proven himself plenty, so he promises to give him anything he can within his abilities, and the Empire's treasury. Ronan is very glad to hear this, as he was actually in need of some strong guys. Soon enough, the most precious person in the world will arrive in the Imperial capital city. Schlieffen's knights are surprised by how calm everything is, because Schlieffen told them to be ready. They thought that there would be some monsters in the way or something else. They all agree that it's better to be safe rather than sorry, but they also wonder about the identity of the woman they are escorting, just how noble she can be. To have the Grancia Knights personally escort her, they can't really say, but one thing is pretty obvious. She's pretty important to Schlieffen. He decides to break the silence by asking if she's feeling discomfort because of the sudden move. If her ride is bad, she should not hesitate to tell him. Iris denies such a notion. This thing is more comfortable than any furniture she had at home. Iris suddenly asks if he's not tired because he rode the horse all day long. If he would like, he could come and ride with her. Schlieffen's very soul would like to accept, but his sense of duty makes him refuse, as he's carrying out an extremely important mission right now. However, he is glad that she's enjoying her journey. If she ever needs a break, she should let them know. Suddenly, the entire ground begins to shake, and the horses get spooked. They can all feel that something big is approaching, something that threatens their lives. Schlieffen jumps off of his horse and rallies his soldiers, telling them to prioritize the safety of Iris above all else, with the honor of their house on the line. The knights all get lined up, but Schlieffen can't believe that they are facing such a gigantic threat. Just the act of the enemy approaching is already overwhelming him. Before Schlieffen can wonder who it even is, he suddenly gets attacked by Jaipa, making them engage in a beautiful clash of swords that has everything around them flying. He has heard the rumors, but even those are an understatement. That was some incredible resistance for the rising star of the Empire. If the next generation Sword Saint is a human, it must be one of them too. Schlieffen asks why he's pointing a blade at the Grancia flag, but Jaipa says that it was just a greeting. A warrior like him must know. A clash of blades speaks for 100 words. Ronan screams at him that this type of thing only works in the north where he lives. Schlieffen is surprised to see him, but he tells him that they came here to support. He shouldn't be upset at what happened earlier, as now they have some really good porters. The knights are surprised to see Jaipa's army, but Ronan is more curious to see if his sister was escorted well or not. The next day, they arrive in the capital city, where Iris can't believe what she's seeing. Is this palace where they will really live from now on? Ronan notes that she doesn't have to ask a million times. She just needs to live peacefully from now on, and since it's right in front of the school, they can meet often. Schlieffen explains that they hired the craftsman who works with their family to help with the interior and installation of appliances. He can only hope that she likes it. Iris grabs his hand and notes that this place is like a fairy tale. She thanks them both for what they did. However, she will not allow them to leave unrewarded. They should stop for a while and have some of her cooking, which she's confident in. Ronan hasn't had her cooking in a while, and Schlieffen is very excited to finally have a meal with her. Outside of the room, Nabarose approaches and screams at someone, asking them what they are doing here. Ronan knows what happened just from this. Nabarose and Jaipa have met, and it's not something they really wanted to allow. They move outside of the house, where Jaipa says that it's been a while, and her temperament seems to haven't improved even a little bit. Will she be able to teach the students of this school properly like this? Nabarose asks if he's really questioning her teaching capabilities, but this is not a place for him to be in. He should not overstep his welcome and get going already. Jaipa is impressed that her tongue is as sharp as ever. He's curious to see if her abilities can keep up with her words. Has she not gotten over her past defeats? Has she not gotten over that day when she lost the Sword Saint position to him? Everyone freezes as he asks this, and Nabirose slowly unsheathes her sword, as it's better if they confirmed it right here. Even if they would want to, Jaipa's men cannot move anymore. They are all paralyzed because of Nabirose's mighty grieving snake. Jaipa is amazed. She is not using her full power, yet his body has become stiff. She sure has grown to become quite interesting. If she wishes to fight once again, he will fulfill her wish, but he will not hold back at all. Their auras clash with each other, blackening the sky around them, but that's when Ronin screams if they are out of their right minds. Just what the fuck are they doing in someone's front porch? He's barely being stopped by Iris, but he vows, if as much as a hair on his sister's hair gets damaged, all of them are dead. He manages to stop the impending fight, but Ronin is really annoyed. They are no better than school children. Do they know what would have happened because of their pathetic fight over pride? Are they not embarrassed of themselves? Jaipa admits that he lost his cool. Behaving so indecently, just because a snake woman provoked him, is really rude on his part, so he apologizes. Since the move has been a success, he and his team will withdraw, though he hopes that he will become even stronger by their next meeting. With a simple goodbye, they all vanish, letting Ronin finally breathe, as that guy is really flashy for a sword saint. He tries to tell Nabirose something, but she only cares about his explanation, and he better not leave out a single detail. Ronin knows that there's no way out of this, so he invites her inside, where he explains everything over tea. Nabirose understands that this was just a reward for his contributions at Ramira. That's why that beast was here. He sure must like him a lot if he did something like that for a human. She will warn him now, however. It's best to not get involved any further, as that old bastard is dangerous. Ronin asks what she means, so Nabirose explains that 10 years ago, there was a large-scale attack and invasion of werehumans that left the northern region in a mess. This went on to be called the Night of the Canine. The one who led those werehumans to battle was actually Jaipa. Although now, through end-of-war negotiations, those werehumans have become soldiers of the Empire, she still cannot trust him. At the time, instead of fighting with the Empire until one of them lost, Jaipa put himself on the line in order to negotiate. He explained that he and the werehumans will become soldiers of the Empire, at the cost of the Empire not touching the northern land. The Emperor of the time thought highly of his strength, so he accepted his offer with only one condition: a blood pact. The majority of the Empire was happy that one of the strongest swordsmen joined them, but in her eyes, he is just biding his time, in order to protect his people. Should the blood pact ever be broken, he would become a threat much bigger than the Order, as he could probably guess. That is Jaipa's true identity. Ronin seems to agree with her, as he did not show up at the battle with a Hayut after all. Of course, he may also have been killed by the Order, just like everyone he has met, but he cannot rule out any possibilities that the bastard had a plan all this time. Nabirose sees that he's deep in thought, so she apologizes for getting him distracted. But what he said earlier was the truth, right? Can he freely manifest sword chi now? Ronin confirms as such, although it's still simple compared to hers. Nabirose is glad that Jaradine was useful for once, but they should go and begin his lesson already. She would really like to see just how much he has grown during his journey. Meanwhile, Schlieffen is having the time of his life while eating Iris's cooking. Nabirose tells Ronin that the method to confirm his growth is pretty easy. All he has to do is show her his sword chi. He should be careful not to cut with physical force, but with the sword chi that is based on his mana. Ronin knows this already, and so he prepares a light strike against the training dolls. He unleashes it swiftly, but even if the attack is fast, it dissipates just before making contact with the dolls. Ronin is surprised by this, as a few days ago, this would have flown out much further, so he would like to try again. Nabirose denies him that chance, as even though it's pretty big that he can imbue mana into his blade, he has not reached a level where he can call it sword chi quite yet. His abnormal cuts seem to have a little bit of mana in them. Naturally, she's sure that this fact alone gave him great power. Him cutting that wyvern in a single slash is an amazing achievement. Ronin does not understand. Is it that much different? Nabirose knows that he doesn't think there's much difference when it comes to increasing the force through mana, but that's wrong. He might think of sword chi as a compressed mana projection that deals more damage to his opponents, but considering mana as a simple tool to boost his strength is quite shallow. The true power of mana comes from the path to the next stage. That is why she checked by asking him what sword chi was, since she had to see how he understood mana in order to see where she needed to supplement. She's almost sure that he doesn't get what she's talking about now, but luck will not follow him endlessly. One day, this difference will influence his life, whether he lives or not. Ronin knows what she's talking about. He has faced deadly enemies in this life, who could all cut him down with mana. Nabirose sees that he's getting discouraged, so she tells him that this is just the beginning. They can just fill up the places he lacks something in. That's why she's here after all. Currently, They need to make becoming strong the simple part, so that in the future, something like this will become possible. Ronan wonders why she took his sword, but she suddenly starts emanating a deadly sword chi. He should watch closely, as this is the true form of his blade. Ronan is surprised to see that La Mancha had other forms, especially one so red, and Nabiros notes that it resonates with the mana she put in, allowing it to manifest its true power. Weapons like her Urusa or Duke Grancia's Pale Road, which were created by master craftsmen and are considered legendary, naturally hide their true power. This true power that can be revealed out of these weapons is several times stronger than normal, as shown here. Daron seems to have created a masterpieces, a true blade. Ronan is amazed. She actually destroyed the training room floor, which has been reinforced with magic, in a single strike, even though he couldn't make a dent in it. Nabaros tells him that his level of mana is too low for this blade to resonate with. The blade knows best of his amateur mana level. Ronan feels a bit insulted, but thanks to this, he has a clear goal now. He immediately asks what he should do first. He wants to show this bastard of a blade who its master really is. Nabiros likes the way he thinks, so they should begin training by forcing him to maintain mana, which he is the weakest at. After a day of training, Ronan became able to maintain his mana for 48 seconds. After 3 days, that number jumped up to 1 minute and 32 seconds. After 5 days of training, it becomes 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Days continued to pass, and this number continued to rise higher and higher. After 14 days of training, Ronan becomes able to go past 13 minutes, meaning that he has already passed his set goal. Now, he should try showing his sword chi, although he should be careful. Ronan agrees that he will be, and lunges his sword forward. At first, it seems like nothing is happening, but as soon as he fully sheathes his blade, a piercing air flies all around the dummies, and all of their heads fall off. Nabiros is impressed with his performance, but now he probably gets why he's doing this training. He sure does, as the more he trains, the more he can feel his mana. Just focusing on maintaining it helps him understand all of the senses in his body, and more importantly, just how much potential his inherent mana has. Nabiros is glad that he finally got the basics down, but that's when Geraldine appears, saying that having a student work overnight is something only she would do, although it's to be expected from the long-sworded scoundrel. He apologizes for interrupting their training, but he wants a bit of their time, as he has something important to tell them about Ronan and his condition. Ronan is surprised that Geraldine came all this way to give them the news, and also notices that he looks better somehow. Nabiros figures that this must be about Ronan's mana, which Geraldine confirms. He has quite the unique constitution, so regular checkups are a must. Nabiros wonders if this is the only excuse he has to lamely extort her pupil. If it is so, she has the perfect thing to give him. Geraldine tells her to calm down. This is not the mercenary corps, as it's not what she thinks. She should let go of that long sword of hers. He only came to keep a promise, as because of Ronan, Sunya, who has made no progress in all these years, has finally started to show signs of hope. Nabirosi is shocked to hear this, and Geraldine tells her that there's still a long way to go, but he would love it if she could visit sometime. Sunya loved her adventure stories after all. Additionally, Ronan's condition is strange, yes, but he's actually here to talk about her other pupil too, Addison. He has been researching her, as per Ronan's request. He cannot be certain of this yet, but if his theory is right, that child holds great danger in her, a power that she cannot hope to handle by herself. He figures that Nabiros already saw the danger behind that power, and so she kept her close in order to see what she would do. He tries to explain further, but Nabiros stops him, as her Addison is not as fragile as he thinks. He's drawing conclusions about her, when he doesn't even know her. Geraldine can see the determination in her eyes, and stops there if she's going so far. He will leave that child to her discretion. After this, Ronan talks with Geraldine, noticing that Nabiros looks pretty mad. He also heard him talking about the mercenary corps earlier. Did they work there together? Geraldine confirms it. Around 10 years ago or so, they were quite famous in the south. Their first meeting wasn't the best, but that's just how they met. They received commissions to eliminate each other, and began to move. He could never forget that day, because the Nabiros of that time was the true incarnation of death. That day, he felt a fear he would never be able to put into words. Compared to those times, she's much more docile now, making Ronan surprised that her current state is an improvement. Geraldine continues his story, saying that he almost died in that encounter. If Sunya, a person from the area, had not saved him, he would have died on that dirt road, and probably gotten eaten by the wolves too. Sunya nursed him to health, which wasn't easy, as he was basically a walking corpse. After a while, a natural bond formed between them, and they became a couple. After that ordeal, Nabiros and he become more like comrades, which is strange considering they tried to kill each other. Naturally, that was only possible because of Sunya's cheery attitude and pure way of being. That was also the reason Nabiros began to abhor him, It was all his fault after all, because he could not protect Sunya when she needed it most, and for his stupidity to let her go, she was utterly furious. Even so, she still kept his secret, and the fact that he can heal Sunya now is thanks to her. That is why he strongly believes that Nabarose will forgive him once Sunya recovers. Even if she's a ruthless fighter, she has a good heart. The next day, at the Magic Major main building, the Hall of Truth, Adashan, Geraldine, and Ronan walk through the Black Magic Laboratory. Ronan finds it quite gloomy and creepy. Are they even allowed to be in this place? Geraldine tells him to just ignore it, as the super expensive piece of equipment they need can only be used here. This is the Adult Mana Extractor, the best magic tool for pulling out the inborn mana out of a living being. There are other people who are like them, who cannot understand their mana, and they would pay with entire fortunes for just a chance to use this thing. He tells Adashan to stand in the middle. It's finally time to see that power hidden inside of her. Geraldine hopes that she has mentally prepared herself, and with that, begins the extraction. Instantly, black mist begins to come out of Adashan's body, and it spreads all around, making the test subjects in this laboratory react. Ronan is amazed. Even if she has not used her abilities before, she still has an influence. The Grand Commander he knows was called the Iron Lady, and it wasn't for nothing, as she ruled the battlefield. She had and still has the strongest and most evil power in the entire history of the Empire. Adashan asks why her mana is this color, and Geraldine knows there's no room for interpretation. What this is shadow mana. Adashan is surprised. She has heard about it from Ronan, but she never heard about it from anywhere else. Geraldine says that it's only natural. Anything about shadow mana is a top secret within the Empire, so finding out about it is difficult. This also makes him wonder how Ronan knows about it, but no matter. Shadow mana is usually dormant for a few years at least, possibly hundreds of years, and even if it does manifest in the user's lifetime, most people cannot handle it and die. She should now be able to feel it because a little is leaking out. She can feel that there's something fundamentally different from the mana they use. This can allow even those who are unable to wield mana to become Swordmasters. It's basically a miracle and a curse. This power goes against all logic and reason. That is the true face of shadow mana. The problem with it is that this power can suddenly manifest. Even the owner can't predict it until it's too late. They usually lose control and fall into a state of rage, where they begin to cause calamity all around. Eventually, the user will exhaust themselves and die. He asks Adashan if she wishes to hold such power. If she wishes, he can put a limiter on her, so that it never manifests, and they can also resort to just eliminating it out of her body, although that's harder. She should think carefully now, as historically, those who wield this power cannot control it, and they can never reach a happy ending, because that's not what this power is. The shadow mana is a sharpened, double-edged sword that threatens to cut her head off at any second. Is she prepared to handle such responsibility? Adashan remembers all that's happened in her life, and Ronan, who has helped her so much. She would be lying if she said that she's not fearful, but someone dear once told her to not worry, and try her best no matter what. That is why she cannot afford this week's resolve. She asks Geraldine to help her, who likes that hopeful glint in her eyes. She is Nabirose's pupil after all. Since they have agreed to a decision, it's about time he begins. Raging mana begins to come out of Adashan's body and forms into a ball. Adashan notes that this feeling is familiar, and Geraldine explains that they are currently extracting the mana she has accumulated throughout the years. Before explaining why, he would like to guess the situation she has been in up until now. She probably thought that she had no mana, since no matter how much she tried, she could not catch up to her classmates. Adashan wonders how he knows, but it's really simple. Shadow mana is a power that is not tied down to logic. There is no way that such a power would just patiently hide. Her shadow mana kept colliding with the mana she accumulated, so her growth was interrupted. The fact that she could still collect this much mana, however, is quite surprising. Her efforts are to be admired, but it's about time they say goodbye to it. The solution to her problem is really easy. These two energies will always collide with each other, so they will choose to eliminate one, and only let the shadow mana remain. He must note, they are quite an interesting pair. One of them is suffering from not being able to accumulate mana, and the other one can't get rid of it. Ronan feels that this situation is quite familiar. Will he say that it's going to take 5 years again? Before he can even finish, Geraldine confirms it, but they should return back to business. Mana that has found its place is not easily rid of, even though the extractor seems to well extract it. Once it deactivates, it will enter her body again. Ronan asks if there will be any side effects to removing the mana in one go, which Geraldine believes there should not be. But why is he asking? Ronan immediately pulls out his blade and cuts her mana in two, completely eliminating it. This surprises both Adashan and Geraldine, who can't believe that her mana disappeared. Ronan says that it's simple. He has way too much to do with her. He cannot wait 5 years. Suddenly, the shadow mana springs out. letting itself spread around the entire area. Soon after, Addison wakes up from her unconscious state, on Ronan's lap no less, who is quite embarrassed to see herself like this. But why did she faint? The test subjects immediately begin to roar and claw as she wakes up, making Addison question why that's happening. Ronan says that it's because of her, and Jaredin adds that since her original mana is gone, the shadow mana within her rages, leading to this. Congratulations are in order, as regardless of process, they have succeeded. The foreign feeling she is now feeling in her heart is the pure shadow mana. That is the new power she must learn to wield. Addison is surprised. It's much heavier and colder than normal mana. Jaredin chalks it up to it being activated strongly right now. Soon it will return to its original state, although she does not seem to mind. She should start to slowly learn what abilities she has obtained through the awakening of her mana, but they should quiet these subjects first. Ronan tells him to wait, and let Addison do that instead. She should tell the test subjects to be quiet. That should be possible within her limits right now. Addison does so sheepishly, and the subjects do actually calm down. Jaredin is shocked. Normal brainwashing takes an incredible amount of mana to do, and also needs magic tools, but she did it with just a sentence. Her power is much more dangerous than he expected. Ronan knows what her power is. It is called mind control. With this power, Addison can choose any living target and force her will onto them. This ability can also teach, making it a great method to command others. But if she reduces her range to a military unit, she can turn them into mindless puppets who would gladly sacrifice themselves for nothing. The Grand Commander knew of this and did not hesitate to use it. She sacrificed countless soldiers for nothing and didn't even flinch. He asked if this is really necessary, but she believed so. This is the only method to attain victory, so he should continue to devote himself to this battle until his body fails him. That is the only reason they are still alive after all. In the past, Addison had no other choice but to become the Iron Lady. But now, she can walk a different path. The only problem now is if that path will be good or not. After this is over, Ronan and Addison walk out, with Ronan saying that today was quite eventful, since she awakened a new power, and the professor even accepted to help her. He asks how she feels, as she's closer to her dream, but she does not seem to be excited at all. Addison knows, if this power continues to grow, it will eventually reach people. Is it really okay for her to use something so dangerous? She was excited at first, that she finally obtained this power. It felt like her dream was closer, but after seeing its true nature, she has become afraid of it. What if one day, she will think that this power is their only salvation, and use innocent people as sacrifice in order to obtain what she wants? What if she becomes a monster who will do anything for victory? Ronan is happy, but also a little sad that she understood that side of her ability. In his past life, her plans were always almost perfect, and her outstanding judgment saved the lives of countless people. She became a beacon and guided humanity to a better tomorrow. However, there had to be sacrifices, soldiers who were dominated by her ability, and nobody can deny that they were ruthlessly sacrificed. Addison is not so corrupted yet, so she tells Ronan to stop her if anything happens. She knows that if that moment comes, and he is by her side, she will have the strength to overcome it, just like she has now. Ronan stands silent for a bit, and tells her to not regret her words after becoming successful. This time, it won't end with just a push off a cliff. After this day, Philion became peaceful for the first time in quite a while. Addison and Jaredin began to train her shadow mana. At first, she struggled to restrain even a bird, but now she can control 5, and will be moving on to bigger beasts. Brahm returns to his usual individual training, and Ophelia, who cannot be found during the day, has been teaching Saita blood magic, and having lots of fun too. Saita has been learning well, and her blood magic abilities have grown quite well. Ophelia is naturally happy with this, and wants to teach Sita even more things. Ronan has been spending his days in relative peace too, aside for his training with Schlieffen. Ronan recognizes that he got faster. He probably trained behind his back. Schlieffen noticed that his attacks have become more elaborate too. It seems like the instructor has been taking good care of him. Even with this, they both think that they are stronger than each other. Maria wonders when they will get tired, as they have been going at it for hours, and are hogging up the training place when they could have just battled outside. Even so, that's why Ronan is so charming, right? Asel agrees. Ronan has always been impressive, even in his hometown. That's why he looks like that to her, right? Someone as reliable as Ronan must be better, right? Maria spots a hint of jealousy in her response, but she shouldn't worry, as she's still the best. They should work hard too, and show Ronan what they are made of. Asel agrees, and seems to calm down. Later, Ronan goes to meet with Varen. He did not know why he called him here, but it seems like his prediction is right. Even from just the scent, this tea is opening up his mana pathways. It's similar to what he had with Sarante. He said that he would not waste a single leaf until he succeeded in cultivating it, so that must mean that he has done it. Varen confirms as such, but it's only thanks to him. After he went to the Vadian Mountains, he came back to him with a bunch of herbs from that Sarante person. It was a bit of work, but since he succeeded in cultivating it, he will be able to help a lot of people. Ronan is quite glad to hear that. As the advising professor, he wanted to repay for having to take care of the messes they caused with their club activities. He hopes that this is enough to repay, and a little more perhaps. Varen doesn't know what to say about that, but he has another reason for calling him today besides this good news. They have finally received a reply from the place he wanted to visit in order to learn about the curse, the Mage Tower of Dawn. They have approved of his visit. Ronan is very happy. He has been dying to check it out after all. Varen tells him to be cautious. They are probably unsettled because of the unfortunate incident that happened recently, so he won't be going alone. The plan is for the postponed Magic Major honor students to go along with him on the field trip, meaning that one of his classmates will also go with him. Eventually, Ronan gets on the airship that goes to the Mage Tower of Dawn, the western wing. Elizabeth wonders why he's here, but he just greets her, wondering if he should call her Eli or something. She refuses to let him. That nickname is only for Addison after all, but he shouldn't confuse her. Why is he here? Ronan tells her that this place only has a single destination, so it's obvious he has business at the Mage Tower of Dawn. Elizabeth is surprised. He is a martial art major after all, yet he has business at the Mage Tower? Ronan tells her that she has some complicated circumstances. He would have brought a cell if that little bugger had the time, but he said something about focusing on training with Maria. He could also ask the same question to her. Where are the other first years? Why is she sitting here by herself? He heard from Varen that there were supposed to be more people coming. Elizabeth feels it's only natural she's alone, as the Mage Tower of Dawn is known for their fire magic, and this field trip opportunity was only given to the 10 best students of the practical fire mage class. That is why aside from her, who is in first place, nobody has come with. That's why she's enjoying the silence and meditating right now. Ronan understands she doesn't have any friends, so he will graciously sit with her for the entire trip, as he is alone too. Elizabeth is infuriated by his taunting and screams so loud that the entire ship shakes. As the ship sails the air and gets everyone to their location, Elizabeth finds everyone around here quite annoying. They are close to entering a renowned mage tower, yet these people are just leisurely talking. Shouldn't they be using this time to think of what they will ask? She can't help but be mad at them. This is why she hates spending time with mediocre people, isn't that right? Ronan doesn't know what to say, but Elizabeth tells him that within the academy, he is the only talent she has acknowledged, other than Adeshan. He has had impressive performances as of late. He even put that arrogant Grancia child in his place. He helped Japa in killing a bunch of bastards from the cultist organization too. The royal palace must have heard of him too, since Akalucia is interested. She suddenly remembers the invitation she gave him, and asks if he's not going to respond, as it's been months since she has given it to him. As she continues trying to convince him, Ronan spaces out, surprised that she's able to talk so much. He decides to change the subject by saying that he wants to ask her something. Why does she like Adeshan so much? Elizabeth recoils and asks why he's suddenly asking that. But Ronan's just curious, as Adeshan's efforts are finally bearing fruit. But according to what she is saying, Adeshan, at the time of becoming a scholarship student, was not talented, only mediocre. However, seeing how she likes her so much, he was wondering if it was something else. Elizabeth says it's only natural. Her Adeshan was different from everyone else since the beginning. They first met a few days after coming to Philion. She was looking for the library and got lost, and the person who kindly approached her and pointed her in the right direction was Adeshan. She also said that she was incredible at the entrance exam. For a first year, she is incredibly talented. Elizabeth has heard this again and again, and after these compliments, everyone always follows it with one of a few things. Either the blood of the Akalushas is different, or she was born with talent. They sound like compliments, but they do not flatter her at all. These people are saying that everything she has achieved up until now was because she was born this way. However, Adeshan only wondered how hard she worked to get that far at such a young age. She couldn't even imagine it. Elizabeth was shocked, and Adeshan apologized for talking like she knows her, but if she's ever in a hard spot, she can come to her. She might not help much, but she will always be here if she needs some advice. Elizabeth notes that the way she felt then is important to her, but above everything, Adeshan is just too beautiful. Her hair is dark and silk-like, which makes her slender body come out even more. Ronan is quite shocked. Are all these so-called geniuses freaks? Well, it doesn't matter, as having a relationship with Elizabeth will help Adeshan in many ways. Suddenly, he feels something approaching the ship and tells Elizabeth to grab her wand quickly, as something is coming. Ronan grabs her and immediately jumps at the top of the ship, with Elizabeth being mad that he's lifting her like a bag of rice. Ronan hopes that she can lift one person with her telekinesis ability, as that thing is coming. Elizabeth doesn't see it at first, but as it approaches, the entire sky becomes engulfed by a large fireball, much bigger than the ship. She wonders how a spell that's only used for air interception can be used here, but Ronan tells her they don't have time to guess, and will leave the levitation to her. Elizabeth swiftly uses her magic to make Ronan float, allowing him to get closer to the fireball and with his sword, split it in a bunch of miniature fireballs. What he didn't expect is for them to keep falling at the same speed. He cannot turn back now, so the ship will be hit. Fortunately, the fireballs get blasted away immediately, which surprises him. Elizabeth tells him to not be so shocked. Did he think that these little things would be a challenge to her? She's Elizabeth Akalucia. As Ronan descends, he says that he did not expect anything less from someone of the Akalucia family. They are not just all talk after all. He congratulates her once again, calling her Eli, which she hates. So she starts to curse at him after he lands down. But Ronan is more focused on what happened. They got past this, sure, but this welcoming ceremony of theirs is just too much. What could be going on at the Mage Tower of Dawn? Ronan does not have to live with this question for long, as someone starts using communication magic from the tower and asks if they are okay with a scared voice. Apparently, they have just confirmed that a magic spell designed to take down flying vehicles was shot from their tower towards them. But that was never their intention. It was actually an accident. They promise to take all the safety measures they can, so they can relax and land, as they want to apologize and explain the situation. The ship does indeed land after a while, but the students are naturally suspicious. The advent of a giant fireball flying towards them not kindling any trust. Elizabeth is quite disappointed. She did not expect one of the 5 great mage towers to create such an incident. If there really is no good explanation behind this case, she will have to complain to her family. Ronan understands where she's coming from, but they should at least hear what they have to say first. He can't know for sure, but he might know what happened. When he was talking to Varen, Ronan heard something that spooked him. The reason visits to the Mage Tower of Dawn were not allowed up until now was because of the Order bastards. Varen told him that he must know better than anyone. After the Academy attack incident and the Grancia family infiltration and subsequent cleanout, the entire Empire has been desperately tracking the Order down. While that was happening, the Mage Tower of Dawn also conducted an investigation of their own, and they did find 3 Order members, but things didn't go as they had planned. Before they could arrest them, the Order members who were cornered and had no way of escape resorted to the final way of magic, self-destruction magic. Luckily, this happened at one of the most prestigious mage towers, so there were no casualties on their part, but 1/5 of the land around the Mage Tower was simply vaporized. That is why he advised Ronan. The situation has stabilized, it's true, but they have yet to find the cause of their infiltration, and since their plan failed, the risk is still there. Ronan is just guessing right now, but there is a pretty good chance that the Order bastards were the ones who did this. This couldn't have just been a mere coincidence after all. He prepares himself. If he notices something suspicious, he must act first so there won't be any casualties. The doors to the tower open, and out comes a running mage, who apologizes for making them wait so much, and also apologizes for the situation that transpired earlier. He explains that the Tower Master is currently away, so he, Awun Phila, has substituted as the Tower Master, and he also apologized sincerely for what happened. Ronan is shocked, as he did not expect to see this person in such a place. In his past life, there was only one person who could control fire magic to an expert level, and that was this guy, the Firefowl, Awun Phila. Phila believes that it's only right he explains everything to them right now, but shamefully, they do not know much. However, they have most likely acquired the mana impact that belongs to the attacker, in the room with the launching mechanism. They are checking all the members of the Mage Tower as they speak, and soon, the culprit shall be apprehended. Naturally, they will also pay any damages they may have faced, and strengthen their security, to ensure that at least their field trip plans will not be impeded any longer. All the S students know him, so they accept his apology. Even Elizabeth is surprised that someone of his standing is apologizing so profoundly. Since he looks sincere, she also decides to let the matter go. As for Ronan, he already knew that Phila was trustworthy, as during the battle with Ahayut, he was always in the front lines, buying enough time for everyone, as one of the best vanguards he has ever seen. In that fierce battle, where all of their lives were on the line, he lit his own body on fire multiple times in order to save his allies, until his body could no longer take it. So he became like the ash he spread with his magic, and dissipated into the air. That's why Ronan believes that there's no way for him to be on the Order's side. He should just go and look somewhere else. Before he could leave, however, Phila recognizes him and Elizabeth as the ones who blocked the fireball, meaning that the Mage Tower is indebted to them. As the substitute Tower Master, he thanks them from the bottom of his soul, Ronan and Elizabeth. Ronan is surprised that he knows his name. Elizabeth is in Akalusha, so of course he would know it, but how does he know him? Phila explains that he has heard of him from Filion in the past, but they should follow him now, as they must be rewarded and also talk about something else. After they walk for a bit, Phila starts introducing the place they are in simply. This is the center of the Tower of Dawn, the palace where they conduct their research, and the main hall of the Magic Research Building. This place sounds quite fancy when he puts it like that, but because of the situation they are in, there's a bunch of chaos going on. As the tower students are rummaging through, Elizabeth is impressed. Only now does she understand why the Tower of Dawn is one of the great mage towers, because of the people she is seeing. She did not expect to see only fourth circle, and above mages, they could enter real battles at any given time. Ronan agrees. They definitely aren't average mages. The only issue right now is that the atmosphere they are letting on is not really welcoming. He can't hear what they are saying, but he can hear their whispers, filled with doubt and deceit. They are hiding something. He wonders if his curse will finally be lifted here, but above them on an unlit stairway sits a girl who seems to be speaking to her plushie like it's her master. As he commanded, she will light the embers of worry in everyone's hearts by killing that Akalusha woman. Eventually, Phila and the two arrive at his office, but Ronan is confused. After hearing his explanation of things and seeing the atmosphere around the place, he understands that what happened was an accident. However, there's still some stuff that he cannot really understand. Why could they not respond to the attack that came at them? Even he would have been able to take action before it came anywhere near their ship. Phila agrees. What he says is true. Even if it was not him, most of the tower mages would have been able to intervene the moment they saw it. But that's where the problem lies. Ronan asks him what that means, so Phila puts it as bluntly as possible. The mage tower did not notice the fireball until it reached their ship. Nobody had a clue. They are both surprised, but Elizabeth is shocked. It does not make sense for people with trained senses not to notice something so large. She turns to Ronan and explains that if this is true, this may be an issue that is much more severe than they could imagine. He asks what she means, so she puts it this way. The simple fact that nobody saw that thing means that someone here used wide area recognition hindering magic spells, and since a 7th circle mage like Phila could not notice it, means that it could only be done by someone on the level of the 9th circle archmage Lorahan, who is in this empire. Ronan is surprised to hear that name, as that old man sealed one of the 3 giants in his previous life. He was a comrade until the end, so he does not expect him to be the culprit. But if there's an enemy that can truly rival that guy, is there something they can even do? Phyllis sees the sad expression on their faces and suggests they calm down, as they do not have evidence to come to that conclusion, and they may have used other means rather than magic. Besides, the moment they find the element that is endangering this tower and everyone within, he will make sure that they burn in a fire so hot it will melt their bones. So they should rest assured, okay? Ronan can't disagree with that, so Phila moves on to the matter of their reward. He has prepared some stuff based on what he has heard about them. Firstly, as a reward for getting first place in her lecture, he will teach Elizabeth fire magic personally. This is something that is difficult to acquire in Pilion, so he hopes that this is helpful. For Ronan, he heard that he has his club activities in some dangerous places. This is a scroll enchanted with the fire magic of a high circle. It will surely come in hand when he is in an emergency. Ronan thanks him for such a gift. It will surely be helpful in the future. Phila then speaks of the book that may lift his curse, his entire reason for coming here. Their library is one of the largest in the entire empire, so finding books really is not easy. To make it as convenient as possible for him, he has told them to keep a lookout for that book, so the librarian can most definitely help him. As day turns to night, Ronan wonders what the librarian will be like. Sarante told him to specifically go see them, so they must be trustworthy at least. He wonders what kind of face they will have. If they are acquainted with Sarante, they must be an elf too. As he ponders and ponders, the librarian comes from behind and asks if he's the student that Phila mentioned. She is the librarian of this library and will also be his guide. She is called Air, and it's nice to meet him. Ronan did not know what to expect, but it certainly was not this. Sarante really is unpredictable till the very end. He decides to still ask if there are other librarians, maybe an elf or an old mage. She denies someone like that being here. She's been the only librarian of this tower for a long time. Why does he ask though? Ronan shows her the ring he got from Sarante and asks if she recognizes it. The owner of this ring was his friend and said that the librarian of this place would recognize it. Air is immediately surprised to see Sarante's ring. She has not seen something from that guy in ages. She begins growing suspicious, as why does someone like him have this? Ronan explains that it's a pretty long story, but Air cuts him off. That ring is something Sarante really cared for, so it's not something he would just recklessly give to someone. She exudes a dangerous amount of mana and tells Ronan to answer honestly. lest he suffer. Ronan certainly did not expect to be attacked here or to see a great wolf for that matter. Air warns him again. If he has hurt him in order to steal that precious ring, he will pay the price. Ronan can't seem to tell what her relationship with Sarante is, but one thing's for sure. This woman really is worried for her old friend. He decides to let go of his sword and says that she has misunderstood him. He would take offense to it too, if someone he did not know appeared and showed him something of a friend, but he would explain things properly. So can she at least hear him out? After Ronan explains everything, Air tells it again to make sure she got it right. While he was doing his club activities, he met Sarante out of pure coincidence, formed a bond with him, and worked together to defeat an executive of the Order who had been troubling this tower for a while. If this is true, it makes sense why he gave him this ring. If it was taken by force, he would not know of her relationship with him. That's the point Ronan is trying to make. If not for that, how could he even take this ring? She already knows that unlike how he looks, Sarante really is brutal. She agrees with him on that and apologizes for what she has done. She did not properly confirm his words and instead disrespected one of Sarante's friends. Ronan says that there's no need for that. It's his fault for not explaining it well. But how does she know Sarante? It does not sound like her relationship with him was ordinary, and her mana looked like a wolf. Judging by all this, he suspects that she is a spirit. Air confirms as such, surprised that he figured it out so fast. As for her relationship with Sarante, it was similar to that of a teacher and student. She has learned much from him. They met a few hundred years ago. At that time, she was filled with awful emotions and had complaints about the entire world. Because of this, she traveled far and wide, causing as many accidents as possible. She purposely went to places where humans were many and either bothered them or stole their land to make it a part of her territory. At the time, she thought that this was okay. Nobody could stop her after all. All that until Sarante came. He had heard that an angsty wolf was bothering people. It must be her. She immediately told him to buzz off, as this is her land that he was stepping on. Sarante apologized, as he let out an amazing amount of power. She would have to come with him, as he does not want to hurt her, if possible. When she saw this, Air decided to follow him to the Mage Tower of Dawn, where he was the top mage at the time. Ronan is surprised to hear that, so Air tells him more. He was the only person to have become a top mage, despite not even using fire magic. Just goes to show how powerful he truly was. Naturally, at the time, she did not care for him, and only thought of ways to escape his grasp. However, Sarante never gave up on her, and instead began teaching her. He taught her that those who prove themselves with strength alone will eventually meet someone stronger than them, and break. He taught her that in order to live a fulfilling life, one must know how to live in the world with harmony and have a fond heart. Thanks to his diligent teaching, she was able to become the person she is today. She has been following his teaching since then and has been a librarian of this place, protecting it all the while. Sarante seems to be busy like usual since she's only hearing about this from him. Ronan wonders if he should tell her what happened, but he has his doubts. He knows that Sarante would not want someone close to him to be sad, so Ronan tells her that it's true. He's devoted to Senyal after all, so he has a lot to do. That's why he also came here to tell her that he might be difficult to contact for a while. Air is not surprised. He's the same as ever, but she is not sad. The simple fact that he has not forgotten her is already enough. After she touches the ring, it exudes a green power, and it magically changes shape. Behind Ronan, a dangerous-looking book seems to have taken notice of this, and looks at them with malicious intent. 3 days later, the people of the Mage Tower were as busy as ever, and there were no more incidents to speak of. Thanks to that, Ronan has been learning more about his curse quite comfortably, but he has a pile of books to go through, and he does not seem to find an end to them. Air comes around and asks if he has made progress, and although he has not found anything specific about the curse lingering in his body, Ronan has begun to understand similarly related concepts. This is all thanks to her because she decided to teach him about curse attributes for the last 3 days without a wink of sleep. However, the more he learns, the more troublesome this all gets, and the more he just wants to give up. Air can only let out an awkward laugh, as the field of curses tends to be like that. If he happens to have any questions for her, however, now is the time to ask them, as she has some free time. Ronan takes this opportunity, as he really did have something to ask, something that has been catching his eye quite a bit. He wrestles with his mind to find what he wanted to say, and eventually tells her that it's about the forbidden book, Bajura. Air stands silently for a while, confusing Ronan, but she, with a serious tone, asks how he knows of that name as she grabs him. Has he been in the forbidden books area? Air asks calmly. Ronan does not know what she's talking about. He did not know such a thing even existed. It's just being mentioned over and over again in the books she brought, so that's why he asked. Air knows that something is wrong, as that can't be. The books she gave him would not mention that name, not a single one. Ronan is confused, as he definitely saw it mentioned even in the book he is reading now. Unfortunately for him, the entire page has disappeared, leaving him without evidence. Now Air knows. The reason Sarante wanted him to come here is not just because she's a librarian. The Mage Tower of Dawn has more books about curses than anywhere else. It's a place that has a huge knowledge of them. However, even in this place, Bajura is something nobody mentions carelessly. Bajura is not called the most evil forbidden book for nothing, as it's been written by a demon. Those who touch it receive amazing power, along with the instinct to simply destroy. In the past, during a reign of peace, this one book led to the extinction of a kingdom. That is the book he is speaking of. Phyllis seems to have someone locked in the basement. This is something he has solely done for tomorrow's dawn. He only hopes he can understand since he is the Tower Master. As Air holds the books in the air, she explains that the forbidden books area of the library is a place to seal Bajura, along with some other forbidden books. The reason Sarante asked her, a spirit, to become the librarian of this place, is because he needed someone who could protect the forbidden stuff, instead of a human who would get seduced by the promised power. She certainly did not expect to hear the name of the most evil book in history come out of his mouth. Just what are the connections between the missing cases that happened after Nebula's self-destruction and this? Ronan tells her to slow down, asking if people really started to go missing after the attack. She confirms it. She remembers it well because it was quite a big incident. Everyone who went missing was people who helped her in the library. All wonderful people. That is why she also looked everywhere in the tower when they went missing, but she could not find even a trace, no matter where she looked. It was just as if they suddenly vanished in the air, swallowed by a force that nobody could know of. Ronan is surprised. How can anyone disappear from this place without a trace? It seems like those bastards have been waiting for it since it happened after the self-destruction incident. Perhaps that incident was really a trap, designed to take their attention away from more important things. Later into the night, Elizabeth is still training. She has experienced Phila's flame magic firsthand, and she's amazed, as it's on an entirely different level. She just applied his theory, but her mana waste has drastically decreased already. She cannot fathom creating such a beautiful formula. She would want him in Akalusia, but that would be quite difficult, as this is a man who has dedicated his life to magic. Since she cannot do that, she will learn whatever she can through the remainder of this trip. At that moment, she feels a presence behind her, and immediately grabs it, making the person come out of their cloaking status as she pulls him closer. Did he truly think that he could spy on her just by hiding his presence? She does not know which family sent him, but there will be hell to pay for this. As she looks at the stalker's face, she sees that he's actually one of the missing people, but his smile has long faded, and his eyes are akin to a dying individual. Before she could question him further, a fiery explosion appears behind her, wreaking havoc as it advances towards her. This was caused by 3 cloaked people, who seem to have no remorse in their eyes. The missing student flies towards them as he burns, but they only create a barrier and let his body fall to the ground harshly. Elizabeth thought they wanted their little colleague back, so she handed him over, but it seems that they don't particularly care for him. Since they started this fight, she does not want to hear any complaints when they get burned, alright? However, she wants to ask them something first, since she can't understand this. Just what the hell are the people who have disappeared suddenly doing here, and attacking her of all people? What she does not understand at all is why a certain person is in their group, and that would be the 3rd daughter of the Grancia family, Scion Grancia. She bears the same empty expression as the other missing student, so Elizabeth knows that she won't be able to tell her anything, which also works for her. She has been dying to test the formula she got from Phila in a real battle, among other application methods, so the only thing she asks of them is that they don't turn into ash quickly. She unleashes a mighty fiery blast onto them, but they retaliate with one of their own, which has a much sinister hue. One of them talks, now believing the rumors about her becoming a pillar of Akalusia in the future. They will not last long against someone like her. The other one tells Grancia that she has to do it right now, so she summons a mighty spear of flame and lunges it at Elizabeth, completely eliminating her attack and heading straight toward her head. Elizabeth does not even move, and stops the mighty spear with just her arm. She didn't expect for them to be so weak, to send a toothpick her way. They made a lot of fuss over nothing, but it's alright. She will send the same attack to them, but this time, they will see what it means to become an enemy of Akalusia. She creates countless flaming spears, so hot that their color changes into a bright purple. She unleashes them on the missing students, who desperately try to defend against the onslaught, but the spears are starting to rip through. They know that if they endure until the end, this won't stop. They must close the distance and end this. One of them decides to go while the other stays behind and protects Grancia. They should not forget, the core of this plan for their master is Scion's existence. The Akalusia woman must be killed by Grancia. Before he can finish his sentence, one of the spears punctures through and smashes into him, scaring Cyan to death. That was a firewall that they created with full power, so why is she penetrating it so easily? The other student falls shortly after that too, so the other student decides not to stay here any longer and finish this. He knows that Elizabeth is too caught up in her attacks. She will not be able to defend herself. Elizabeth is indeed caught by surprise. She did not expect that her enemy could dodge her, even if she's a genius. Her arrogant behavior shows that she's still a child. He has closed the distance and Elizabeth is now at his mercy. That's what he thought anyway, as Elizabeth immediately impales him with a bunch of spikes. He truly is amusing to play with. He thought that the gap she purposely left open was an opportunity, so he came rushing in like a fish to bait. How fitting. He does not get how this happened. She did not have time to cast a spell. Elizabeth asks why she would need to cast a new spell. She just needed to change the orbit of the magic she has activated already. She continues to impale Grancia again and again, explaining that telekinesis is all she needs. He can't believe that she can handle 2 different magic attributes at the same time, but Elizabeth can actually handle 3. Naturally, she has no reason to do that since that's only for serious opponents, and they were only worms. Since the annoyances have gone to sleep, it's time for them to have a serious conversation and find out what really happened to them. Even if she burned them pretty well, these guys won't die. They are fire mages after all and are more resistant to fire. The pain did knock them out though, so since she has nobody to help, she should talk while she's still merciful. She is young, but she should understand that if these families were to fight, a bloody river would flow through the entirety of the empire, and regardless of who wins, all that would remain is destruction. This pathetic plot of assassination cannot be done solely by her. Is the family leader behind this? That would be foolish though, and he is no fool. She has far too much to lose from starting this war, and for an assassination, this was a sloppy attempt. She would not admit it normally, but her family is not one that would just do something like this. Considering all of this, she can only come to one simple conclusion. She was being manipulated by a rebellious faction who wants the 2 families to go at each other's necks. But now the question is, who is the one inside of her? Cyan lets out a smile, and something deep within her congratulates Elizabeth for being so clever. It would be a shame to kill her just for fun. Elizabeth can't even react. Her senses are overwhelmed, and she is put to the ground. She knows that this happened just because of the unsettling energy going around them. Her body has frozen, and her vision blurs. She musters all of her strength to look up, only to see a demonic figure looking down at her. His aura begins to pass throughout the area, and a hideous arm emerges. A powerful voice tells her that she's only a lamb drunk on some foolish power. She will raise her head and see the reality she is facing. He will become the true master of this world, and his name is Bajura, the Demon King. Air and Ronan go to Phila with the news that he saw Bajura's name in a random book, which Ronan confirms again. He wouldn't have known that name if it hadn't shown up. Phila agrees with him, and Air suggests that perhaps Bajura's seal has weakened. They should check it immediately. Phila puts down this idea. The seal was fine yesterday. He checked it himself after all. Air takes a while to realize that he went to the Forbidden Books area without her, which is something that's extremely dangerous, as he should be very well aware. Even if he is strong, what will he do if he gets enticed by those evil books? She will not let this go. As soon as the Tower Master returns, she will make a full report on this. Phila apologizes. He never should have kept this from her, but Tower Master Lardan is already there, sealed alongside Bajura. 1 year ago, they reported that the Owner Master left to cultivate alone, but that was not the truth. He didn't even leave the Mage Tower. If anything, he walked right into the darkest place of it. He released the seal of Bajura, hoping to obtain the ancient knowledge hidden within its pages. Air doesn't get it. Is that truly the reason why they haven't heard from him all this time? Just what would make that man want the knowledge of that forbidden book in the first place? Lardan had reached the peak of fire and phantom magic, so why would he yearn for more? Phila guesses that he got cocky and figured he could control Bajura, as he always considered the knowledge in these forbidden books a waste, and that all the unfortunate incidents that occurred only happened because the people who found them were evil. He often talked about them, even if dangerous. The knowledge within can still be useful in the hands of the right person, and out of all the forbidden books, Bajura had the most potential and would become a great boon upon Thor Nation. Ronan can figure out what happened from here. He failed, just like everyone else. Phila feels in the wrong too, as they had the wrong impression of that power from the very beginning. It is an evil that humans will never be able to handle. Even Lardan was able to briefly resist it before the evil consumed him. However, in that short time, he realized he would become Bajura's host, so he activated the emergency force summon scroll and brought him there. He apologizes to him and the entire tower, as his selfishness and greed may have doomed them all. He begged him to seal him while he could, lest the entire world be in danger. Phila was hesitant. He wouldn't have been able to save him if he did that, but Larden insisted. He gave up his life the moment he touched this damned book. He would rather face his death as a human than be the one who opens the path to a new dawn of evil. Phila understood what he had to do. Everything that they did was for tomorrow's dawn. That is how he sealed Bajura alongside Lardan with the strongest seal possible, a spell that would not fall behind the one that was used before. That is the sad truth he has been hiding up until now, and although it would be right for him to tell everyone, as an explorer of knowledge who understands that the Tower Master was attempting this for the world, he cannot bring himself to sully his name. Ronan keeps silent and thinks that things have gotten really twisted. It's a shame that Lardan suffered this fate, but there's no time to worry about him now, as everything happening here is pointing to a single conclusion. Phila may be confident in his seal, but Bajura's seal has already been undone. Even though he confirmed the seal with his eyes, they can't be sure of it, as Bajura has already shown that he can alter the cognition of everyone in the Mage Tower. Being able to fool a single person in a single room is probably child's play at this point, especially since Lardan was a master of phantom magic. What he's curious about now is why Bajura, who has been hiding the fact that he was unsealed, is suddenly revealing himself. Before he can wonder anymore, a dark mist suddenly envelops him, which he recognizes as Nebula Clazier's mana. It's not coming from those two, and it's not coming from somewhere near, meaning that it's powerful enough to fill the entire tower. Even Brygia was not this strong, just who appeared to create this much force. Elizabeth looks at Bajura and recognizes the name. It's a famous forbidden book that holds dangerous information. Even the Akalushas cannot research it without the Patriarch's permission. What is a being like this doing here? There's something even more confusing now. Even though he looks slightly altered, that man is the Tower Master Lardan. Bajura can figure out that she knows who his host is, but since she has kept him entertained a little, he will reward her. It is true that this body belongs to Lardan, the master of this Mage Tower, and the elder of the magic world close to the peak of humanity. However, because he dared to covet power that would wreak insanity, he lost everything, and now he's his nice flesh puppet he gets to command around, just like she is right now, a chained Akalusia. Elizabeth didn't expect etiquette from a book that was sealed so long ago, but he really is saying some absurd things to a lady. She tries to calm down. If this guy truly is the Bajura she knows, they cannot hope to win, even if everyone in the Mage Tower would attack all at once. However, something is strange here. Why is someone like him acting behind the scenes when he could do all of this by himself? Now she understands it's truly embarrassing for such a genius to be hiding behind a 10-year-old and making her carry out an unfair surprise attack that was merely an annoyance. How pitiful. All of his actions have shown that he has not recovered his power. He is in an unstable state, so it's dangerous for him to go out in the world. Bajura begins laughing, as she's got it half right. As she said, he needs more time, but he has more than enough power to end her miserable life. Not only does this old man resist him constantly, it's also quite difficult to unify his mind and this body. Lardan is struggling to burn his entire body at any movement he makes. It's quite annoying and foolish, but even that will come to an end soon enough. He has found a new toy and this one will be sure to obey him. He is talking about Ronan, as that child is his true beginning and end. Elizabeth asks what he means, so Bajura explains that Lardan has quite the strong mind. However, even though it is tiresome to subdue his consciousness, it's an issue that will be fixed in time. Naturally, he doesn't like the fact that after all this work, all he obtains is this old body. Not like he can freshen up though. However, one day, while getting rid of his consciousness, he decided to avoid getting bored by starting a war, so he aimed a flare at the aircraft they came on. That's when he discovered him as if it was fate to meet. He has overwhelmingly bright potential that can't even be compared to this old fart. He doubted his eyes at first since he had never seen a gem like this within 100 years or so. He decided to observe him carefully and discovered that this child, Ronan, is the perfect vessel for him. That is why the battle between the two families has become boring. He thinks of it as a part of a meaningful process since he has discovered her, who is also quite the impressive vessel. She is indeed a talent that would be a waste to just kill, so through his generosity, he will extend an offer to her. She either pledges allegiance to him and becomes his loyal servant, or she will die at the hands of this Grancia child and be the spark that ignites a war that will destroy the Empire. She better choose fast, as he's not the patient type. Elizabeth becomes overwhelmed with fear, but she bites down on her lip to calm down. Compared to the generations he has existed in, he has remained quite dull, as she can't believe he would think of her as someone who would waver at such a choice. He should stop yapping and kill her. She would not have a right to the Akalusia name if death were to scare her. He should do as he wishes since nothing will go his way. Bajura becomes quite bored by her incessant attempts at bravery. He is no longer interested in her, so she will die. The blade plummets towards her, but suddenly the illusion is broken by Ronin, who swiftly sweeps in and takes the girl's hand. He says that they both owe him now, and Bajura wonders how he even broke through, but Ronin immediately wipes the floor with him by cutting up his body. Bajura is still confused. Lardan is a master illusionist. How can that child easily see and cut through it? It is just as he thought. He's the perfect vessel. Air and Phila enter the illusion too, with Phila surprised to see that Ronin was actually right. He also recognizes the wavelengths of this mana, which Air also does. It's the mana of Lardan. It seems that Bajura's seal really has come undone, despite what he saw. Phila is rightfully scared and decides to gather all of the mages and prepare as many countermeasures as they can. Elizabeth laughs. She can't help herself since she's in such an embarrassing state. She definitely felt the pain of her body being pierced, but it was all a mere illusion. Her senses were utterly fooled. Also, she will not let this matter go if he tells Adishan about her incompetence. Ronin is surprised that she still has the energy to say that, and asks if that kid next to her really is Schlieffen's younger sister. Elizabeth confirms it. She's Scion Grantia, the third daughter of Grantia. She is a pretty talented magician. She heard that she got sent abroad at a young age because of it. However, she never thought they would meet like this, and even though she attacked first, she won't make a deal out of this on account of her being used by Bajura. Ronin is surprised that an Akalucia can be generous. She truly is amazing. With that, she passes out. Ronin's surprised that it took so long, but at least she is safe. Those lumps of coal must be the people who went missing after the Order's terrorist attacks. Even though they are free from Bajura, the unique mana from those bastards is of the Order, so the ones who went missing were simply Order spies. He thought it was suspicious that only those who helped Air with librarian work disappeared. It seems that the Forbidden Book area was occupied by them. If that is true, then the terrorist attack the other day was not a simple attack, but a diversion to distract everyone within the Mage Tower, including Air and Phila. Elizabeth somehow wakes up and tells Ronin to get away from this place, as he is Bajura's real target. She doesn't have time to explain it in detail, but what he cut earlier was not Bajura's true body, but a mere illusion. The real Bajura is on an entirely different level, so much so that even his illusions manage to beat her down. If he gets in the hands of Bajura and completes himself, this Mage Tower will not be able to avoid its demise. The entire world will suffer. He must get out of here before it's too late, as that guy is plotting something. Sure enough, Bajura says that this won't do, and encapsulates everyone except Ronin in a complete time stop. It's not just them. The entire Mage Tower is now stuck, and in his control. With this, the boring wait he had to suffer through is over. He will be the one who will be blessed with serving him for eternity. He should come and meet him. Then he will fulfill his destiny. Ronin immediately calls him a bastard. As he has had enough of his dumb tricks and plays, he will come out here and face him now. Bajura is surprised that he dares to raise his voice after witnessing his power. He would come, but that place is too ugly for such a monumental moment. So he will move him into a much more fitting place. Suddenly, the last missing person appears, who explains that she will guide him to her master. Ronin stays silent for a moment, and asks if she really wants him to walk himself to that place. But honestly, it's not like he has much of a choice either. It's whatever. He was going to look for that bastard anyway, so she should lead the way. Eventually they arrive in the Forbidden Books section. Ronin glad to finally see where this bastard was being kept. The missing person opens the door, only for Ronin to see a chained Lardan, who begs Bajura for mercy. He was an arrogant human who could never compete with his power. He will follow him evermore if he shows mercy. Ronin becomes enraged and cuts this dirt visage of Lardan in two. He has had enough of his damn jokes. He should come out already. Bajura explains that this was only a mere greeting, but it seems he did not find it fun. He will allow him to do as he pleases then. He opens the real door and greets Ronin face to face, as he's his newest vessel. It feels amazing to finally meet him in person. He wants to admire this moment more intimately, so they should get rid of the nuisance. He orders the missing person to off herself, who immediately snaps herself as she swears glory to his name. Ronin doesn't get it. Wasn't she on his side? Bajura finds that laughable. That mortal, similar to the guy he's controlling now, is a mere insect, who coveted power beyond her control. He can still remember the words they spewed the first time they walked in. They wanted him to contribute to their cause and be saved, as that would be the only way he could survive. Even though those bastards were not but insects, even though he could have turned them into searing flesh in an instant, he showed mercy. He gave them the highest honor to follow his orders, although it was quite brief. Does that answer his dear question? Ronin can guess just by his voice that he's not on the side of the Order, so why is Nebula's energy coming out of him like a broken faucet? Regardless of this, he has finally come to a conclusion. He has listened to his inflated ego for far too long. Now he will teach him some proper manners. Bajura is glad that he has high spirits. He must own a vessel with vigor after all. But is he truly not afraid of the difference in their power that could end his life in but a moment? Ronan does not answer and jumps him. If he wanted to think of that, he would have thought of it earlier, right? Bajura finds him even more interesting as the strike destroys his throne, but he is nowhere to be found. Unfortunately, his arrogance must be corrected. He should try his best, but soon he will realize just how weak he is. The gap between them will never be narrowed down. Suddenly, Sarante's ring begins to react and glows a beautiful green. Ronan immediately feels the energy entering his body, but the monstrosity Bajura summoned chomps down on him. Ronan managed to wedge himself in its teeth, asking how he dared to open that rancid mouth of his. Does he want to die? He immediately rips the beast apart with his blade in a spectacular show. But Bajura is not done, as he summons yet another beast that threatens to swallow him. Ronan uses his newfound powers to blast the creature into two pieces, with Bajura being quite pleased. That move was not sophisticated, but it was not bad either. He uses the corpse of the beast to summon a bunch of undead that begin to overwhelm Ronan as they grab him and climb each other to encircle him. Bajura raises all of them in the air, and does not give Ronan even room to breathe as he captures him in the fleshy ball, giving him no quarter. Unfortunately for him, Ronan manages to cut through the ball, which Bajura is once again pleased with. As his vessel, he should be able to handle at least this much. He summons a bow and arrow, aiming straight for Ronan, but he manages to block the attack, which explodes in a nebula of energy. Bajura is overjoyed. He wants to be shown even more than this. He wants to see his full potential, holding nothing back. Suddenly, a gigantic firebird comes for him. Bajura is surprised to see Phila's special magic inside of this place. It's surprising to see that a child can use a spell such as this, but he has forgotten one thing. Lardon also knew fire magic. A mere trick like this is nothing. He makes the bird disappear instantly, and guesses that was probably his trap card. He can't help but acknowledge his battle sense. So what will his next attack be? He clears the miasma around the area, only to see that Ronan is not there. He realizes that the bird wasn't an attack, but a way to hide his trace. It was a smokescreen. Ronan is already too close, so Bajura can't do anything against this attack and proceeds to bleed profusely. He never expected it. Even if this pairing was incomplete, he actually managed to wound him. Truly, his achievements are incredible. Bajura begins summoning tons of beasts as he wants to see all that Ronan's got left. The beasts tackle Ronan, who doesn't know what to do. He definitely cut up that bastard's essence, but it wasn't enough. Does he have to bring out the forbidden book that is controlling Lardon? This entire situation has become far too annoying. Surprise attacks and the scrolls Phila gave him no longer work. Lardon is equal to Nabaros after all. Their fight up until now was only possible because Bajura wants his body. If he did not, he would have been long dead. Head on, he has no chance, which means that he must do something else. Bajura summons a mana spear and hurls it at Ronan, who knows that he's the only tool he has left. So he does not block the attack and lets it approach him, almost piercing his neck. Bajura stops it before that could happen, and asks what he's doing. Does he know what his foolishness could have led to? That body will help him significantly. Ronan calls him shameless. If somebody saw them, they would think his body belonged to him because of the way he speaks. Now he knows that he has no plans to kill him, and since he will lose his body at this rate, he might as well go out on his own terms. Bajura doesn't believe he will go through with it. How dare he try to fool him with such absurd confidence? Does he think that such a trick will work on him? It seems that he has mistaken his mercy as an opportunity. Ronan tells him to stop talking already, after canceling that spell because he thought that something would happen to him. Does he think that now his words will convince him? He knows that there are restrictions. He cannot use a ruined body as a vessel. Bajura tells him that he has forgotten, but everyone in this tower is at his mercy. This means that right now, he could kill them if he so much as thought of it. If he doesn't want to see his comrades turn into corpses, he shall stop these threats now. Ronan begins laughing, as he really is a joker. Does he really think of him as that dumb? Does he think this is his first time meeting someone like him? He can already tell from his annoying ass tone. Regardless of whether or not he offers his body, there's no way he would let them live. He should go ahead and try it. He can be certain and act out without worry then. Even if he dies, he will screw him over before he goes. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Whether he is bluffing or not, he should watch and see because he will show him something he cannot forget. Bajura can't believe it. He considered him a child who was lucky to be born with such talent, but to think he could gaze at him with those eyes. Ronan sees that he's indecisive, so he will show his conviction properly. Bajura is shocked to see him stabbing his own neck and barely has enough time to stop him from going further. He asks, what is he trying to obtain through this threat? He should speak up now. Ronan is glad that he's in the mood to talk. He actually wants to make a bet with their lives on the line, as that's the funniest kind of bet out there. Ronan has been researching quite a bit about curses recently, But he stumbled upon something quite interesting during his research. That would be the curse of the pact, a forced curse that forbids everything that goes against this very pact until the fight that began under the ceremony comes to an end. The scariest part of this curse is that the contents of said pact must be carried out no matter what, even if it is at the price of their lives. That's why they should end this battle with this curse, as he's powerful enough to write that kind of thing, right? Bajura looks at him for a second and ponders. Defeating him, especially at this point, will not be difficult, but he doesn't know if he can obtain his body in full shape. Someone with so much confidence could easily choose to die, not to mention this strange feeling he has sensed since earlier, which is providing Ronin with a strange power. It is not enough to be considered a major threat, but it is still a variable that he must take care of. He is a treasure. He has been searching for centuries. After all, he cannot allow his body to be damaged. Ronin smiles. Why is such a great forbidden book hesitating in making a bet with a child? Is he perhaps scared of him? Bajura takes the bait. He agrees, but he has one condition. He will decide the contents of the fight. He should already know, but this time he will not hold a single thing back. Ronin can see how pissed off he is. If he continues to act recklessly, he will really be in danger, but this is enough to reel this guy fully in. Regardless of what happens now, win or lose, the result will not change. After some time, Bajura summons the curse of the pact, ready for them to make their pledges. The targets of this curse will not do anything forbidden by the pact until the match comes to an end. If Ronin loses, he will accept Bajura in his body without fighting it, and if Bajura loses, he will set all of the humans in his control free and be sealed for an eternity. Bajura believes he has read the contents of the pact. His victory will be determined by one thing, whether or not he can endure the illusion he will cast on his mind. Does he agree to all of this? Ronin does, so he should hurry up and not waste any more time. Bajura smiles, and with that the pact is created, both of their sides being held against one another. Bajura tells Ronin to have a pleasant dream, as it will be the last he ever has. Ronin finds it funny. He should enjoy this air while he still can, because once this is over, he will regret ever coveting this cursed body of his. Suddenly, Ronin finds himself above a blue sky, two people arguing in front of him about capturing some fantasy species. As if they catch one, they will be rich. The other is surprised he wants to go that far, when he can't even catch a bear. The first guy is mad that words don't seem to work on them. They have only lived in the countryside after all, so they don't even know how the world works. Ronin tells them to shut up. Are they there to scream at each other, or actually do their jobs? One of the guys did not see him wake up. He was sleeping so soundly, he probably had a really nice dream. This is the disciplinary squad captain, Corporal Ronin. He has had enough of their idle talk. They should prepare to check equipment. He has had quite the silly dream, though. The red-haired young guy now wants to speak with him about what he said earlier. Just how much longer do they have to do this for? If they, as disciplinary soldiers, die before getting released, what's the point? They should just all run away during the next fight. That will be possible for him, right? As he keeps yapping, Ronin tells Balus that he's sure he said that if he talks about poaching and other shit one more time, he will cut off his hands. So does he want him to do it right now? Balus immediately retracts all of his statements while putting his arms behind his back, making Ronin tell him to shut it and stay a simple man. Doesn't he know that the Grand Commander vowed to give them amnesty if they just served for 2 more months? They lasted this long with that promise. As their propulsion, they could have a fresh start instead of living their lives as criminals on the run forever. He should stop the lopsided thinking and focus on keeping alive, all right? Suddenly, someone named Martin comes from behind and says that he's right. They should endure for a bit longer and stick with this bastard, then they will definitely not die. Is that not right? Ronin looks at him and says that everyone is in charge of their own lives. Why is he trying to hide behind him all the time? He raises his hands and tells them that his life is the most important thing he has. He will abandon all of them the moment they annoy him. He did not mention this because he thought these guys would drop their guards down, but the Grand Commander promised him that if they succeed with the plan, she would grant everyone amnesty. This means this will be extremely dangerous, however. There is not much time left for him. He must endure even if only a bit longer, so that he can go to Nimbuton, where his sister is surely waiting for him. He will survive somehow, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, a heavenly ray of light descends upon their camp, opening the clouds as it strikes down and takes out a good chunk of land. Everyone is shocked. Some just sit there while others scramble for their weapons. But Ronin is left in complete disrepair. His whole body is screaming at him to run. He knows that this is too dangerous for any of them to face. A strange being tells them to cast their eyes on him. They who are unlearned under the starlight. He has come to clear their paths. With his will in hand, they will accept their fates. A Hayuta has appeared, and he's ready to redeem them. The soldiers are left astounded as they watch the strange being's every move, but soon, a Hayut summons hundreds of holy spears, which in mere seconds, completely annihilate the ground around them, and everyone who is even remotely close to one is annihilated. Ronin is still in shock, and without warning, the advance horn is sounded, telling them to advance. Ballas is astounded. Are they really telling them to go forward when that thing is killing everyone? As he speaks, he threatens to take his life, but Ronin rushes forwards and redirects the attack, making it fall elsewhere. After he lands, he tells his band of merry idiots to get it together, as this is no time to be standing in place to ponder. If they don't want to die just like the guys in front of them, they should fight or run away. But either way, they must move. At a speed that even he wasn't prepared for, 8 spikes emerge, killing his entire team in one fell swoop. Ronin is too shocked to see the spears that are now coming for him. But suddenly, Martin grabs him out of the way, throwing the both of them out of the charge. He tells Ronin to get up. They have to leave as they can't face that thing. They must wait for backup. Ronin does get up, but he only sees his comrades, his friends, all desecrated as their bodies rot. This sight causes him to go mad, and the spears keep coming without a sign of stopping. Bajura continues to cast his spell. This illusion is one that invades his memories and recreates terrible and painful moments. It will repeat endlessly, restraining him so that he may never escape. His mind will constantly undergo horror. It will be torn to shreds, until the only thing he will ever wish for is the sweet release of death. In order for him to win, he will have to endure that forever. But a mortal like him achieving such a feat is impossible. He cannot know what he was thinking when he made such an offer. But the moment he allowed him to decide the conditions of this bet, he automatically won. That is why he's curious to find out. Just what kind of swamp is he trying to get out of now? No matter where Ronin goes, he sees people he knows dead. A Hayut takes everyone away except him. He burns them, leaves them to bleed, and throws them in a mountain of bodies that he has created. Ronin can't even count the people who died in order to protect him. Is this how it all ends? Better put, is there even an end to this hell? He cannot know. All he wants right now is, even if for a moment, to rest. This automatically transforms into words. He begs Bajura to stop. He will give him his body and even his soul, so all he wants out of him is to stop. Bajura is extremely pleased. Finally he gets to taste his flesh. He comes out of his old shell and begins to consume Ronin, his dark tendrils overtaking his entire being. Even though he is lost, Ronin gently smiles. With a powerful typhoon, Bajura succeeds in taking his body. He feels his overwhelming potential almost instantly and cannot contain his joy. He talks with Ronin. Before his consciousness goes away forever, he will show him something. He should watch closely, as this is the true power of his body. Without even moving the blade, Bajura slices the entire building wide open. But naturally, this power has been unlocked only because of his blessing. He hopes that the devastation this power will cause makes him excited too. Although before all of this, they should celebrate this amazing day. First, he will start with the death of the insect who dared to obtain his power. He is surprised that he still has power to move. He truly deserves the Tower Master title. He wonders though, what drives him? The responsibility of the Tower Master? Or perhaps the guilt to have brought devastation upon all mankind? Whichever one it is, he should drown in despair with it. He lunges the blade towards the Tower Master, but suddenly something stops him. His power depletes, his grasp becomes light, and he falls on his knees. It seems he has met a power greater than he, the curse that Ronin has in his body. It begins tangling him, the tendrils dragging him further in as his mind doesn't know what to think. How can a human's body contain such torturous energy? Ronin suddenly appears. Noting that he's something, he knows of a professor who almost died from barely even grazing that mana. However, to swallow the entire curse, he can't help but consider his power. Bajura can't believe his eyes. How is he still able to hold on to his consciousness? Ronin knows why. He made that hellish illusion pretty intricate. But thanks to it, he remembered everything that happened on that day without missing a detail. If he's honest, if things were a little stronger, his mind would have been entirely destroyed. The only thing that kept him sane despite all of that was this. Before all of this, Air unlocked the true form of the ring, which was designed to only unlock upon receiving a certain kind of mana. It seemed like Sarante gave it to him specifically since he knew he was suffering from that curse. It is imbued with a strong anti-demonic energy, so he should treasure this gift, as one day it will drag him out of the pits of despair. Sure enough, Sarante appeared, taking Ronin out of his own hell, making him owe another favor to him. With that out of the way though, he must say, he never expected this damned curse to be so handy. However, he remembered what happened that day, and took a gamble, which seems to have worked in his favor. But Jura does not understand. How in the hell does such a strong power exist in this world? Ronan has heard that so many times it doesn't even matter at this point. But he did tell him that he would regret being inside of this body. The curse drags him harder, allowing no resistance. But before being fully consumed, Bajura lashes out one last time. He is the forbidden book of destruction. He is destruction. He is the one who will rule this land. In no reality will he vanish like this. Never. Ronan swiftly cuts off his arm and tells him to stop being clingy. He should stop whining. He's only a simple book who lost a bet that was in his favor. The domain around the tower slowly breaks apart, and with it, time returns to normal too. Ronan is glad that he's alive. He almost croaked back there, but jokes aside, he really hopes that the bastard is sealed in now, as he can't feel any bad energy from him anymore. What he can feel, however, is the mana of the stars. It's definitely related to those bastards. Lardan speaks with a raspy voice, finding it awe-inspiring that he defeated Bajura by himself. Ronan asks if he's all right, but he only apologizes for his foolishness. He is ashamed that he has allowed everyone to go through this. Even though this is the first time they have met, he has felt his amazing ability as he faced Bajura. His strong will was permeating through him, even as he lost consciousness. This was something he had never seen before. Ronan fakes a laugh. He really suffered quite a bit anyway. Is he really fine? As his mana doesn't seem to be so. Lardan believes that this is not an expensive price in comparison to how Bajura almost destroyed this tower and led Lord knows how many innocents to earth. Him losing his mana is no trouble at all. Actually, living like this, with the opportunity to repent for his hubris, is something to be grateful for. Ronan is glad to see him take responsibility. He agrees that they have to live constantly, if not for themselves, for the sake of those who are precious to them, those they wish to protect, even with their lives. Well, he can probably rest now that everything is over, so he slumps on the hard ground. This day really was too long. After a while, Ronan wakes up from a pretty long rest, with Lardan and Phila waiting right next to him. Ronan asks for how long he slept. It feels like his body has been resting for a while. Lardan tells him that he's been sleeping for an entire day, but because he seemed to have a pretty restful sleep, they did not dare wake him up. Ronan awkwardly smiles. Seeing that they are both here, he can assume the situation is fine, right? Phila confirms as such that after he defeated Bajura, the magic that was controlling people disappeared with him. They have put them under careful observation, but thankful nobody seemed to have any abnormalities in their bodies. Elizabeth has also completed her healing, and is now helping with the restoration of the tower. They told her to rest more, but she just refused, saying that the task of her family is to be guided when chaos occurs. Sion also woke up. She seemed normal, except for one strange thing. Ever since she has awoken, she's been following Elizabeth around and staring at her. Ronan was worried the two families might start a war because of what happened, but it seems there's no need to worry about that. Ronan tells them he's relieved. Then this means he can return with no worry. But just in case, they weren't planning to throw him a cringe farewell party, right? Both Phila and Lardan recoil from this question. Naturally, they already knew that won't happen, but they will also not send him home empty-handed. Even though this is clearly not enough to repay his actions, he should accept this as an expression of thanks. Phila opens up a box containing 2 first-rank mage badges, demonstrating that he is a VIP of the Dawn. Carrying this gives him the right to use any of the tower's facilities at his leisure, as well as access to benefits that only high-ranking mages have, like entry to the Special Business Exchange or the Herimian. In addition, he has also written down a few useful spells, in case he ever needs them. This is basically proof that they, the Mage Tower of Dawn, are pledging eternal allegiance to him. Lardan says that they have one more thing to say, to thank him once again for saving a foolish old man, and the entirety of the Mage Tower. Ronan already got it. There's really no need for so many thanks. Finally, Phila says that they have to see to one last thing, the arrangement of Bajura. Somewhere deep below the tower, Air looks at the sea with a sad expression, until Ronan appears, and she greets him with a warm smile, asking how he is feeling. He really should be resting more. Ronan says that this is fine. Bajura treasured his body quite a lot, so he did not injure him. However, he must return to Philion soon, and he thinks that he must reveal this to her before that. He tries to tell her about Sarante, but he can't quite put it into words, the gentle breeze of the water fueling his worry. Air tells him that he does not have to say it. She already knows. As she activated the ring, Sarante appeared before her, apologizing for what he's about to do. He asked for forgiveness, since this is the only way to say farewell, but he would like to thank her for her warm memories. He truly hopes that her future days are filled with peace. Thinking back to it, Sarante was quite eccentric. He truly was, but at the same time, the warmest person she knew. This marks the end of Ronan's adventure at the Dawn Tower, where he has gained a powerful ally. After Ronan returns to the school, he goes to the training grounds and lets out his mana, which is not different from the usual. The feeling of mana coursing through him is the same, but there is one problem. As now, he has the mana of the stars that those damned cultists use. He can't believe Bajura did this to him, but what exactly did he even do? Before leaving the Mage Tower, they gave him Bajura, the book, and although he did want to learn more from it, is this really a thing to give away so easily? Phila told him not to worry. They have confirmed that the demon within the book has been killed, meaning that this is now just a plain old book. Naturally, if people hear about this, the Magic Tower will receive criticism, but they still decided to do it, because in his body lies the energy of Bajura. Lardan explained further. They believe his body absorbed Bajura. He failed in taking over his body, and was absorbed as a result. If that was not the case, they should have felt something from that book. He really shouldn't think badly of it. They have been searching for ways to resolve this Bajura issue, and this seems to be the only way. Ronan doesn't like it, but now he can see the future too. If he meets that cat bastard again, he will have his head. Thankfully, nobody is able to feel the mana of the stars. He would hate for someone to get the wrong idea. Unfortunately, Nabi Rose is right behind him, and she gets the wrong idea. This spooks Ronan and he lashes out, with Nabarose praising his blade. It seems that he has reached some type of enlightenment in the Mage Tower. Ronan immediately backs away upon seeing who it is. It's really not his fault that she appeared like this. She asks what happened in the Mage Tower of Dawn. How did he even obtain a core? Ronan is confused. Is this tumor inside of his chest called a core? Nabirosa gets mad that he just called it a tumor. She explained it well during class, meaning that he dozed off. He apologizes, but she angrily explains that a core is given to a person who has trained endlessly with mana and has experienced countless battles. It is a blessing only true swordsmen wield, to simplify it. A heart that had mana pass through it again and again can serve as a vessel to store mana directly. It is considered an achievement, so much so that the person's life is forever changed by this event. The reason being is that the mana saved within that core has amazing density compared to mana one may find in the air, and it is the only path towards awakening an aura. So having a core means that he has entered a new age of swordsmanship. To obtain one though, one must train for decades, yet he was able to achieve it with only a few months of training, and the most confusing thing is that it's not placed in his heart. In theory, now he should be able to have 2 cores, but it doesn't matter, as she will hear more about it later. For now, she really wants to see what her pupil can do. Ronan asks how she came to this conclusion, but she feels it's only natural they try out his new powers, although it is bothersome for her as an instructor. She just wants to teach him well. Can he see? Ronan immediately readies his blade and blocks her attack, creating a large explosion that sends him flying. But no matter how he reasons this, she's just trying to kill him. The next attack he blocks sends the training grounds flying. Ronan knows he's outmatched in strength. If he keeps facing her now, his body will not last. If he can just mess with her footing somehow and sneak in a blow, just like how Schlieffen did in the past. With his new core, he's able to let out an energy that seems to immobilize Nabarose. Much to his surprise, Ronan recognizes this as Dolan's aura, but wonders how he even got it. Nabarose didn't expect him to learn something so interesting in that Mage Tower. But indeed, any variables in a battle decide between life and death. If he has anything left to show, he better do it now. Ronan screams at her to calm down, as he needs to understand what is going on. But before he can utter another word, the core comes out of him, and he falls to the ground. They go to Jaredin, who believes that they have reached a new level of stupidity. Just how did she treat Ronan for him to go into mana dehydration? Nabarose tells him to stop throwing shade and explain. Did he even heal him properly? Jaredin believes such concern is useless. He's an expert in this field after all. This was just a simple rebound in his body from all the mana he consumed. He will be able to recover through mana potions and some medicine. They should just go and get it. And also, she really should stop letting out that aura, as it's interrupting his patient. Nabarose can't believe how weak he is, but decides to go and get him that medicine. Ronan thanks Jaredin for helping. His head starts to spin, and he was pretty shocked too. Jaredin says that he's a strange person. Every time he comes here, he sees things that would only happen to a person maybe once in their lifetime. Can he just consider his perspective as well? Also, is this energy Bajura's power? Ronan asks how he knew. So Jaredin notes that he used to speak with Phila quite a bit, so he earnestly asked him to keep a close eye on him, to make sure that Bajura's power is not harmful. Ronan tries to ask something, and Jaredin knows. He can assure him that it's not that dangerous. The energy of the Forbidden Book is stabilizing in a secure way. If he hadn't heard of Bajura like he would just consider the location of his core unique. Although they need to look into it further, it will probably be possible for him to use it as a core that uses aura. This is a unique and personal world that only one person can obtain. The key to this world is said to be the most intense emotion one feels in their life, whatever it may be. Perhaps despair of not reaching the goal, inspiration that passes suddenly, or deeply rooted regret. When this resonates with the accumulated mana in a core, a great power awakens, which is aura. Ronan never imagined that he could use aura in his life. But then what was that he just used? It definitely seemed like Dolan's aura, but it should be impossible for one's aura, which is an inherent ability, to copy someone else. Does Bajura's core perhaps make it possible? Jaredin also notes that the state of his curse has improved. Of the 8 curses, 2 have disappeared. He certainly must be surprised. But to elaborate, Bajura and the 2 curses combined, this certainly make no sense, since curses combining into one is an unheard of phenomenon. For such a thing to be possible, they would both need to share the same origin, which thankfully for Ronan, is the Nebula Clasier. He's kind of scared that now there are more unexplainable things going on inside his body, but Jaredin is sure that they will come to understand it one day. As he walks through the town, Ronan talks to Bajura. He thought he was ugly just from the look in his eyes, but even dead, he looks like a soggy bread slice. What has he even done to his body? Whatever, it's pointless to think about it. Even with his doubts, 2 curses went away, which is good. This will allow him to kill even more order bastards, so it's all good. Suddenly he hears his name from behind, accompanied by loud running. It's Acel, who doesn't seem that happy. Ronan just greets her like nothing is happening, but then something explodes near her, and she begs to be saved. For some reason, which Ronan can't possibly understand, a manticore is following Acel. Ronan hopes he's just seeing things, but judging by the rumbling going on, this is for sure reality. What is a manticore even doing on the school grounds anyway? These creatures live in the northwest and are very dangerous as they enjoy all kinds of flesh. Additionally, their muscles are as hard as steel, and that's not all. They have a scorpion tail to boot that holds a lethal poison to the point that even wyverns don't mess with them. Well, this isn't so bad. With this, he can check if Bajura's core really allows him to use the aura of others. He slows his breathing down and takes the mana from Bajura, allowing him to change his technique. When he was facing Nabarose, he couldn't control the amount of mana, which caused that overconsumption. This time, he will take this into account, so he steps forward slowly, allowing him to exude the mana elegantly, to chain the manticore down. He's glad to see it work, but unfortunately the manticore easily rips through, making Acel scream. At least Ronan learned that its power is lesser than the original, so he pulls out his blade to defend himself. But suddenly a big beam of light crashes in the manticore, causing it to fall to the ground without any way of defense. The one who landed down asks if they are hurt, and Ronan is shocked to see Professor Varen. After they secure the manticore, Varen apologizes to it, but this is the best thing they can do. Ronan feels his aura. It seems like he's a body enhancement type, but still, being able to knock a manticore out like this with just one blast. He thought he was innocent, but it turns out he's pretty hardcore. Varen doesn't know what to say to them. He didn't expect the manticore to break through and escape. He apologizes. As the person in charge of the 100 Beast Festival, Ronan tells him it's fine. He got to see a manticore after all. But what is the 100 Beast Festival? Acel figures he wouldn't know since he was gone, but Philion is in a mess to prepare for that right now. The 100 Beast Festival is something held in Philion, introducing the Empire's rare monsters and beasts. These beasts are rare. They might not see them ever in their lives, which is why everyone is looking forward to it. Ronan saw it on schedule. Maybe it would be pretty fun to watch since it's so unique. What are they going to do after this incident though? Cancel it? Varen doesn't think so. The center is expecting a lot, so something like this would not be enough to outright cancel it. Above all, this is the first time that thing will be officially revealed. The next day, Ronan goes to their club hall and says that they don't have to worry about the 100 Beast Festival. There's one thing he doesn't understand though. Why are people looking forward to it so much? Even if it looks like a fun thing to see, he did not expect it to be such a big deal. Maria agrees, but this is no ordinary Beast Festival. But this time they have a special event with a doppelganger pair, of an Alpha and Omega. These doppelgangers are special creatures who read the minds of those they make eye contact with and transform into their respective entities. An Alpha will change into someone the target loves, and an Omega will change into someone the target hates the most. There's a line of people who would pay a gigantic amount of money to see such a sight, but because there are so few, the likelihood of seeing one in one's life is pretty low. To see a pair of them for free is enough for anyone to go crazy. He probably wants to see them too, but Ronan doesn't know. His Alpha will probably be Iral, and his Omega, well, he doesn't even want to think about it. But this means that a lot of people will be going to the academy, and Professor Varen will be busy. And since it's like this, uninvited people are bound to show up. Sure enough, A bunch of Nebula cultists have received their orders, and they will fulfill them for the honor of Caliboro. Since they talked about the festival, Ronan believes they should get down to business. The reason he called them here today is to give them a present. He throws a Selbayura and says that it's a precious book he obtained from the Mage Tower. Even with that, he was told it was difficult to read since each page is encrypted with magic, so she should take her time with it. As Acel flips through it, she is utterly amazed. Each page is like a complicated maze, but she can read some of it. As long as she has time, she will be able to read it all. Ronan is surprised, but it will certainly take her time to actually understand what's written in that thing. Acel is very grateful and asks how he obtained it, but honestly, he would rather not go into detail. Next is Maria. She should go to Varen when she has time, as she has a case where she can win big. The professor recently succeeded in cultivating Sarante's herbs, so he's planning on making a potion to be sold throughout the Empire, so he recommended her Carabel merchantry to be in charge. Since the effects of that herb are amazing, with the advent of her merchantry, she can make tons of money. Today, though, he will see how much she has improved, and he is hoping for some improvement. Maria likes that and vows to show him everything. With that, they go to duel, and Acel wants to come with, but Ronan tells her to just keep researching that book. That will help her get even more powerful. With that, they both say their farewells. But seeing Maria smiling like this, Acel feels kind of lost. 2 weeks later, Adishan records the many tries of Brahm, and with both of them ready, he lifts his sword up. With a countdown, Adishan gives them the go, making Brahm charge in at maximum speed. But just before he can reach Ronan, he uses Bajura's power to completely stop Brahm where he stands, who is really impressed by this skill. Ronan breathes out as he lets go and thanks him for his hard work. Adishan congratulates him. His output time had been perfect speed and mana balance. To achieve such a result in a month, he's incredible. Ronan says that it's thanks to them. She analyzed his skill and saw where he was lacking, and Brahm swung his blade with no hesitation, allowing him to maintain his senses. And thanks to that, the force of his technique increased. Brahm notes that he learned from him too, seeing how he didn't even flinch when his sword was coming. That is the heart of a true swordsman. So he thanks him for realizing his true goal. Truly, he is the best club leader one could ever ask for. He will not be training by himself. If he needs someone to attack him again, he knows who to call. Ronan thinks that he was able to achieve something so good just by using Dolan's aura, but if he is lacking something, it would be that golden aura he saw from Varen. No matter how many times he tried to imitate it, his mana would get depleted the moment it activates. Perhaps that means that the higher the quality of the aura, the higher the difficulty in recreating it. If he can just see it 1 or 2 more times, he could probably understand it, but he won't bother now, because he's so busy. Suddenly someone rushes to him, which he recognizes as Ta, Varen's apprentice. Ronan asks what brings him here, so Ta explains that when Varen departed, he left a letter stating that he should ask for his help should anything come up. Ronan is surprised Varen actually left when the festival is about to begin, but Ta doesn't know what to say. Some creatures that were being managed in the Theo Hall just disappeared, and on top of that, the doppelgangers were a part of them too. They go to the Theo Hall, and Todd notes it's been some time since Varn left. He left as soon as this occurred, so it's been 2 weeks. Ronan asks if it's when that manticore escaped, and he confirms it. Varen found the incident suspicious, like he was missing something. That is when he began his investigation, and he found something that made him have an expression he never saw before, that of pure rage. The next day he departed, and only left him that letter. Ronan notes that this is difficult to handle. After all, those precious doppelgangers have broken out of their cage and disappeared. They go to Adishan, who doesn't think this incident happened by chance. This cage was made in preparation of the transformation of the doppelgangers. It's made out of special glass alloy. They must both know how strong it is. So how could such a cage even shatter? Additionally, most of the glass shards are not on the outside of the cage, but inside, and there are faint traces of mana coming from within. This is proof that a force strong enough to break this glass was sent from the outside. Considering all these things, there is a high chance that this was a planned attack by someone aiming for the doppelgangers. Ronan expected to learn something from her great insight, but she's right, as this wouldn't make sense otherwise. He has an uncomfortable feeling ever since they entered. If so, this means that the criminals are around the campus. It will be bad if they do not chase them as soon as possible. Isn't that right? They should begin immediately. Can he receive the help of those 4 knights? It will be tough to search for people all by himself after all. Adishan tells him to wait, but he stops her, as he will certainly not take long as the knights cooperate, that is. As he walks around with them, he begins talking about his student life. Even if he is a promising pupil, a young kid like him gets tired of all the attention he's getting. Don't they agree? When they don't answer, He notes that solemn knights are cool but contrary to their demeanor, their work is rather sloppy. One of them asks what he means, but he just felt it was strange that they didn't go through any procedures when students were messing around at the scene, and it is also strange that they figured out what Adishan was saying. Most importantly, even if this was their mess, they show no signs of remorse. Do they get paid so little that they don't care? The knights say he's spouting nonsense. This was just an unexpected incident. Do they need to look good in the eyes of a mere student? Ronan apologizes, but one more thing. What are those bloodstains on their armor then? There should be no reason for them to have hurt someone here. So who are they? The knights know they've been found and draw their blades, but Ronan smiles, as he is glad to see them riled up. Before he can do something, however, one of the knights kills another, shocking everyone. After he's done, the others charge him, but he is swifter, allowing him to strike first and deal with both of them at the same time. Ronan doesn't get what's going on and asks for the knight's identity. He comes closer and suddenly bows down as he dealt with these lowly bastards. He shouldn't misunderstand, as he had no allegiance to these bastards. Before he removes his helmet, Ronan can already guess who it is from his voice. It's Balrus. Ronan says that this is completely random, but he wants an explanation from him, as he is not the kind of person who will just spare him because he asked nicely. Balrus understands. He will explain everything in detail. First of all, he needs to say that he has not forgotten a single moment. The day his life was saved, and he became a new person, when he gave him a mission to stay in Caliboro and spy for him. Ever since then, he has worked hard. After taking on all sorts of requests in order to get information, he was acknowledged by the management and even received the wolf rank. Because of that, he received many secrets like the HQ locations, the next poaching plan, and as ordered, he kept reporting it to this Varen guy. Ronan did hear that an anonymous individual was helping him. Balrus also says that they just gave him this armor. He works in communication, so he doesn't know their supply routes. Ronan believes him for now, but can he reveal the reason as to why he was hiding here? He doesn't get it. No matter how crazy they all are, there's no way they would come for Filion. Who would do something so foolish? Balrus explains that Caliboro's status became a joke, pretty much. Due to his spying activities, the number of branches that Varn and the Imperial Guards destroyed is already more than half. And because of all these interruptions, it's been quite a while since the situation completely devolved. Naturally though, he was also the one who spread bad rumors. Because of everything, the management felt threatened and decided on a plan, that being the extortion of the 100 Beast Festival. Ronan gets it, since the festival is an event the entire world is curious about. If they were to seize the doppelgangers, who are the festival's main attractions, then they would definitely demonstrate their abilities, although that seems to be useless now, since everything came to an end. Balrus tells him that he's wrong. The doppelgangers are just the beginning. The goal of this plan is to seize all the species of the festival, and to do that, Arendelle has come. They go back to Adishan, who is just about done with her share of the knights. She apparently asked them a few things, and that is when they showed their true colors. Because she knocked them out, interrogations should be no issue. He congratulates her, and asks Ta what's wrong, who is apparently in a state of shock because of all the violence around him. She asks about the guy behind him, and Balrus introduces himself as a henchman of Caliboro, but he has been redeemed in the light. He is Ronan's loyal minion now. Ronan tells her he will explain later. They have urgently attended to something now. After he tells her everything, Adishan asks if this isn't the only place they invaded, and Balrus confirms as such. The real goal of this plan is to capture all the species. This operation was just a trick. Since the most important part of the festival went away, everyone will focus here, which will create a gap in their security, allowing them to seize other species. The plan will take place once the full moon reaches the tip of Theo Hall's steeple, which is right now, so they are probably preparing. Ronan is glad they know of their plan now, but letting them think that everything is according to plan would be better. The small fries are easy to deal with, but Arendelle is different. Werewolves are a species specialized in battle and among the top in force of the werehumans. Of their species, the tribes known to be specifically strong are the Woolumps. The man who annihilated all of them in a single night is known as one of Caliboros's sharpest blades, the greatest executive, Arendelle. On the day of the massacre, he lifted Caliboro from just a poaching group to a full-blown criminal organization with incredible force. The fact that he is on the move shows that they are betting everything on this, meaning that they are ready to risk it all. He tells Ta to let the Imperial forces know about this and watch quietly, as they will get those doppelgangers back without issue. Considering Arendelle's movements, he's the type that likes to parade around, but it's not like he's dumb. He abducted the doppelgangers because he's confident, so if they find them, he is bound to show up. He will make use of this to finally put a stop to his atrocities. Arendelle is waiting in the forest, chowing down on a piece of meat, but he is rather bored by it. Waiting for prey to take the bait is bothersome. The Manticore and doppelgangers are just side objectives. His real target is Varen, which he will make sure to skin alive this time around. Adishan begins talking with the forest animals, and Balrus knows that she dealt with the Caliboros by herself, but she really is extraordinary. What are they doing with these animals, though? Ronan explains that they are finding the doppelgangers. By letting the animals sense the mana of the doppelgangers, they will naturally track their senses. Balrus is shocked something like that is possible, but Ronan says it's only natural. This is their future Grand Commander they are talking about. Adishan thanks the animals, who each go in their separate ways to hunt for the doppelgangers, sweeping the thick forest. Eventually, Doppelganger Omega is found. He has taken the form of a fox, but he is still not fast enough to outrun a bird that keeps chasing him. Unfortunately, Omega has become aware of its presence, so using his powers, he begins to transform, taking the shape of a snake before lunging at the bird, who is powerless against this assault. Adishan senses its demise and points the doppelganger out to be that snake, who looks at them with his sharp eyes. Ronan congratulates her on a job well done, but before he can begin capture, Balrus jumps in. He may have an embarrassing past, but he still rose to the wolf rank in Calibero. There is no need for Ronan to bother himself with a small snake, as he is enough. He does manage to catch Omega, who tries to lash out, but like the fool he is, Balrus makes eye contact with him before telling Ronan that he caught him. Ronan reprimands him for his stupidity. That thing can transform into the negative emotions of anyone if they look in their eyes. That means fears and terrors too. Sure enough, Omega transforms into his worst nightmare, the beast who almost took all the blood out of his body. With Balrus stunned, Omega jumps towards Ronan and makes eye contact with it deeply before dashing away again. He knows that this is bad. If it transforms into a Haiyut, dealing with it will be quite annoying. He has to grab it somehow, so he jumps in and tells Adishan to go and find Alpha with Balrus, as he will go after Omega. He wonders why Omega is not transformed yet. If he really transformed into a Haiyut, he will not be able to hide it. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as there's human traces about. They are of Omega's, and the closer he gets, the stronger his killing intent becomes. Ronan guesses that it's the man who cursed him, the man who killed his mother, but upon approaching close enough and drawing his blade, he is shocked by the sight before him. It is neither Ahayut or the man who cursed him, but rather a visage of the past. Ronan's greatest fear is himself, his weak self. Ronan is rightfully angry. Is the person he feels negatively toward that much himself? Perhaps that is why this mindless killing intent is directed in his direction. With a single small step, Omega charges in, forcing Ron to block, creating a large blowout throughout the forest. Ronan heard that doppelgangers adopt some of the abilities of the people they transform into. But this is not just some. This is literally him from the past. This has just become dangerous. If this is him from when he fought a Haiyut, then going up against it with his current body is rather difficult. He has to buy as much time as possible. Before he can do that, Omega lets go of his blade, destroying Ronan's center of gravity and allowing Omega to grab his head and go directly for his neck. Ronan manages to block the attack with the hilt of his blade, reminding himself that this pathetic fighting style really was his. Thanks to him, he's remembering things he had thought lost. So as thanks, he hits Omega with his hilt, making him quite mad and lash out. Ronan is in serious danger. Even if he smiled, his head almost went in the air. Back then, he was a wild man who was no different than a forest beast, one who attacks enemies without a care for methods or means, all in order to make it out alive. He cannot let his guard down here. If he misses even one breath, he knows for certain he will die. Omega charges in and Ronan deflects, but Omega charges in again, blocking his sight with a bunch of dust before striking forward, seemingly hitting him. but Ronin is actually below, surprising Omega. He wonders why he's surprised, as he's also him. Ronin strikes, but he feels that the blade did not go deep enough. Omega dodges, and with this opportunity, he headbutts Ronin, creating a shockwave throughout. Ronin tries to regain his footing, but Omega kicks him flying into the forest, and since he's himself, he knows that Omega will not end it with a simple kick. He's definitely going to do something to secure the kill. After Ronin smashes into a boulder, he sees the blade coming directly at him, and the impact rustles the entire forest. Ron managed to dodge the blade. If he died like this, he could say that he ended himself, but this is annoying. He will have to make Omega make eye contact with someone else. Only then can he defeat it. Suddenly, Arendelle appears, noting that he's not the prey he seeks. When he felt strong energy, he hoped that Varen personally came here. But why is a mere boy running around in his hunting ground? Who is he? Ronin feels the deep scent of blood coming from him, and this brutal energy, similar to a wild beast. Balrus described this guy perfectly. He is Arendelle. He did not see this coming. He did want to meet him, but why would he appear now? Arendelle asks if he's scared, but before he can say anything more, he feels a powerful scent coming from Ronin, shocking him. He did not plan on it, because today was supposed to be perfect, but he cannot let him go now. He asks Ronin directly, why is the scent of Omega sticking to his body? Ronin damns it all, and Arendelle charges in without warning, adamant on the hunt. He just caught Alpha, and now he has found traces of Omega. Unfortunately for him, it seems like his luck has gone from bad to worse. He charges Ronin with a bunch of short jumps, pushing his blade away with only his fist, proving to Ronin that all of his attacks are fatal if he lands them. He cannot afford to get hit right now. There is another issue beyond that. Omega is keeping himself hidden. Even his killing intent is gone, and it's not letting out any life signs. There is only one reason his past self would do that. He is waiting for the perfect moment to end his life, which is exactly why he must wrap things up here. And quickly. The cut to Arendelle's neck did nothing, but it did hurt, so Arendelle finds him amazing. He strikes Ronin's blade, and says that most lose their will to fight when they take in his visage. But this is pretty fun. It was not a coincidence that he was here now. Ronin is confused by the cut not working, and asks if that absurd body is because he's using aura. Arendelle confirms that his aura has permeated through his internal muscles, and turned his entire body into a weapon. It's on an entirely different level from just strengthening it with mana. This is the peak of the human body. Cutting him is truly an honor, so from now on, he will acknowledge him as his prey too. Hunting is where the strong chase, and the weak struggle to survive. Until he is sated, he will struggle. He pushes Ronin back, who barely has time to regain his footing before Arendelle jumps in with a strike again. Ronin uses this miss as an opportunity to strike again and again, but even if he puts weight into his blade, Arendelle's body acts as a shield, protecting him from all strikes. He jumps away from Ronin and grabs a nearby boulder, throwing it at Ronin, who manages to cut it into a bunch of slabs, allowing Arendelle to charge in, thinking that he has him, but it's the opposite. As he falls right into Ronin's trap. He uses sword aura to unleash a mighty attack, which Arendelle is forced to block, but he becomes giddy as he has not fought like this in ages. Ronin can see that he has gotten bigger, and Arendelle congratulates him on being so incredible. He truly is worth it. He can finally go all out on somebody. He summons all of his strength into a mighty strike, almost unleashing it on Ronin before his arm is cut off suddenly. This was done by none other than Omega, with a stick no less, proving his power. Arendelle screams out in pain, confusion getting the better of him as he thinks that he had an opening before. But how did that bastard cut off his hand with a branch? Before he can wonder who he is, he gets a strong scent, proving that this is Omega. He charges in again, but Arendelle is not foolish enough to fall for it again, so he meets his strike in the middle, creating a large vortex of sheer power. They both fall down, but Arendelle is clearly on the losing side, struggling to keep it together without an arm. Omega kicks his arm back to him, forcing Arendelle to dodge, making him think that he's joking around. But Omega just created an opportunity, allowing him to unleash a barrage of strikes against his would-be hunter. Ronin can only watch this all unfold before him. Not only is Omega fighting with a branch he just found, but he also has his eyes closed. Is he doing that to maintain his advantageous form while fighting Arendelle? Why is he going that far? A while ago, it was desperate to kill him, so why would it go this far? Ronin then remembers that Arendelle told him that he caught Alpha, so perhaps Omega is sharing the senses of the Alpha Arendelle caught. He can see her pain, the way she was caught by this merciless man, so his rage drives him to attack Arendelle even harder. Who knows that the Omega transforms into negative emotions? That is why, unlike the Alpha, which is milder in temperament, it resists violently when someone attempts to capture it. He expected this situation, but even so, this is beyond anything he would think of. Judging by its looks, this is related to the kid. Perhaps it's that kid's brother. Even with his young body, that bastard could deal some fatal blows. If he were an adult, he would have been dead long ago. He has no choice but to scrap his plan of capturing Omega. His life is in danger here, so there is only one option: to kill it. Omega seems surprised by the strike, which goes through the forest, clearing everything it touches. He is curious about who the original of his transformed form is. He cannot believe that he came in closer to avoid his unavoidable strike. If he hadn't done that, he would be Ash, but he still managed to put himself in the same state as himself. Even though this was pretty fun, it was time he ended this. Even though he does not have his right arm, this hunt is officially over. He charges Omega with a mighty blow, threatening to end him right there, but Omega must protect, so he unleashes the blade he kept hidden right into Arendelle's fist. He can't believe that a beast can be so cunning, but Omega does not stop there. It takes out Arendelle's eye and goes in deeper by grabbing his head, making him scream out in awful pain and leaving him defenseless. Omega pushes him into a boulder and takes out his blade, making Arendelle beg for mercy as his life is almost threatened, proving that even if he thought of himself as the best hunter, he is nothing but a meek man who knows nothing of true power and the hunt. With Arendelle's death, Omega regains his stamina, while Ronin thinks about something. After a Hayut's arrival, there wasn't a place in the Empire where cries could not be heard, and in the midst of that, he reminded himself of every moment. If he hadn't lived a trash life, if he had listened to his sister, he could have at least protected one more person, and he resented himself for it. That is why this version of him only thinks of protecting others, of doing what he couldn't. But it's time to stop. He unleashes a restraint move on Omega, and tells him to watch carefully. This is the him of now. With that, he lets out strike after strike, which Omega can easily deflect at first, but the attacks increase in number, forcing Omega to dodge and deflect at the same time, until finally he gets through the last attack, and his restraints disappear. Ronin does not stop at just this, and rushes toward him with feverish might. Even though the force and color of Arendelle's aura looked different on the outside, he felt something the moment they clashed. That power was the same as the principal's, and because of that, he got a good feel for it, enough to use it as his own and crash into Omega. He blocks the attack with what remains of his sword, but the attack is pushing him further and further down. Ronin admits that before coming to the academy, he thought anything that could be wielded and swung around was a weapon, but someone taught him that this type of thinking was foolish. He understood it when he saw it, that a blade has to be great. The force finally breaks Omega's sword, but he forces his hand into Ronin's blade, allowing him to easily gain control and slam Ronin into the ground. Ronin is completely overwhelmed, and he has no choice but to cross the line and go for the throat. Before that can happen though, someone screams out for Ronin, making Omega distracted. Ronin knows why he stopped, because he knows the people who are coming towards them. The Grandmaster is talented, but her personality is different now. Balrus is no longer a poacher, and has become the best public servant ever. Martin and the others in the squad are probably living peaceful lives, and Iriel is doing great too. He promises him that this life will be different. He will have to trust him and leave this all to him, relieving him of his disciplinary soldier duties. As the old Ronin fades away, he tells Ronin to protect everyone and that he will trust him. Ronin agrees, hopefully. In 10 years, they will see themselves smiling peacefully. With the doppelgangers secured, The festival begins in full swing, everyone enjoying it to the fullest. Maria thinks it's a relief. If Ronan and the others hadn't found the doppelgangers, and Professor Varen hadn't taken the reins of the Calaboro gang, they wouldn't be able to create memories today. She's also curious as to what Ronan is doing, so Asel tells her that he has a meeting with Varen, but he will make it to the parade at night. Maria thinks it's a shame, as she wanted to see this with him, but since it's come to this, they should go together and have so much fun to make Ronan jealous, right? Asel sheepishly agrees, and Maria decides that they should finally go to the main event. When they get to the doppelganger area, Maria is surprised that they prepared something on this side, which must be why the number of people who can enter is limited, and they even do security checks. They look forward only to see one of the doppelgangers already there, but Maria doesn't understand what it's transformed into. Asel informs her that this is its original form. He heard that after it transforms, it will return to its original form after a while. Omega seems to be resting now, so that must be Alpha. At that moment, Asel realizes he's cooked, because Alpha reads a person's mind and transforms into the one they love. He immediately tries to back away and leave, but Mary knows that he's embarrassed about who he fell for, so Maria forcefully pushes him forward toward Alpha. The creature looks Asel straight in the eye and transforms into who he wants most, and that is none other than Maria, who is rightfully pretty confused about this. Asel can't handle the embarrassment and swiftly runs away, leaving Maria alone to think about what she's seeing. But upon looking into Alpha's eyes, it transforms right into the one she loves, who seems pretty similar. Maria immediately becomes flustered, but can't run away on the account of Asel already doing that. In Varen's lab, he apologizes to Ronan for calling him when he should be enjoying the festival, but he's truly ashamed. Not only was he useless the entire time, even though he's a professor, but he also had to get help. Ronan tells him not to be like that. It's not like he just stood around doing nothing. The day the Manticore escaped, he discovered traces of Calibor on the cage, and had no choice but to track them down. On top of this, once he was outside the capital, he had to deal with a gang that was trying to steal some rare species, and he did it all by himself. They should just let this be. But in any case, he's curious about something. Why is Balrus standing behind him? He immediately straightens out and explains that after being indebted to him, he's now fully indebted to Varen too. As a result, from today onwards, he will be his assistant. Varen gives more details. He made him an over. Although it's tradition for the assistant position to go to a Filian student, Balrus has not only been instrumental in relaying information about the poaching, but also was the greatest contributor in dealing with Caliboro, and of important help with the doppelganger incident too. He was pretty surprised to find out that the one who played such a dangerous role in that atrocious organization was such a young lad. How could he simply let such a promising figure go? He looks forward to seeing what he evolves into in the future. Balrus is touched by his words and promises to do his best, with Ronan being quite glad for it, as these two seem to suit each other. However, he still warns Balrus to do well. If he hears anything bad about his work, he will make sure to discipline him appropriately. Balrus knows not to anger him and promises to do good. Ronan wants one thing from Varen, to see the doppelgangers one last time, as once the booth management time ends, they will be resting in the tower, right? Varen confirms as such, but they probably won't transform, as Omega is still healing, and Alpha will be sleeping too. Ronan still goes, because he wants to say his goodbyes. He first approaches Omega, wishing him a speedy recovery, and noting that after this, the Empire will protect them with the highest grade of security, so they can rest easy. Alpha is still not sleeping though, and right before Ronan's eyes, he transforms into the person he loves most. He did respect her a lot, but he didn't think it was to this extent. Still, it's good to see Grand Commander Adashan again, even if for a fleeting moment. A few days after the 100 Beast Festival, Ronan goes to Maya, who has heard from Geraldine about his new condition. Through Bajura's power, his two curses were combined, and it has given him a source of power similar to that of a core. Of course, this is a half-baked solution, since the restrictions placed by the curse still linger. To make a comparison, it's as if all the poison gathered in one place to form a new poison, and that new poison caused some rather unexpected effects. Ronan guesses that it's not much of an issue yet, since she's reacting calmly, but Maya notes it's actually helpful. Ronan wants to properly resolve the remaining curses though. Is there a way to do that? Maya can feel that he's a bit more adamant than before. Did something happen? Ronan tells her that something helped him realize some stuff from before, and he also has a new promise he must keep. Maya likes the fire in his eyes, but this is the best timing, as she just finished some research on how to eliminate one of his curses. Ronan immediately jumps at the opportunity, but Maya tells him to calm down, as the process is similar to before. After materializing his curse in the mind realm, he must find the source of the curse and promptly defeat it, but there are a few issues. This curse they are working on won't reveal itself as easily as the previous ones. It will try to protect itself by any means necessary. As a result of this, it will take a lot of mana and a catalyst in order to maintain the mind realm. They can solve that mana issue, but the catalyst is different. She asks if he has heard of Dinhar, which Ronan thinks so. Isn't it that desert area where, because of the countless beasts roaming about, and natives with nasty personalities, the place has more bones of dead adventurers than sand? It's called the Southwestern Hell, right? She must be pointing at the rare black stone in that neighborhood, isn't she? Maya is glad he's informed. And yes, they need the mana stones from Dinhar Mountain. These stones are the highest grade magic ingredient due to the purity and mysterious power of the mana. It is so valuable that whenever it makes a rather rare appearance on the Imperial auction, it breaks the highest auction price. That is how precious and rare the mana stone is. She had to spend several years of her professor's income on just this small piece. Ronan asks if they can't just use that, but Maya notes it won't be enough. They need at least the size of a thumb. That's the reason she didn't contact him earlier, despite completing the method to cure you. He must wait a little bit longer, as she will try to find a good enough catalyst somehow. Ronan guesses there's no helping it, as that is one of the top 3 places he never wants to go in this life, but there's no other choice. As Adishan walks around, she remembers what happened when they found Alpha. After dealing with the poachers, she lifted up the box she was kept in, and decided to check on it to see if it was hurt. At that moment, Alpha immediately decided to transform into the one she loves most, which was none other than Ronan. Adishan immediately threw a towel at its face, and made Balrus promise not to tell anyone what he saw here. Because of this, she can't bear to face Ronan now, but perhaps what made Alpha transform was because she's just grateful to Ronan since he believes in her. Surely that's it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, so she will greet him proudly the next time they see each other. Suddenly, though, Ronan appears, and she immediately cowers behind the tree. Before she can collect herself and say hi, he comes around and asks what she's doing. Did she see something she shouldn't? Adishan immediately backpedals, almost revealing what happened, but then refusing to talk about it. Ronan just lets it go and grabs her hand, as he wants to go somewhere with her. More specifically, to make a weapon. He felt bad that she was the only one who hadn't made one, so he prepared something amazing. In a dark place, where bodies are laid like decorations, a woman approaches a bright red pool with a commander from the Order leader. A man rises from the pool and knows that he was needed. After Bridgia and Varen's failures, their plans are running into problems, so this one must not fail. He tells Yuria they should go and depart towards Hell, or as the locals call it, Dinhar. Ronan and Adishan go to Grand Cappadocia. It seems that after the Order incident, they began rebuilding with Grancia's support, but they went above and beyond and got their money's worth. Didakan, who is outside, is amazed to see Ronan again and immediately hugs him. Ronan notes it's been a while. Seeing how he's full of energy, though, he must be doing well. Didakan says it's the exact opposite. He was hammering away at things, and he's tired. He heard from Daron that he's here for a new weapon. He stayed up several nights because of that. That's when he sees Adishan next to him, and guesses that Ronan's been quite busy lately. Is this lady his lover or something? But won't Maria say something since he came with her last time? Is he a bad boy? Ronan notes that Asel would cry if he heard that. He just brought his close senior with him to get her a weapon too. And also, he advises him not to do anything reckless this time. When they first came here, he talked about how he had to prove himself, and subsequently got hurt right after. If he does that to her, and she activates her ability, he might just die. If that happens, he will bury him someplace nice though, so he needn't fret. Didakan immediately backs away from such a procedure, and invites them inside, as Daron is waiting for them. As he kicks the door open, he immediately receives a hammer to the head, as Daron has told him countless times not to kick the door open. Ronan introduces him to Adishan, and he's honest. He can't wait to see what he brought with him this time. He and Ronan go to the back, where Daron shows him the blueprint he made after days of not sleeping. According to it, it will have some pretty interesting features, and depending on what kind of special material he brought this time, the output will be entirely different. Surely he brought something precious this time too, right? Ronan confirms as such, making Daron even more excited. Perhaps he has brought those marvelous scales from before. Ronan notes that those got used up, but he brought something better. Daron is not impressed by just a piece of paper, but upon touching it, he feels a hatred and malevolence that could shatter his mind, forcing him to let go immediately. He's shocked. Where did he get something like this? Something so dreadful cannot exist. Ronan expected him to see through the essence of the material so easily. It was worth it to come here, and he's excited to see what he will make with this. Daron refuses to use such an evil material. It would be impossible to predict what will happen to the user. Naturally, that material will make for an incredible masterpiece, but he refuses. as it goes against his conscience. Ronan says he shouldn't worry because this won't affect him, but he will explain that later. He said he can't do it, but his eyes betray him. He's simply drooling at the thought of working on something like this. He shouldn't let his conscience get in the way and live by his desires. He should say that he wants to make an incredible weapon and beg for it. With this much pressure, Daron eventually relents, and Ronan walks away happy, although Didikon wonders what happened, because he heard some brutal sounds. Ronan notes that it was nothing special, but where is Adashan, as he thought he would show her around. Didikon explains that she was surrounded and consulted by other blacksmiths, who said that other weapons would be better than a sword. She's probably still being pestered. Ronan also asks what that thing around his neck is, some kind of box. Didikon was waiting for him to ask. It's actually a space-time storage outputter. It can print out a moment he wants to save with a click of a single button. This is a masterpiece of his own making. From this, Ronan gets a wonderful idea and asks to borrow it, as he needs it to make someone come with him to Dinehar. Later that night, he meets with Schlieffen in the forest, noting that he's quite the hard worker for training so late at night. Schlieffen asks if he came to catch up on all the duels he's been putting off, but Ronan refuses, although it would be nice. He came to him because he wants him to come to a dangerous place, and he's the only one who can do it. Schlieffen refuses since it's not a duel, but Ronan is sure that if he refuses, he will regret it for his entire life. Schlieffen can't believe it. That brilliant light, is that really the Holy Grail he has been seeking? They swiftly arrive at the southwestern desert region, Carlisle, where it's extremely hot, and Ronan certainly didn't expect to be here again so soon. He's also honored to have someone like Schlieffen with him, who notes that he came to help him gain some experience. But he will keep his promise, right? He will hand over the goods as soon as the journey is over. Ronan confirms as such. He's a trustworthy man after all. He made this perfect gift just for him. Schlieffen is once again amazed, as what he will receive is the full iris photography set. His heart aches just by seeing it, but Ronan won't let him have a closer look until they complete the mission. They should hurry though. If they want to arrive in Dinehar, they need to walk several more days, and he shouldn't think of giving up, lest he might lose these photos. Schlieffen clearly understands. But that aside, even if this place is quiet and barren on the outside, it seems that it's not entirely true, as it reeks of blood, and bones lie askew everywhere. Ronan confirms as such. This is where people who come for the Dinehar mountain monastones end up, as it only goes two ways. They either recuperate to get the stones, or they stay here and become plunderers. Surprisingly, 8 out of 10 pick the latter, but they are just a bunch of bastards. It's best to just kill them if they show up. Schlieffen understands. They would be doing the world a service if they would kill them, right? Ronan confirms as such. But why is he suddenly raising his blade? Schlieffen reveals that there are about 30 around them, and suddenly unleashes a bunch of sword ki into the air, creating a mighty tornado that takes up their would-be attackers completely by surprise. Ronan is simply shocked. Did he really feel their presence all the way from here? Or was this just a fluke? Is something like this even possible? Schlieffen explains that one can expand their senses with mana. It's pretty basic when it comes to mana utilization. Ronan believes he doesn't fully grasp what he just did, and that attack, it looked like an ordinary one at first, but then turned into a tornado upon reaching its destination. Did he really compress the Tempest Sword into the form of Sword Chi? He really wasn't this proficient last they fought. Just how strong is he now? He sometimes doubts his skills, but he keeps reminding him why he's the future Sword Saint. 5 minutes before all this, the plunderers were admiring their new targets, who looked perfect for looting. The scout let his group know about them, and they all asked their master what they should do. The master thought they were just 2 young and rich young masters from a household who came here to train, so they should welcome them like usual. They will separate each of their limbs and send them back to their families, then they will throw them to the sandworms. This was Khan, leader of the Crimson Desert, and he immediately initiated the hunt, right before Schlieffen's sword ki descended on them, creating that violent tornado. Khan told his men to get behind him, but most gore blown apart. The scout fell down in surprise and looked back at the 2 kids, only to see that they were not there. Before he can wonder where they are, Ronan takes him out with a sharp swipe of his blade. He's glad that there are more bastards to wipe out, as he actually wanted to test something out. The plunderers look up at the 2, unsure of what to do next, and Ronan tells Schlieffen to rest this time, as these are opponents he can try his new weapon on. Schlieffen has been sensing some ominous energy coming out of him. It's that blade, probably created by Daron. Ronan was looking forward to this. They should consider themselves lucky to witness it. He crashed down, with the plunderers surprised that these bastards are not scared at all. Before one of them can say that they have to attack all at once, he gets a hole through his chest, before all of them get attacked by the flying blade, which finally crashes into the rock. The survivors watch in horror as their friends scream in pain, with Ronan noting that this is quite promising. The blade can penetrate stuff easily. Drone really makes the best weapons, and this one is Ymir. He doesn't know why, but the sword is pretty hefty, maybe because of its energy, but he will get used to it eventually. He has the perfect training target after all. With nothing left to lose, they charged Ronan, who simply steps forward and takes the first one down with ease. The blade is extremely sharp and sits perfectly in his hand, something which he really likes. The others charge him while he's distracted, but he moves out of the way and takes their head off with ease. More plunderers join this one-sided battle, and the vice leader tries to rally his people, urging them to hold their positions, as it's just one guy. That one guy suddenly teleports behind him, congratulating him on making a good call. He must have some experience robbing, huh? The plunderer is left to realize his impending demise, as the others watch in horror, before they too get decapitated. Suddenly, however, Khan arrives, shield crashing down to the ground. Ronan guesses he's the boss of these bastards, and of course, Khan is pretty mad that he dared to mess with Crimson Desert in their own castle. It doesn't matter who they are, as they have made a big mistake by opposing them. The people who tried to defy him have been crafted into this shield of blood, and now, he too will turn into paste and join the shield. Ronan tells him to do his best, if he can do so without a shield, that is. Khan's confidence completely shatters with his shield, as he doesn't understand how. He saw that kid dodge, so did he hit him at that moment? Scared beyond his wits, he attempts to run away with what remains of his men. Ronan notes that those are some real decisive decision-making skills, but if he lives, he will continue to rob people, so he will be taking them out with that feature. As Khan runs, he wonders why such a monster came here, in their area, but enough about that. They must go back to the base and regroup. Only then might they have a chance. Unfortunately for him, Ymir lands directly in front of them and lets out its first aura, Spiderweb. They all immediately get stuck to the ground, with Ronan slowly approaching, surprised to see that the blade can really store magic spells. Daron might just be the best craftsman out there. With them stuck, the plunderers beg to be spared, but Ronan has no mercy for thieves. As Ronan and Schlieffen discuss the intricacies of his new blade and how it can store magic attacks for long-range purposes, Sita gathers up all the plunderer blood she can find and consumes it quite happily. Ronan congratulates her. It seems like her magic has improved since last time, meaning she wasn't just playing around with Ophelia. She might grow stronger than him one day, but that might take a while. Schlieffen has another question for him, about the restraint technique he used in battle. The range and force were different, but it was no different than the aura of Dolan, that traitor bastard. It's not entirely strange that he learned aura, but the fact that it's the same as the traitors is quite an issue. Ronan didn't expect him to catch on so quickly, but they should head off. As he will tell him on the day, they have a lot to go after all. When they sit down to rest after a while, Ronan explains what happened with Bajura, which is much worse than he heard from Sion. Ronan notes that thanks to it, he was able to emulate even what he saw, so it was beneficial in the end. But how's his younger sister anyway? She's not as unstable as before? Schlieffen explains that the Grancia experts examined her and confirmed there are no issues, but she's still talking about him and Elizabeth, calling them her saviors and heroes. She even acts as if that Akalusha is her real sister, but when he sees how much joy she speaks about her, it does not seem that hard. Perhaps this will even fill that deep crack between their two families. But alas, he wanted to say something. He fixes his throat before thanking Ronan for saving his sister, with Ronan being surprised he did something like this. But that won't mean that he will hand over the pictures faster. As they bicker, a gigantic bird appears above them and screams before crashing into the ground. They both guess that it was something falling, and sure enough, they find a rock bird, something commonly ridden by the Dinehar residents. Since it's covered in injuries, it might have come from a battle. Ronan approaches the bird, as he felt a faint presence, and sure enough, this bird was carrying a child. He immediately tells Sita to use healing magic, which works on both the bird and the child, but the child is starting to remember what happened. His name is Thunder. His village was attacked, and his brother gave him the last rock bird to flee with. He wanted to fight with them, but his brother demanded he go. Even if they all die here, he must live for Theri village. Thunder did not want to abandon his home, but there was no time, as something ascended from the ground, a worshipper of the star, who thought of them as worms. The warriors prepared to fight, but one of them immediately got killed after turning away for one moment. Thunder was scared beyond his wits, but his brother forced the rockbird to flee, leaving Thunder to look back at his brother. After waking up from this nightmare, Thunder breathes heavily and sees the figures in front of him as malevolent beings who seem glad that he awoke. He throws sand at them in fear, not stopping until they are gone, but Ronan grabs his arm and tells him to wake up, as they are not enemies. He must calm down and talk with them, as their fates seem to have intertwined. Thunder calms down, and tells them what happened 2 days ago. In the dead of night, those bastards appeared, sprouting from the land like devils, but their warriors were ready. Instinctively feeling that something awful had come to them, they charged into battle with no doubts, but those devils killed all of them, without even a wound made by their warriors. Ronin is surprised, as Dinehar warriors are veterans in battle. They fight with their lives to protect the tribe since their young days. They are as strong as an elite knight of the Empire. When finishing a mission in his past life, he suffered a bit when he got entangled with them, as a mission that should have ended in 3 days took several months. Ronin asks who those intruders were, with Thunder not having a way of knowing, but they wore pure white clothes and used a mysterious power, a purplish one. They also called themselves those who welcome the star's advent, making Schlieffen and Ronin think of Nebula Clazier. Thunder thanks them for healing him. He will repay them in time, but now, he will go and rescue his brother. Ronin tells him to wait. Does he really plan to just return with no plan? Thunder explains that he has to protect his people. He will not stand idly by while monsters raise the villagers and slaughter his people. Additionally, they are way too skinny, and would surely die if they came with him. As they bicker about coming or not, something jumps at Thunder with the aim to kill him, but Schlieffen blocks the attack, while Ronin grabs Thunder. An armor-wearing beast in a desert, that's not a fitting combination, isn't it? The beast jumps away from Schlieffen, and Thunder recognizes it as one of the armored beasts that the intruder woman had. But why here? Ronin tells him it's obvious. It came for him. Those cult bastards sure are persistent. Thunder tells them to run while they still can, as countless warriors were ripped apart by just one of these things. Suddenly it changes its speed and jumps all around, not wanting to let them go at all. As Thunder apologizes for dragging them into this, Schlieffen notes that these are petty tricks with no class, just like Ronin did in the midterms, although he has changed now. Thinking back, he was pretty mature, but since this was a petty trick, he had no choice but to choose the worst strategy ever, to attack with everything on the line. Unfortunately for this beast, that is a story of the past. Before it can strike, he lunges his blade into the ground and unleashes a mighty tornado that sweeps the beast into it, shocking Thunder completely. The beast is not done yet, however, as it pulls out a tube from its mouth to shoot bullets. This makes Ronin jump up, as watching was fun, but they are a bit busy and don't have time for any more tricks. With that, he eliminates the beast in a spectacle, making him wonder if they still look weak in the eyes of Thunder. Deep within their base, Yuria feels that a connection to one of her children has been severed. There's no way that a native did it, so the guest he mentioned intervened. The man is glad. They will soon be able to confirm whether that boy is deserving of the Starlight Baptism. As they fly on the Rockbird, Ronin thinks about the Iron Beast, as it had nimble movements and a sturdy body, while also hiding strange weapons. But it wasn't something a Dinehar warrior couldn't handle. The reason they still lost is likely because of the power of the giant that the owner of the beast possesses, the blessing of the stars. In other words, the one in Dinehar now is on the level of a branch leader. Thanks to the beast and pilot being away from each other, the blessing didn't apply fully, which is why Schlieffen's attack even worked. But they might not be so lucky in the future. He asks Thunder about the two attackers. One of them ruled the Iron Beasts, but what did the other do? Thunder can't recall. The only thing he remembers is that while the other was attacking them, the other just stood still, watching from afar. Schlieffen notes that it's hard to understand them just from that, but there's no helping it. The only method of knowing is to face them head on. When they arrive in the village, they find it littered with corpses, with Ronin clearly not expecting something of this magnitude. He asks Sita if she feels any traces of someone, but she doesn't. He grows angry at the order. Those trash bastards are irredeemable, but they wouldn't do something like this without a purpose, as they always avoided conflict if necessary. Something has changed though. They don't care at all now. Changing the order he knew. Was there something in Dinehar that had them risk so much? Suddenly, a man appears behind Thunder and tries to grab him, making both Schlieffen and Ronin move at the same time, circling around to hit him. The man simply dodges and unleashes a smoke bomb on Schlieffen, giving him enough time to run away. But both he and Ronin dash into him, refusing to let Thunder go. Seeing their adamancy, he throws a bunch of blades at them, forcing Ronin to deflect. He can feel the weight of these throws. This is something he has only seen in the war, and their ability to predict movements like this guy is no ordinary bastard. Thunder is in real danger. That's why they have to rescue him. The man continues to run with Thunder, who demands to be let go, as he will fight off all the intruders, including him, and avenge his brother. The man calls him an idiot and throws him away. Is that the reason he came back here? For mere revenge? Thunder confirms as such. He will do it on his own. Revenge for his brother and comrades, with his honor on the line, he will do it. That's when he realizes who this man is. But at the same time, Ronan closes in, with the man surprised to see him here so quickly. Ronan thanks him for the workout, but it's time for him to say goodbye. Schlieffen comes around for a pincer attack, making the man unable to dodge this next strike. But before he can be hit, Thunder gets in front of Schlieffen. As this man is not their enemy, he is in fact his brother, Angry Gust. Thank you for watching. See you next time.